Halo guys, selamat malam semua. Datang lagi bersama kita, tim nomor 2 dari Pasifik yang akan bermain malam ini guys, melawan EDG, musuh rivalitas yang tidak pernah kalah guys ya. Oke, kita mabar langsung guys, mabar lagi, nobar guys ya. Cepatkan bayar bang. Ayo guys, welcome guys teman-teman semua ya. Selamat malam. Welcome, suara aman. Kalau udah aman kita siap-siap watch party guys. Karena sebentar lagi akan mulai jam 10 ya.
Like before, we are knowing that we're really good at our aiming, but now we also like improve a lot of our like kit, our synergy and cooperation. So this time, maybe it's time to shock everyone that we're.
Halo bang, halo bro.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Good luck, Kang Kang. See you later.
Ini Kangkang kalau misalnya OP-nya bau sih ya udah menang PRX. Tapi kalau OP-nya pedes, wah serem sih guys, Oke, cahaya Kangkangku.
And you know, hate to say it given the circumstances, Brad, but it feels like this team has lost a little bit of that luster.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about map pools, I think, as well. This is a point I wanted to make about the shaky map pools for Paperrex coming into this event, because what you just saw there was them trying to condition for A approaches, and Genji just ripped us apart. They watched the VODs, they were doing a lot of aggressive extremity control out towards Gelato. Here's another attempt as well from Genji, where they just sent everything.
Price poolnya berapa bang? Aku belum lihat sih guys.
When they had this, and it really caught a team like Paperrex off guard when this comp on Ascent, they run out against T1. It was looking pretty good. And I think this is a danger for this squad, because right now it feels like they don't have a strong footing on a large variety of maps across the board for this squad. They're really trying to come to grips, I think, with how to flesh that out. It's more evident as well when with their split.
Anjay, Ilya bos.
Last minute, the Sky just 1-to-1 with Yoru to run the triple duelist, and this is a team that really they do just throw.
Dava yang main, mousepad-nya cuma sekecil itu anjir.
And they see what sticks. They see what sticks. I mean, listen, we're not PG-13. I could say that, but I'm not going to. Listen.
We're talking about Gecko, obviously.
Yeah.
Dava yang main, mousepad-nya cuma sekecil itu, Cok.
This squad, I think,
has siapa yang menang, Bang?
which is one of the benefits.
PRX lah. PRX lah, guys.
They've had some of the most
Jing kapan main, anjing main kocak.
To actually shore up their map pool, and that's what I want to see from them here. I think at Madrid is actually showing the evolution of their comps. They've got some cool ideas, but I don't think it's strong enough initially. From what I've seen all those weeks past, to really make a strong showing in Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking about. You know, the slow start that they've had for the year. I really hope that they use that.
Kapan nyoba Troublemaker 2 bang? Ntar tunggu rilis saya guys.
When they come to the big stage, those mistakes of like cutting.
Ini turun tertinggi kan bang? Enggak. Ini 2 tertinggi guys. Tertinggi itu champion.
No response to that, having no one covering for it, feeling maybe too cocky and confident that everything and all this surprise set plays are going to work. They will not.
Anjir itu tangan begitu banget ya si Pacik Dava ya? Gila guys, muka-muka di skincare nih guys ya.
So if we thought that PaperX was going to be just a team with flashy comms that always
malam bang, let's go PaperX, let's go Cah. Buktikan Cah, kamu sudah improve.
We now just have to, rather than say W gaming, no, it's
they're the fastest.
It's got to be W strategy at this point, right? We need to see a little bit more from them. We got
to get a little bit more
in the oven from Alex and the rest of the boys, and I know that they feel the same.
Gak tahu guys, gak tahu jujur
on PaperX. Let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu once again, who's standing by now with Forsaken.
Anjay.
Here we are, everybody's favorite team, W Gaming, PaperX, Forsaken. Welcome back to Masters. Now, you're not coming in here as the #1 seed of Pacifics, and some people kind of feel like maybe you're not as good as some of the other times you've been to a tournament. So tell me, how good are you guys right now?
I would say 6 out of 10 for this tournament, but maybe you can improve more, who knows?
We get a 10 out of 10 maybe later?
Hopefully.
I believe we're going to see it. Good luck, Forsaken.
6 dari 10 guys, oh my god!
Very fascinating to hear Forsaken, you know, feel not as confident, which is kind of odd coming into this here. And let's actually take this opportunity to talk about him, because I think that, you know, it is reflected, Kukuka, in the performance that we've seen from him so far. A dynamic player that has kind of been tempered a little bit coming into Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also, you know, been playing many different roles. We've seen him in many different agents. And I think that adds to the flexibility of PaperX. Doom is to do it all. We know that we've seen it in many
itu berbahaya guys.
Yeah, but that's the thing. These flashy plays are the reason why we love Forsaken.
Yeah, I think as well, him taking up that IGL mantle all those years ago as well, he's really has stepped into this role. Used to be, you know, kind of known just for playing Jet, but he has added that flexibility to them. I'm just worried a little bit about, like I said, the prior point about.
Suaranya kayaknya better digedein dikit deh, Bang. Ini belum maksimal, Cok. Kan lagi masih ngobrol, ntar aja. Tunggu gameplay baru digedein, Cok. Bang, sejak kapan PRX jadi tim Indo? Nggak tim Indo, guys. Organisasinya tuh dari Singapura. Itu Indo gara-gara ini, guys. Gara-gara apa? Ya itulah, kalian tahu lah ya.
Yeah, and we were seeing just in the stats that they're not topping in everything, and actually all of the players are somewhere in the middle, but we're not going to be finalists in the top 10. Maybe something, not something, the player something, on that top 10, but actually they're not topping up. They're not.
Meeting nggak watch party, Bang? Watch party kok, watch party, guys.
Players, they do not have.
Facecam lo kecilin dikit, Bang. Nggak mau.
Really support just based on numbers and looking at it from the outside.
Yeah, it's, you know, they have a tall order ahead of them there, and
Gua kecilin dikit ya facecam-nya, guys. Ini gua kecilin deh ya. Gua kecilin
dikit,
dikit, guys ya.
had a chance to sit down and chat with them.
Udah kecil ya, udah kecil ya.
Different cuisine options here in Madrid. So
Udah kecil ya.
Check it out. Some local cuisine, shall we? What you got over here? Let's see.
Nah ya.
Hello everyone and welcome to One Tap on Tapas. I am joined by Forsaken and Monier from Paperrex. And guys, I'm gonna ask you to put these blindfolds on. While I ask you, have you guys had the chance of doing your classes? Okay. Have you had the chance of trying some Spanish food?
No.
No?
This is my first time.
Okay, what about you, Forsaken?
I tried one in the hotel. It's called something paella.
Okay, did you like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask our amazing people to just bring some food in. Okay, so for
Kok
this
malah
first
makan,
one,
bukannya latihan.
I'm going to ask you, okay, I will guide you, no worries. I'm going to ask you, okay, to think of what it is. You can try it, you can grab one and try it.
Wait, is it here?
Yeah, it is there. It's exactly that.
Oh, it's so soft.
It's soft, yeah.
Wait.
And I'm going to ask you to rate them as well.
So I just...
Yeah? It's edible, I promise.
Gila mau kayaknya kan jadi Bang. Bawel kamu ya.
Thoughts? What do you think it is?
Tastes kind of like a ham, I think.
Yeah, it's ham.
Do you like it?
Definitely ham.
I like it.
You like it? What
I mean, yeah, I always eat breakfast with this. So.
Okay.
It's like a bacon or ham, I'm not sure.
Terus tinggal kan syutingnya sebelum match kah? Iyalah sebelum match lah, bro.
Very nice. You like it? What grade? How from 1 to 10? How do you rate it?
I rate it 8.5 out of 10.
8.5?
I already ate 6 because I don't really eat this breakfast, like this kind of breakfast.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the second one. I hope you guys didn't have breakfast this morning. I'm gonna pass you your forks.
Okay.
This hand?
Sorry.
Okay, you good? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna guide you as well because this is
Apalagi tuh anjir.
Yeah, get it ready for you. Okay, you have it. Okay. And here you are. Okay, you can smell it.
Facecam di bawah ya. Nanti kalau udah gameplay di bawah ketutup, kocak.
You have it. I put it on. I put it in your fork.
Oh,
Yeah, you're ready. Yeah. Have it ready. What are your thoughts?
Okay.
How does it taste?
Oh, you like potato.
Okay.
With tomato sauce, I think.
Tomatoes. It's a bit of tomato, yeah.
Yeah, it's potatoes, I think.
It is potatoes. You guys like it? This is patatas bravas.
Patatas bravas.
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 Yeah, like bravo, you know?
Bravo.
Patatas bravas. Okay.
Facecam hilangin aja, Bang. Bacot ya.
7.5, I think, out of 10.
7.5 for you?
I like potato.
8. Oh, so you like it more than the come on. That's interesting.
Nanti kalau udah gameplay ketutup, Cok. Kan sebelah kiri map, sebelah kanan itu kosong. Kok banyak sih makannya, guys? Nanti kekenyangan, jangan makan banyak-banyak. Saya udah cukup.
And I think, oops, sorry. Here. It's a bit complicated. Here. You got it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Wait. 1 second.
Oh.
Very typical. And you have to like this one. If you like the previous one, you will like this one. Okay, you guys can go ahead. I cannot promise that I won't eat this afterwards. Thoughts? What's in it?
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
Yeah.
There is egg. Do you want to have some more?
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah?
This is egg?
It has egg. It has something else, though. Okay.
Ya, ini guys, apa di
You don't
ini
know what else
guys?
is in there.
I don't know, it's something new.
Would you like it?
Yeah, not bad.
Not
Egg,
bad?
potato.
Yes, there is
and
potato.
Oh, yeah, that's
spring
potato.
onion, I think.
You good?
Saya mah lapar Ali Cahya nih.
So what do you think it is?
I think I saw this in the hotel. I think it's
Probably.
Spanish omelette, I think.
Yes, exactly. This is tortilla de patata. Okay, how do you rate it?
8.5, I like it.
8.5,
Yeah.
okay?
9, I like it.
9, yes, good, because this is one of my favorites. So I'm very happy that you guys liked it. Okay, so the last one is
Banyak banget, kenyang, full course, bro.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I will guide you, no worries.
Okay.
So you're here, yeah,
Okay.
you are here, yeah. Grab it. Is that a funky texture, right? It's
Oh,
very
yeah.
like soft.
It's creamy, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
itu keju,
creamy.
keju,
It's
keju,
okay if
keju.
it crumbles
Grab
in
it?
your hand. Yeah, you can grab it however you want. Yeah, you can grab it like that. Okay. Is it too warm? No, it's good. Okay. What's in it?
Ice.
Ice.
It's cheesy.
Oh, it's cheesy. Do you like it? You don't like cheese?
I don't like this, but
It's a really
Like
cheap.
cheese croquette.
It is. It is actually a croqueta. This is also one of a very typical.
Gila Cahya jago banget saya, bro.
But this one I believe has jamon also in it. You know, we mash with all this.
I didn't test the ham though.
Oh, okay. It's okay. You can have some more. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to take your blindfolds off.
Cahya lapar
To
anjing.
everybody to try this food at home, or if they come to Spain.
Yeah, the Spanish omelette is really good.
Okay, what about you?
yeah, I think the Spanish omelette. I agree with Monya.
Saya lapar
Okay, thank you
anjing.
very much, guys. I hope that you enjoy the rest of this day. And
Lagi
of course-
Cah, lagi Cah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Cahya sok-sok. Senyum Cahya gini.
I learned a little funny thing because we went out to dinner with our Spanish colleagues over on the Spanish commentary team, and they were telling us about the great debate in Spain
Yes.
about the Spanish omelet
Yes.
with cebolla or without cebolla. That's
Exactly.
onions, by the way, for you guys at home.
Languages.
So now I'm on the onion train.
Yeah, exactly. Many people do not, just because they don't like the taste of the onion when it's a little bit cooked, especially when it's on the omelette, you have to try
Why
it
is
to
this
actually
controversial?
because some people say that the best tortilla de patata is without onion,
Or just-
but
just
actually the
onion?
best tortilla
Oh,
de
gua
patata
hidung gua
has
di mana? Oh, dia
onion.
beli di mana, Bang?
That's
Beli
a
di
big
website
deal.
PaperRex,
And
guys.
it's
Funny,
Tokopedia juga ada.
It's very easy to make and it's
Aduh.
very yummy. I can
And
teach you guys to make
I
it.
will be making it.
Actually, we should make a piece where you try and flip it because the difficult part about making a tortilla is actually
Yes.
flipping it and not making it.
Yes. All right, well, we'll do some more cooking bakukuka later on today. That sounds really good. Or one-tap tapas. But in any case, so let's go ahead and see the results for the MasterCard fan
Plus
poll.
satu gaji.
Earlier, we asked you guys if the number one seeds will walk away with the dubs today. And you said that the number one seeds will take it, but number 3, a mix of both, right behind Bren.
Mild.
Mild? You did-
Mild. 3's mild.
3 is my. Yeah, I know. Commit to something, you cowards. You know.
I wouldn't know what to vote in that poll, honestly. I mean, I don't know. Which direction is this going to go into? Because
Seed ones.
Yeah.
you think it's just the first seed
Yes.
across the board?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's EDG and Sentinels.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, look, this is it's gonna be a good one today.
Are you gonna be a mix? Are you gonna be mild?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm.
All right. Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if the other teams won. That's
while
all.
Bren questions his life choices.
Yeah, I'm questioning it right
let's
now.
actually see where we're gonna be playing at this series. Map selection's ready to go. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Welcome to the map select presented by Omen. We're going to get started with match 1 of the day.
Anjay.
EDG, you are a higher seed coming into this. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So PaperX, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first band.
Ben Breeze.
Breeze, your band.
And Luto.
Lotus. And map number 1 from PaperX.
Ayo Lex.
Sunset. Side on
Sunset.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2.
Bind.
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 Attack.
BO3
And then
anjing.
next set of bands, starting with PaperX, you have Ascent, Icebox, and Split.
With an Icebox.
Icebox. You have Ascent and Split.
And Ascent.
Then Ascent, so by default,
Oh,
map number
Split.
3 will be Split. PaperX, side on Split.
Pick it up.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Bang, suara cepet gedein bang. Sabar guys, udah gameplay baru gue gedein guys. Soalnya ini gua baru setengah tuh. Oh, gede kan
I
lu
mean,
mampus
I love
lu.
what I'm seeing here. I love the fact that EDG has decided to go for that Lotus ban and PaperX does not want
Monyet
to see
dualis
any-
atau 4 second bang?
has
Dualis
nothing to
monyet
do,
lah.
but I
4
love
second
the
mah
fact
udah
that
ganti
they
role.
went and banned a map that they haven't played and that actually PaperX has picked a lot.
Sunset as the opener. I am so.
Let's go guys, kalian deg-degan gak guys? Kalian deg-degan gak?
This one. Listen, Sunset is the best map for both of these teams. I don't even care. Listen,
Siapa yang deg-degan, guys?
the best map for both of these teams to a high margin. You're bound to get a banger series.
Siapa yang deg-degan? Siapa yang nggak tahan,
right
guys?
after we have the bind, which is like the stellar pick for EDG.
Bang, lu dukung
Exactly
siapa,
what we
Bang?
were talking
Ini kita
about
lihat
the
guys,
KO.
ini,
So I agree with you, Brent. I do not think that there is any other way that this could have gone better for all the audience to see what these two teams are capable of doing.
And this is going to be absolutely awesome. We have a quick prediction, Rufus.
Aku deg-degan, Bang, sampai bengkok, Bang.
What do you think?
I might swap my pred. I initially thought EDG, but I think I'm going to switch it to Paperrex. Yeah, their Sunset's really good, and if it goes to split as well, I wonder if they're just going to run the triple duelist or what. I don't know.
All right, folks. Well, this
Triple
is it. We
duelist
have
kah?
two incredible matches.
Ayo
Paperrex
guys,
versus
kita welcome
EDG.
dulu, guys.
Sentinels versus Heretics. Day 2 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Oh, EDG tahu siapa, Bang? Kayaknya lawan yang menang sama Sentinel deh, kayaknya ya. Sentinel atau TH itu yang menang lawan PRX kalau menang.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Wih, apa nih, guys? Anjay, EDG, bro.
这次应该是第4次遇到 PRX 了。我觉得三顾茅庐，诸葛亮都出来了，第4次也差不多该赢了。再输就丢脸了，得游回去了。兄弟，输不了了，这次我敢说了，输不了。
Anjay, pacik, guys.
We tend not to jinx ourselves, but I guess our target this tournament is not really about winning the whole thing. We don't really aim big. We go one by one, like slowly but surely. That's always been our motto in the team.
Anjay.
一员大将，这是战胜他们的好时候。反正我认为，如果我们真正赢下他们，可能算是击败了一个我们的心魔嘛。
And I think it's good. I mean, I kind of like where we don't even have a lot of attention to ourselves. And yeah, gotta start from below again and we slowly build up again, you know.
我跟你说，现在人家听到 ZM 勾勾 KK 在对面，他枪都要抖。赢的是 Paperrex， 赢的不是镜，赢了那个 logo 就行。我觉得今天这个衣服就特别。
Semoga saya udah nyetel, Bang. Amin, Bang. Amin, guys.
在西海岸，在洛杉矶，那个感觉。 我现在就想起我买的那个花衬衫了。在休息，超男从来不在乎温度。
Anjay.
So everybody thought we were going to do horrible, and then we dropped 0 maps to make it to Masters.
So my directorial vision for Masters Madrid is going to be
Anjay.
spectacular,
Johnny Kitty.
Beautiful plays, trophy lifting.
Kok jadi nyampur sih, guys? Oh, ntar videonya nyambung, guys, sama yang ini, sampai ntar habis ini jam 1.
And I think us being kind of underdogs helped us a lot. I feel like it was written in the stars for Heretics to make it to Masters Madrid.
The mise en scène, the cinematography, everything is going to be perfect. Oscar-worthy performances, a masterpiece.
Anjay. Oke, welcome, guys. Nih venue-nya keren sih, guys. Untuk master keren banget sih dulu, anjir lampunya, bro. Untuk master doang sih keren banget sih, anjir. Ada PPS di narasi belum, Bang? Udah. Anjay. Ayo Ilya, kasih tahu Ilya. Langsung out, Bang. Enggak. Ada 2 nyawa, guys. Harus kalah 2 kali baru bakal cabut. CR pernah main di venue ini, Bang, emang iya, guys? EDG. EDG nggak pernah ganti kostum ya, guys ya? Nggak pernah bikin seragam baru ya? Kibato correttisi macaratore macaroni spaghetti. Americano cappuccino latte makan pakai croissant. Gitu ya, guys ya. Itu lagu ala Spanyol, guys. Wih, rame guys.
Familiar with one another, but each time they met, it was PaperRX who got the better of EDG, and now EDG stands a potential Goliath in a sea of monsters, and this could very well be their opportunity to shock the world.
2024 has given us a lot of surprises. Maybe it is time for EDG to bring another one onto the table. Fourth time that they're facing up against each other.
Yang dibilang sama Java bener sih. Udah, nggak usah pusing-pusing, berharap terlalu tinggi. Pelan-pelan aja, slowly but sure tapi guys ya.
Into this for PaperX, I mean, how much have they elevated their own game? They got a good opening, as I mentioned. I was very overly enthusiastic about the map.
Facecam udah segitu-segitu aja anjing, mau kemana apa sih anjing bang?
For both of these teams, and I'm excited to see them really just clash in that capacity. But as we get deeper into the map pool, even as well, I mean, EDG have shown that they've added that nuance to their gameplay. They're able to slow down rounds. They're really able to really play the macro like a lot of top-level teams are. I think they've shown that potential there. I want to see it on the big stage here and now when they're up against a PaperX squad that loves to just take control of the tempo. I think that's one of the key wing conditions playing against a team like
Boleh Spanyol. Ini boleh Rusia aja, boleh Rusia.
Running you over with your defensive setups, making sure they can't, force you to just rushing into decisions. If you can take control of the tempo, kind of like what Gen G did against them in the kickoff finals by making proactive plays. Some of the keys to victory that this team can look forward to, I think, if they want to try and get their first win ever against this
tuh hero-nya tuh.
Exactly, and as you mentioned,
ada kayu guys, gue liat kayu, gue liat something. Kayaknya nggak main duelist lagi deh. Sunset nggak main duelist kayaknya bro.
They had the time to fix all of those small mistakes, but EDG is going to be, or at least try to be on top of their game, following every single new thing that they put onto the map.
It feels as if, and you heard in the promo right before we got into this one, EDG, Kong saying, it's finally time for them to.
Guys, seperti biasa ntar sebelum mulai guys, kita berdoa dulu guys ya. Buat teman-teman yang nonton di YouTube manapun, kita berdoa masing-masing teman-teman ya untuk PaperRX karena ini perwakilan Asia yang banyak player Indonya guys. Ada 3 orang player Indo, ada Jason, ada Aaron, sama ada Monyet Cahya. Kita berdoa guys semoga memberikan yang terbaik untuk kemajuan penyerangan dan match yang bagus ya guys ya. Oke. Berdoa dipersilakan guys.
Ruined by them and rinsed during the Africa event in scrims. Sentinels copied that comp. PaperX run this so well. It's amazing with the
no duelist kan? Gue udah tahu guys, mereka no duelist.
Nuance to it. Chichu can get these lovely lurk timings. You got the double
no duelist lagi coy ini coy.
Really sync up flashes and darts all at the same time to try and fight aggressively for a lot of
yang lawan T1 kan no duelist sih guys.
As well. This guy's adding that nuance to his playbook. He looks really sharp on that role.
Yeah, I think I'm not a big fan of the Soba KO combination. I think that I'm leaning more towards the Gecko and the KO. I think that combination works a lot better.
Bang,
I'm very excited to see how they're going to be countering the timing on those balls and how they're going to be, exploiting PaperRX's lack of that very info-gathering sentinel.
Well, folks, this is it. First match of the day. You got a banger on your hands here. EDG facing off against PaperX, and who better to call the action than Mitch and Tom?
Semangat ya, semangat guys.
Thank you so much,
semangat.
Kakuka and Brent on the analyst desk. Tom, I'm ready to kick off this matchup. I'm so excited. The atmosphere in here was electric. It's going to get better as the days go on, but I don't know the games are going to get much better. This one is incredibly hype.
Yeah, and I think both teams having a sort of, I guess, a slightly shaky aspect to them actually makes me think it's going to be more exciting, because in the past PaperX have been in great form even when they've been running with a stand-in.
Saya smoker deh
guys. They've lost their region again when I think everybody expected them to win it, and on the other side of
things, beli klasik full armor semua anjing.
Bleed, which normally in China wasn't really the case. So I think we're going to have a brawl on our hands today, and we're kicking it off on Sunset.
It's a real litmus test for both of these squads, and kicking it off with a bit of pace. We expect this from the side of PaperX. They're quickly taking control over this A site, and it looks like that control is going to be given up. EDG content to play a retake. There's going to be a wall to break on the way through, but they are set up with their 5v5 as the spike goes down.
Yeah, one of the few teams that
ini EDG kenapa? Oh, belum ada. Kenapa fanatik anjing?
Pistol rounds, it's definitely going to be more of an irritation. Now EDG have held on to a lot of utility as they now look to set back into this retake.
Yeah, a lot of stuff still to work with. That nade already going out to clear an angle. It's allowed them to focus towards the site. But Monyet does well to still grab one. The paranoia a little deep. EDG already bypassed it, now catching multiple kills on nobody. It's left all down to ZOWIE, emerging from the smoke.
Aduh, itu jelek banget, Cok.
That pistol round win goes to EDG.
Yeah, I respect it.
Nice run. Jelek banget. Kurang bagus, kurang rapi anjir.
Happy to play off that utility. It was something mentioned on the desk and something mentioned in their own interviews. Is before they had that raw firepower. They came in as a team that, okay, yeah, Konkan, he might be able to just frag out the server. Smoggy's going to pull off a ridiculous clutch, but they're not going to have those setups to get their way back in like this. And already a pretty clean start for them.
Monyetnya telat kayak flash-nya, guys.
Very clean start. Even from the get-go, they're playing retake on the site. They're letting PaperX take the space, and then they're able to fight back through because they've kept their util. They played the game the right way this time around. For EDG, they get the reward. We can see that they're stacked up. In fact, one pistol is all they're going to be carrying through to keep it light. The rest of the squad investing very heavily. And PaperX have decided to pull through a lot of sheriffs, but for the most part, they haven't got a lot to brawl with. Open fights should favor their opponents unless the numbers advantage come through. And we are seeing the exact same strat from them, same run through.
Ambil lagi, nice one. Kalau udah plant mungkin better sih, guys.
Also, EDG have even more utility because obviously they're the team of the buy, so they now have still that paranoia, multiple flashes. Like, they're gonna have to make a pretty severe mistake. And again, there's that initial sort of setup from Chichu just to get them the information. The only real danger is just aggression, but it's so messy.
Monyet nggak nembak, coy.
They have managed to at least find themselves a kill, but they need to get so much from this position, even dying to a blast back. And Davai, his late lurk may not be expected, but he needs to buy such a ridiculous amount of time, and it isn't going to be happening.
Jet, apa nggak dibunuhnya satu biji, Jet?
Close enough, although the spike does quicken its pace in ticking towards the end. It's still 2-0 for EDG. As we said, they only had the one pistol on Kankan, which does mean that there's going to be some small dent to their economy, but ultimately nothing that you really need to fret about. On the PaperX side, I'm curious to see where they come out of this one with, because they're going to have all the money to work with, all the credits, full utility. This is their way back in.
Yeah, this is where expectations become a little bit different. Now, one good thing is that
nggak mati loh, gimana dia, Cok? Davai new hair kah?
Online, so potential for
ada warnanya apa sih? Coba warnanya. Gila, A-nya di A terus guys, sendiri guys, sudah dia terus aja.
A little bit of aggression in towards B main. You can see the knife's been thrown through, but that's all just a bait. This is an attempt to try and hold rotations in onto that B site, and that is exactly what it's done.
Yeah, again though, from EDG's perspective, this is very similar to what they've been doing, just fully stacking up towards one part of the map, gambling that if they take A,
Monyet yang masuk anjir.
Obviously, they've got some very well-drilled retakes lined up for us, and I think here's where we're going to get to see. You know, this is nasty for Monyet. It's expecting to see something from EDG, but they might not have much of a chance. If they expect this one, I will be flabbergasted. A free kill for sure, maybe even a second now. They know his tricks. It's time to fade down.
Apa itu, Cok?
Every single round. In the meantime, though, the rest of the team has started to get a bit more aggressive. Davai up close already doubles up their advantage, not allowing this retake to even...
Nice fight!
Leaving just a couple remaining, and, well, the potential of flawless might
nice.
be gone, but it is damn clean from the side.
Clean. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a round that they're going to be extremely happy with. On the EDG side now, something for them to worry about as they're playing retake A, wanting to rotate quickly down that avenue, and now they've got to be worried about a player being up top. In fact, even as we go into this replay, this same position that Monyet's in is being pinged like crazy by the side of EDG. They're telling each other, this is where he is. He's going to be there. Watch out. So everyone knows. They pulled the trick out of their sleeve. I don't think they'll get away with that again.
Bang, Jing Pramanya kenapa nggak main? Kocak. Legal kan tuh? Legal anjir, kenapa nggak legal anjir?
Maybe that's something you say for a bite, but it is just that almost ridiculous confidence of PaperX, and let's be real. If that's the only cool thing we see from PaperX in this map, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I'm surprised, shocked, and disappointed, just like yourself. For EDG, on this defensive side, bit of a change-up. This time, not wanting to play the retake on A. They got a bit aggressive, haven't seen anyone, and in fact, Thrash is coming in on the exact other side of the map. As we can see, I like this idea to try and punish. Actually caught one tag onto something.
Nice fight.
That's all they're going to get for it. With the res in, they might want to get aggressive, but Monyet being up close, he couldn't decide on his weapon. Only get the one, but at least he got the one.
Yeah, they've still kept it even at least. It's not the worst scenario. It looked like it could have gone a lot worse than already. Mind Freak has been able to find another. Kankan looking to try and wrap back in, but the timing couldn't be any worse. And now
ente bro. 60, nice one. 2 sama yuk.
I don't even think he has the ability to really clear out this player on the corner, just trying to check, but this Sage wall just being irritating, and that's enough for him to have to back out of the round.
Yeah, at an eye test, you know, you probably can't jump that, but I don't blame him for trying. Maybe he could get the
this saving bro, nice one.
If physics was going his way.
Let's go. Itu bukan bug, itu kontrak, itu trik, Cok. Itu utility namanya, bro.
EDG burning up the Hunter's Fury, they commit quite a bit. Their economy's quite low as well. This is not an ideal start, as it looks like Paperrex might be able to get away with a little lead now.
Yeah, and something just to
nice
mention,
one. Let's go, adik-adik. 2 sama, adik-adik.
Close game for the side of EDG, so I'm not overly surprised that we've seen this
Jason
pick
sial banget
actually
dapat
come
mati
out
mulu
from
deh.
Paperrex. And also, the one time they played it in Pacific against Gen G, they had a 10-2 defense. So that's something you have to be wary of, is they have already shown that they're going to be problematic with aggressive takes. I think
Let's go, Monyet Davai menyala, guys.
you're really going to have to watch out for that, because I feel like Gecko thrives when it comes to this map in particular.
Ini Gecko OP kan nih? Kira-kira Gecko OP sih feeling gue, guys. Ini something bakal OP nih.
Smoggy still having that rifle. Guardian invested into for Kankan as well. But how much can they really do in this round?
Paperrex have decided against even
keracunan
showing
keju
their
emang
presence
iya.
towards this A site.
Pacik konsisten
Knowing,
banget,
like,
Pacik
in
anjing.
most of these fights you're taking, you have a heavy advantage in terms of weaponry. And the one thing EDG can do is group up. So they don't throw the flash early, they sneak up on A, they play it slow. But EDG have rotated in. Just look at that mini-map. 4 players very close by. Kankan on the way, and they've made the right read. The info denial as well. They know there's one player towards spawn on the side of Paperrex. That's not enough to really make a move. Devi is disgusting. He's making a lot of dangerous plays, but in this round, that might not have been the right call.
No, if they can get the rifle back especially, that would be an extra pain that they have to deal with. Also, every player being revealed, no hidden lurks can really be happening. Paranoia is good, but nobody's actually able to capitalize off their counter flashes just a little bit too late, and they are being picked apart. Just a couple remaining. Mindfreak has been able to bring back the deficit a little bit. Another, as he's just popping head after head, but it gets a little bit shaky. Leaves it onto something in the 1 versus 1, and they'll be able to hold on in that 2 versus 4.
Berdarah-darah, Cok.
Let's go. Just a little bit. I mean, he definitely had time. Just one shadow shot away from disaster. As I said, coming out of the last round.
Ultinya kapan, guys?
Paperrex have everything set up to claim a decent injection of rounds. Find that one, be in an economically advantageous position. Which, don't get me wrong, you still have a player like something with 7K. But my God, it's the reason I had this guy's jersey at home. Should have brought it.
Yeah. That was clean. And taking out the showstopper as well, I feel like that would have been something dead for sure if he doesn't even just get it a split second.
Aaron kayaknya bilang udah dikira Aaron tuh udah kelar, guys. Udah kelar.
Yeah. Wow. The best part is he was already on the wrong side of the trap, didn't go deep enough. Devi, good for 1, that's it though, shut down, and this round has crumbled pretty quickly if you're Paperrex. I mean, they might have shut down a showstopper in the last round, but, well, it looks like Kankan will be dropped again. Something tagged, low HP on Mindfreak, and they know where both of these players are. EDG have all the info to play with. It seems to be a formality at this point, unless something has an incredible 3K up his sleeve.
That was one of the most audacious changes in pace I think I've seen in a long time, because think about how Paperrex have been playing so far. It's been slow, default,
Jason lagi bau nih, guys. Mati mulu dia. Timingnya jelek banget.
This round, he just tries to TP into mid. And the thing is, EDG have been playing a lot around that mid area for the fast rotations for retakes. So it's interesting that he thought there was a gap there. I'm not sure what piece of information they had that they believed that was going to be clear enough for him to take such a risk, but it hasn't worked out. Something still ever dangerous, even when not playing on that jet. See if he can make this one at least a little bit costly. He's looking for the fight. He knows that planting at this stage, allowing them to retake together, won't quite work out. And while Smoggy is patient as he hunts down something in the end.
Yeah, again, the right call to try and thin the herd a little bit, but this is a head-scratcher of a play. I mean, the sound cue is there. The kill is easy to claim. With the smoke close, I guess the idea is, even just thinking to the round before, if I'm not mistaken, we had 3 A2B. That was a gap in the previous round.
Kocak mau 30 FPS ke?
Wasn't this time. So an unlucky gamble. As we end up 3-3, quick check-in with the economy sees that we've got enough money for everybody to buy. Utility's going to be pretty healthy, and something has got an operator.
Hey, he's stealing this one out of the book of Kankan, the Gecko op. That was something we saw back on Bind not too long ago. For now, though, back to the slower style, default, maybe expecting a little bit of aggression. Especially with how easily they've got into the post plant, I really don't mind the operator. Just allow him to sit on an angle and try and shut things down. And Mindfreak again, he's had a decent amount of success in some of these early fights. For now, though, EDG doing well just to try and slow the pace a little bit, using their smokes. And again, you can see it's basically a retake setup over on that A site again, just with a little bit of extra info off the trip.
Cypher kalau tripnya ke Bisa gitu kurang nggak sih, guys?
Attempt to sell a fake on the B site is decent, especially when you've got a Viper's Pit online. They can't afford to give this ground up and play behind the wall. As they play in front of the util on A, price is paid. Smoggy down, and a null command used for Paperrex as they claim control of this site, presumably unchecked. Remember, also a Viper's Pit for post plant, and this op is still lurking around. There's a lot of red flags flying for EDG.
He might find the space, though. They don't even realize he's here because he was already past the angle initially. Chichu at least finds a slight gap. Already, though, Thrash thrown out will give an awful lot of information. They're going to spot at least one player in that backline, and look at DeVai. Slowly on the wraparound, he was following it, but the shots might have just given his position away. The operator going to hold the gap in a wall. You'd expect something to hit this shot all day long, and he won't miss. 3 kills already to his name. Little bro going to be sent out just to try and claim some extra space, but for now, still a lot that EDG need to do, and not a lot of time to play with. Kankan, the last man standing.
Nice, gila something.
The same fate as the rest.
Let's go, something,
well,
OP something, bro.
Something to do.
4 kill anjing.
Something.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I wasn't really seeing that coming.
Seru anjing, seru
yeah, actually, I'm trademarking that one. But EDG calling a pause after that, and then you can understand why. This is just one man finding all the space in the world, despite some decent plays for them to try and break their way back through. I think the harassment from DeVai played a big role as well. The fact that he follows up on the Thrash.
Ini dia, bro.
Fires a few shots, and he just runs away.
Djaja sebenarnya nggak turun, guys. Dia nggak dapat timing terus tadi, bro.
Don't worry about that. It slows them down. It gives time for the op to position. And the shots are there every time.
So you can't see at the moment because there's a timeout.
Yo,
I'm looking at Kankan with a glass cannon operator.
Something
now,
dengan operator.
Bold call to try and have that
Kangkang
through into this
tidak
round,
operator.
On the defense, but
apakah something akan menang?
Go toe to toe with something because we
OP
are talking
lawan
about
OP, kita bantai.
Someone that is consistently
PRX menang 4-3. Ayo semua dukung PRX. Jangan lupa beli bundle PRX. Kalau nggak nanti kalian dibunuh.
This is the thing though. This round just might not be the one for it. Just because you don't have any teammates that have a rifle. They don't have anything to back you up. So unless it's even a gamble on the defense, because you're going to sit on B with that op. If they go A, like they have, what are you going to do? It's
okay.
I don't mind it, because if you lose it, the cost is just too high to pay. Instead,
you won't because it's Kankan.
Well, that's the theory, right? But he's 5 and 7, so he's got a Guardian. He's got a Guardian. He's not sure yet, and he's sticking on the Guardian. Okay, so a decent rifle to fight with, some range potential, and nothing but sheriffs to back him up. It's not a round I expect EDG to win in, but it is one that carries a lot of danger on the side of PaperX, because we've seen before how strong EDG were on a retake with weaker weapons.
Again, they've switched up. There's been so much presence on that A side that they gambled in that direction, and PaperX, they've had solid reads so far. One defender, Chichu, he has been the point of contact in almost every single round, but an afterplant, even a Viper's Pit expended here. You mentioned that some of these rounds got close. Well, PaperX don't want to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, with DeVai finding a kill, popping a heal on his teammate as well, everyone's sitting pretty, and there's still some util to play with. Going through that Viper's Pit, being on low HP with the Sheriff is the only thing worse than having to take that fight out in the open when there's this many rifles on the other side. They're trying to play the RNG, but the wall is helping, blocking, absorbing some of those shots, even though there's a gap in it that EDG are now going to use as they make their way through. There's a TP out of Outdog, and a 3rd kill! A real chance for EDG to fight back in this round. It's something left. Low HP on Smoggy with the decay. And it's an op to work with for something. Now the heals come through. That op needs to land its shot. The time already running. Can something even save the rifle at this point? He's got to run fast, and looks like he'll just about
OP-nya jatuh.
Yeah, they got rid of him. That's so much damage done by EDG, and honestly, I don't know how Dong managed to do as much as he did, pushing into a Viper's Pit, finding a gap.
Yeah, main freak panas banget, main freak, bro.
Again, that's another low buy round for EDG. Okay, well that one, yeah, fair enough.
And then he paranoias into a shrouded step like that. 2 very quick shots when you're, essentially nearsighted. Not bad at all.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's whether or not they're able to now capitalize on it. Because they have done that a couple of times where they've made things a little bit more costly.
Save! Ah! Kenapa begitu anjing?
Slow push towards
Jasad
the
mati
B
mulu,
side.
guys.
A death ball coming out from the side of PaperX. They have managed to sort of play with their opponents. Bear in mind, they've only seen Mindfreak. Now they'll have the information and can finally start getting that rotation in. Kankan is going to be nowhere near the action, and Littleborough is going to be making sure that plant is in. I don't think they're going to be able to deny. Oh, no, they have. Okay, that's something that will at least buy a bit of time.
Yeah, no operator to play with for PaperX after losing it last round. EDG on the retake. Kankan's going to be a big factor for them. If they can open up some of these sight lines, have to get past the Viper wall, the util down from Omen, and they're actually passing it on the PaperX side, running it down. Taking fight after fight with nothing but success. And we talked about this operator. Well, it's now all that's left of EDG's defensive side. This retake will not happen, and he might not get out of here. Just about making it around into spawn, but they're hot on his heels. He wants to take some shots, but none of them are landing. 5 HP.
Kankan nggak kena nembaknya, bos.
Kankan, he has that up. He's on the wrong side, and by the time he gets to the right side,
Miskin dia beli OP tambah miskin, bro.
Yeah, they've done really well with just these early round pushes. Like, note that this is different to what we've seen from PaperX already.
Kankan belum bisa OP nih, kids.
But more importantly, they've sent Mindfreak there pretty much every single round. So, logically, when EDG see him taking that first fight, they go, well, this is the lurk again. This is the guy on the other side of the map. We're not going to pull any rotations. And then the full execute comes in. And by that point, you have just too much control.
Nice try ya, Deki ya.
They're doing a great job.
Oke, gue seneng guys. Kalau PaperX sudah ketawa-ketawa berarti mantep ya.
And thus far, EDG
Nggak diambil bang OP-nya, nggak usah OP-OP lah.
Catch the smoke.
Diambil sama ini serem, cok.
Well, Mindfreak denied what would have been a terrible thrifty for the PaperX side if EDG found it. Oh dear. Nobody's knocking out of here.
Oh, ini biasa nge-wave, cok.
You had something on the op, win around with a 4K, and close out around in that 1v1. PaperX have had a couple swing rounds go their way by a narrow margin. This one, though, it's been widened up a bit. Mindfreak on the flank. Beautiful play.
Nice,
good connection from Munyet. Weaker weapons for EDG, and now barely any of them left standing. One of the main ones being Haodong, who it looks like Mindfreak has some spidey senses tingling because he knew he was on his way back through.
They picked them apart again. This time the low buy not looking likely, and Smoggy again. Just trying to catch Smoke. He doesn't even realize where his opponent's gone. Just trying to catch them, and will finally meet his opponent of Mindfreak. It took it long enough to get there.
Nice on, let's go.
7-3. PaperX after the first couple of rounds have been nigh on.
Let's go, guys.
For a team
Let's go, bro.
Watch them kind of get battered when it came to the game versus Gen G. They've come into this.
Si Jason agak goyang sih guys.
Aimnya hari ini. 6 out of 10. I'm sure EDG don't feel that way.
Yeah, and even if we can argue that EDG have had some closer rounds, some opportunities to pull it off, it doesn't matter. When you're facing down the barrel of a 7-3 scoreline, it's time to show up here and now. Now, a big round for EDG, not just in their credits, but also in their ult orbs. They've got a lot online to work with. This has to be their safety net.
Well, this time, nobody is going to be battling once more for that. You can see an immediate rotation from EDG. Just being able to get that little bit of control is enough for them to try and just pull rotations. The retakes over the last few rounds just haven't been working. They need to try and get some of those early fights in, and they'll win one. Kankan's removed Mindfreak. He has been the biggest thorn in their side thus far.
I like this position from Smoggy. Good shots last round. The nade is down, but they're a little disjointed. The 1v1 taken against Haodong doesn't go well. For EDG, no smokes left to play with. No, from the shadows. Oh, and Mindfreak's right back into the fight. The shot doesn't land either. And Kankan sprays and finds bullets coming back at him from Mindfreak, who was dropped moments earlier. This is a disaster for EDG. They're losing players, but nobody. He doesn't want to lose this round. Holding strong in the flank from Smoggy's good. It's only Munyet left. He's made it to A. He'll find a plant, but he doesn't know where these last two players are.
One enemy.
Forsaken, unfortunately, won't be able to join him. Low HP. And a Hunter's Fury, they're watching to see if he's going to go pushing round the back, but instead, these angles slowly being cleared. Looking to try and pair back up as he just sits patiently waiting in the corner. not quite look in the right direction if a wraparound comes in, but actually, both players meeting back up. The time starting to tick down. They really need to get a move on. Paranoia through, TP'd now to get into a much stronger after plan. Monyet, though, getting tagged further and further. They need to get someone on this, and he's just buying that time. I think this one's going to be desperately close. In fact, I don't think he might have this at all. I think it's going to go off.
Yes!
The Koch again, and they just can't find themselves around.
Less than a second in it, Tom. Like we say, no matter how tight that margin is, Paperrex steam further into the lead, and with a Red Bull clutch from a player who was low, who missed the first couple swings. He couldn't land the headshot, and it looked like they had it, but...
Nice.
It's not even that close.
Time that cost them. 1 second, like 0.93 of a
Si
second.
ADG agak lambat ya guys ya. Mereka agak lambat ya retake ya.
Very slow at clearing a lot of the angles, and I love the reposition from Monyet. He realizes in that corner, decent chance to get overwhelmed. Someone can get on the defuse. Instead, he just looks to take those fights, and well, again, this time Mindfreak is waiting. These battles have not been going their way, and something roaming with that operator, ready to clear. And while the Paranoia will catch him, but no chance for a trade.
It's not even an ability that gets him out of there. It's
something tahu aja. Waduh, ini bahaya banget nih.
Take your knife out and run. Now, Kankan's gone through mid. There is a lurk waiting around here, but it's waiting for the B main aggression, not for the mid push. They weren't expecting this. The timing a little off, and the shots didn't land initially. But Monyet's recovered it nicely. Mindfreak down, big player for the side of Paperrex. He's been going huge in a lot of these rounds. Now, they have to close it out without him, but it's a 4v2. It's only Chicho and Haodong. Should be easy.
Senjata dah.
Still in the same spot he paranoid from just moments ago. The initial fight needed
ADG lagi nggak baik-baik saja guys ya.
Completely left out on his own. He's had a couple of amazing moments so far, but this would have to be the best of them.
ADG lagi nggak baik-baik saja guys ya. Kenapa? Karena setahu gue ADG lebih tajam ya dari ini. ADG lagi kurang nembak di map ini guys ya. Let's see ya.
Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. I like the idea as well.
ADG lagi nggak baik-baik saja guys. Biasa ADG lebih tajam tembakannya, tapi ini lagi nggak terlalu tajam.
Even grab the headshot kill for their trouble. Paperrex just looking so clean. This is just a matter of timing. The Paranoia doesn't come out. I think the idea was to play off the contact, but they just didn't expect it to be an op. Like a rifle will take an extra half second to get that kill.
Nice one. Bisa guys.
You're going to at least trade. This time, EDG, they have to trade out a lot of rounds in their favor. 9-3 down at the half, and Tom, we don't expect this to be much better. Let's see what the desk thinks.
Thank you very much, guys.
Gila, orang-orang Cina pada datang cok ke Madrid cok. Gini juga ya berarti ya.
Round number 3, the bonus round.
Emang Madrid dari Cina ke Eropa tuh dekat ya?
The overall game plan going a bit amiss here. With this Paperrex comp, what you want to do is you want to bleed the utility out as much as possible. And they were just given the A site entirely for free most of the time. I mean, Paperrex not being forced to use many of their util tools, like a Paranoia flashes really at all. And part of the benefit of the Gecko is that you can pick up the flashes as well. Once you use them, you can pick up forms of the util. But it was going amiss here for EDG. And when you give up this much space, it's one of the worst things you can do because you set up Paperrex to do things like this. I mean, they get quirky with the walls. They set up the Sage wall up here onto this high ground angle, and they're really making sure that their game plan is to try and fight for this area as well of the map. These link areas as well as backside control, making sure they're getting really proactive in those moments, and it just completely dismantled EDG. I'll speed it up as well so you can see. It takes out the players here. They're flash re-clearing, making sure they set ZOWIE up into the deep positions, and it's the major strength of this comp. I mean, being able to fight and really take space proactively. And for EDG, you were seeing it go missing. I mean, what they should have been doing is fighting, I think, for extremity control, trying to at least get it, rather than giving up the sites entirely for the retake.
Dave belajar sakit dari Grim guys.
Give Paperrex the space to set up. They're going to use that util to push you even deeper when you're trying to set up for your retakes. We're going to go to the other side of the map now.
Gua nggak tahu sih attack-nya sekuat apa guys.
Si ADG kita lihat ya. Well drilled with their executes and their retake protocols with all of that utility. EDG cannot make the same mistake again, and so I'll send it over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Bren. Yes, an interesting look at how this has been going so far for Paperrex. Tom, what I was going to say before we tossed it off is that you were mentioning this defense for Paperrex. It's not exactly a weakness that EDG can hope to lean on, is it?
No, well, we've seen them play it once within the regular season, and they absolutely battered Gen G, who obviously ended up winning the series. So, not a great sign, but now they can look to set up Kankan, a player that we already know.
Let's go. Let's go. We can do it. Yes. Ke B dong. Rame B-nya, Cok. Aduh, jangan rotate, guys. Jangan rotate, kita ke B aja, bro.
And even just getting themselves, I feel like back in the seat a little bit, ready for bind, because even though EDG is strong on that map, I'd never want to play PaperX on bind.
It's a scary battlefield take on this squad, and for EDG, a slow approach, much different than what we saw from PaperX, who leaned heavily on finding open space on the A site, which they did so often. This time PaperX are leaving A open, looking more so to fight into middle, and that's exactly where they're going to find that scrap. Already good stuff as the heal comes through. That initial fight almost negated if Forsaken hadn't fallen. And if Haodong didn't find the kill on something, now the numbers are thin slightly. For EDG, they can take advantage of this. Same sized map, but less players to defend it.
I'd still feel worried pushing into Mindfreak. He's definitely been the player to watch so far, but with the push coming in from ZOWIE, there's a good chance they're boxed in. Now, there is a trip, but that means that he can just keep the rest of his teammates sat within this site. Still a paranoia available as well for Moniet. That could cause real issues.
It slowed them down, but they found Mindfreak. And they know that Moniet's around here. They've got to deal with him. They want to get this fight.
Nice!
Moniet with a beautiful shot, and now across.
Nice!
Easily closes that out. His flank saving the round. And PaperX sealing the coffin of EDG. If anything, that pistol win double digits.
I am starting to think that there should be more maps where PaperX play double controller. Because obviously we've seen Moniet sort of take over the role of Jing going into
PaperX Classic gitu, gue bilang ya, sekarang beli PaperX Classic, kocak.
But he just looks so clinical, so comfortable when he goes back over to this Omen. And, well, let's be real, I think Mindfreak's Viper's alright. I think he's doing okay.
Jason gak kenyangan kayaknya, bro.
Decent controller, you know, at the best of times.
I'll make you excited.
Wall up right away. Interesting angle for Forsaken, and he's already got one. No reloading.
Jason, the boss.
The Outlaw thrive, and Forsaken looking beautiful doing it. This is the perfect round. They don't have shields. It's an easy kill. If you're walking into a no-shield fight, and obviously Haodong had no chance, blinded up in the corner and taken down.
Yeah, they had a paranoia come through the wall just to make sure that there wasn't really any opportunity for the player on the other side to survive. That's now 8 rounds in a row for PaperX. And well, there needs to be the same just to get them back in the game. That's how desperate a position we find EDG in at this point.
Okay, nice one.
They are going to have the buy.
Ya, tadi udah nggak ada Theo kan, masih ada satu setahu gua.
Investment available, but
okay, nice one,
and
guys.
actually, to be honest, looking at the weapons on the other side for PaperX,
nice boost ya. Nice have fun on the map ya.
SMG, that means they're probably going to do something spicy.
I'm curious to see how much damage Forsaken will be able to output. This is the thing. A tag from him makes any of these other weapons deadly. But he's playing a much more passive role in this round. Util dispensed on A, and the rotate around towards top mid. It'll be a much slower round, but he will look to maintain that control over middle of fight. In fact, onto Chichu seems inevitable as Mindfreak is caught in this corner.
Nice try.
There was no way out for him. Good kill by Kankan.
Yeah, that's a big fight to have because it also gives them a lot of space over onto the site. Outlaw in position and the slow, somewhat deterring.
It's okay, santai.
The players on the attack. They're going to start falling back, but ZOWIE has now retaken that space, and we'll just wall it off. Even if it's just a little piece of information, that's something that can be brought through. They are now going to start building up, though. The thought on EDG's side is, okay, well, if they've walled this, it probably means there's no one here, and they can get over the top of it.
That's what I was wondering. Like, it seems like that left side's jumpable, but they still hear the sound cue with how close they were. Now, Forsaken hasn't quite managed to get the damage done on the Outlaw, and the flank through by Chichu's being watched. He's beautifully positioned, but the jumping judge wasn't quite anticipated. Even still, that's the only kill for PaperX so far, and it may well be the only one they find. Both players on 45 HP. Nice and uniform, but it's about... I was going to say it's about to become one player. Never mind. ZOWIE perfectly dodged that, but not the second time.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Something is just decided.
Same thing.
A good clean start as well. I do like the fact that even though EDG are down,
delaynya udah bener banget ya. PaperX udah main delay banget ya, tapi ya udahlah.
Sure they clear everything
namanya mereka
properly,
yang makin
with
kena
the
tadi.
rotations of PaperX and really giving themselves the best possible chance to start what will be a mountain comeback if they manage to do it. For something, it's whether or not he really wants to go for anything here. Financially, the team could afford it. He's already going to take the head off of Smoggy and just look to try and fall back. Send out wingman to try and just deter them a little bit from pushing. And hey, made things at least a little bit more costly.
Yeah, Menti didn't have to go running in towards
it's okay.
and risk there being a player there. His back was secure. I think this is very nice by Chichu. Again, the fact that you have a jumping judge coming around and he's kind of low, it's unlucky to say the least of it. But for EDG, we need some big rounds
Pacik udah ngawarin rambut Pacik guys.
Right now, 11-4. If PaperX win this one, it's more or less bind that we're going to be thinking about for EDG. This attack side has seen some elements of the PaperX aggression. This time, we might get a little bit more. Straight up mid pushing, 4 players around this part of the map. A is left wide open. And they don't get contact, so they fall back. But it allows them to be ready on beam much, much quicker than EDG should be ready for.
There are so many players ready and waiting. They've been able to take out at least a little bit of that utility.
Wah, nggak bisa masuk guys,
But I think the hesitation is right from EDG. They're just going to stop. I think they saw so much utility flying through on the other side.
Nice something!
It just hasn't hit the same this game. Something given an opportunity to take that fight, and with your duelist, your entry, your space taker down, it's not going to get any easier. Now, the A site is open for business, but I feel like someone almost needs to be left behind to try and catch someone on the rotation, because if you allow PaperX to retake, I don't like those odds, and well, nobody is at least going to be able to find one before trying to back away.
Oh, no! Oh, wow! So this is a big change, because, you know, PaperX obviously happy to play retake on A from the start of the round in a 5v5. In a 5v4 without Concon, even better. But now the numbers have changed hands a little bit. The advantage no longer sits towards PaperX, and there's 2 players on the B site still with a lurk from nobody. Active in mid. This has to be huge. These last 2 players even splitting up. Oh, this could be dangerous. They don't check the close right corner, which, I mean, you wouldn't really think to check this late on in the game. Well, the punishment dished out. Nobody. Massive round. He's had some big rounds like this before.
Guys, wake up.
Every single time, Tom. 11-5.
Oh, that was huge from him. Just taking some of that space back into mid, being able to fight the player in market, and then win a duel of, I think it was 2 players peeking him from top mid. That really shouldn't have gone their way. And he's pulled out a hero play that has given them at least a little bit of an opportunity. Alex is going to take a moment to try and talk things through with the team, because that's the thing. Even EDG
2 poin guys, 2 poin yuk, 2 poin lagi yuk. Ambil momentum yuk.
In the VCT before. So they want to stop this before it gets any legs whatsoever.
Yeah, it's definitely time to pump those brakes, take a second look at how these coming rounds are going to go, because remember, the first one, it's not looking great for PaperX in terms of credits, but they're going to have ults online soon. Even in this round, that kill from Divide gets your res from the shadows. They have a Thrash coming in, so they better make sure that Arsenal isn't suspended.
Di sini bind kan, bind ya.
Gotta be using
bind ya, 50-50 lah guys.
The following round.
Mungkin NDG kuat di bind, tapi si PPS juga kuat di bind ya. Tapi terakhir kalah ya di bind ya sama kayak ini.
I'm looking to see how much they actually invest into this round, because at least right now, I'm looking at something having an operator. And again, he is someone who could definitely pull off miracles. He was fantastic with it even on the attack.
There's no
OP! Oh yeah, OP.
There's just no way. Like, if you wanted to throw... There's just no way. I mean, he has a Thrash for next round. Maybe he buys it now, runs a weaker weapon, and then just decides to use Thrash next round. He'll be back contact. He's going to do it. He's crazy. On defensive side as well, it's a risk. Maybe he can save it if things go wrong, but really the hope here, the gamble, is that he's able to find some serious value. And as we can see, well, EDG were backing off, and it looks like they won't be coming near beam. Oh, never mind. The danger zone has been entered by Chichu. He's going to go for a pick.
He's pushed so far up, but both have gone down immediately.
That's the
thing. Either you had to get value with the operator or save it. This is the worst of both worlds, as he has gone down with the operator. They know exactly where the players are rotating to as well. It's whether or not, yeah, I was about to say, I think EDG have been so calm in just going for these rotations, claiming space elsewhere. Concon now already going to be stopping any chance of rotation. Even going to shut the door on them. Now, what that might mean is, unless it's been thrown away, they might actually be able to save the operator.
It's actually a very nice recovery, I suppose. They carry this weapon through the next round, and I've nothing negative to say about it. It is just the risk that they run of the peak drop, of one of them picking it up, or of that weapon going down. And if If EDG decided to take B, then you're not getting it back. It's gone. But Bulldog and an AWP carried through to the next round. This is the idea. Like I said, ZOWIE needed 1 kill. He didn't get it, but he's dead now. So he's got a res to work with. Moniette might not have the From the Shadows, but I doubt that's going to ruin their plans. So realistically, they have a lot to work with.
You never know, maybe he'll get a kill with the operator. I don't think he's in the right place.
No, he's a little far away. If there was a Neon, I'd give him a chance. But no one's getting to his neck of the woods anytime soon. Mind Freak, oh, you're in danger.
They put the paranoia through, but I don't think anybody's really pushing too far on it. Mind Freak will already get 1. That's how much more can he make this costly? Mind Freak is just hitting every single shot. And okay, he loses the gun, but even the extra credits will put him in a spot where he can buy a rifle for the next round anyway. So
they're just throwing. They're throwing, because why wouldn't they just go for it? When you've got Mind Freak on your team, 2v5, just go for it. Just go for it.
Gila, Mind Freak 3 kill, Cok.
Unbelievable. Let's get that one in a replay. Oh, yes. Oh, I like that. Oh, he even blocked the nade. Our observers are fantastic. Thank you guys so much for showing us that. Yeah. That's so cool.
Just body block it.
Yeah, just block it, duh. Come on. Take the kills.
Let's go.
The thing is,
di Bandung ya, di Bandung itu guys ya.
It doesn't really matter so much for EDG. They've built
siapa yang watch party di Bandung, guys?
With 8,000 credits post buy. And if they lose 2 rounds, they're done anyway. So ultimately, it was worth trying to remove that extra weaponry, something worth the operator. As you said, the ults have come online. You have to think that sooner rather than later, PaperX are going to eventually get this one over the line. But for EDG, they are now starting to build into this. Still with a showstopper. And again, just this slow, tempered approach to trying to gradually take space. They're not really giving any information over onto the PaperX side. And while one of the players who could find it is just sat with his operator in hand.
Single-handedly maintaining the control of the A site, where they've been so happy to play retake before. Something's got it on lockdown. Not looking to take any risks towards that side of the map. Instead, it's the B site that they're currently targeting. Now, there's some utility being expanded to run that clock down 40 seconds, as we're going to see, oh, even a deep flash thrown through. They're really trying to stop this squad, I guess send them back to A, or at least make it so that they have to blitz in, and with the showstopper, that's not really a problem for them. Risky. Okay, it's ended up fired at a corpse and a nade. Oh, Con doesn't stand a chance. Now ZOWIE can do some serious work. A res online. We mentioned that earlier. They'll try to retake the body on the side of EDG, pushing forward and taking every single kill. It's something only now making it to the B site. Now, it's time to save. It's time to save, Tom, isn't it?
It is something. I don't think he's going to go for this, but you never really know. He's just looking to escape back out of there. Now, it's interesting because, again, you see the knife coming through from Forsaken. That's why they start just blitzing their utility, and they knew that they were coming in that direction.
Guys, jangan buang-buang, guys. Dah 11, Cok.
The showstopper taking the space, and then just solid trade work from EDG. It also seems like every time we've had an operator for the defensive side, it has not been in the right place. Both teams have managed to avoid the superstar operator player to the other side, and now I'm just looking at Howdong. He might be about to clear this gun for free, but he's got spidey senses. I don't know why he turned around, but it doesn't matter. Howdong's going to get the kill anyway. Another round building credits for EDG and a 4-round streak on this attack side. This is starting to look possible.
Yeah, you know, a large part of why I started to lose hope is just the promise of PRX on the defensive side.
Yo, guys, Bisa, guys!
The Paper Dinosaurs ain't doing too well. EDG are looking fantastic, and momentum's definitely on their side. Sure, the ult economy is swinging towards PaperX for now, and that is kind of all they need, right? Just a couple trickle-down rounds, and they're good to go on map number 2. But from what started out as a very dominant-feeling map, a couple of close rounds for EDG that could have swung it a little bit more in their favor, but it just seemed like we were going to leave this with the idea that, oh, EDG need to wake up for map 2. It looks like they've woken up for half 2 at least.
Yeah.
This is a good sign.
Oh, it's a great sign as well, with different players like Howdong, Nobody, all starting to step up to the plate. And this round, we do have investment again from PaperX. It's not everything they've got. They will still have a buy for the next round, but they've got a few Bulldogs to play with. The ult's still available, and the drone, again, I think EDG are doing a fantastic job of either using Kankan or Nobody to just sell a ruse. They start throwing utility, be it a boom bot, be it a drone, and just get them to stick around in that position. Even catching him with the knife, okay, maybe that wasn't intentional. But you can look at the other side of the map. The only player there
ultinya
is going to be
Cok.
Monya, and they're going to get the information finally that they are not around this position anymore. They haven't cleared nobody, and he has been a nuisance in the past.
He's in such a good spot, but that smoke's found at just the wrong time. If it stuck around a little longer, maybe he could sneak his way through. The snake in the grass is being found for Paperrex. As we said, a lot to work with. One is a res in terms of ultimates. Viper's Pit online. If Mindfreak finds one kill, this could get very dangerous for EDG. Flashes, a lot of them coming Chichu's way, but the players take a minute. Howdong's on the corner with him. They're doing well. EDG are holding their ground. And it's only Moniet left to try to pull this back, swinging into Smoggy, who's had one hell of a round. 11-8. EDG 3 rounds behind on a map that no
ultinya
long
Something
ago
ya?
was looking lost.
Something ada ulti lagi, bukannya Something ada ulti 2 kali ya?
We thought this was over. 11-3 down, and again, Paperrex are going to have to take their second pause. And you're right, like you see the flashes come through. I think there might have been a couple of players blinded either by their own util or by a counter flash on the other side. I think it came out from Smoggy, just buying enough time. And then just having that firing
Ayo guys, bangun guys!
a different direction. And they've managed to hold the line versus what was still a decent investment coming through. And a couple of ultimates used up for Paperrex. It's not like they now have that 5-stack anymore to just try and get them to OT. They do still have a few to play with though.
Aduh, ini bahaya nih guys, guys.
And
Ini bahaya guys, ini bahaya guys.
Mindfreak having this online coming into the next round where they're still going to have a decent
Defender loh, defender no duelist enak lah bro.
Seen often that they're able to get some space back towards the site. Albeit on A here, there was a serious shutdown from EDG. And it's even more impressive when you consider the fact that you have a Gecko Flash go up and over, catch so many players. You also had a KO Flash come around the corner, catch a couple of players. And the timing just wasn't quite there for them to retake around that corner. I think for Paperrex, that's something that we'll see remedied. But they need to find the solution very quickly. Because this was a game that we were already thinking about buying. Once that 14th round fell into Paperrex's hands. And since then, they've had absolutely nothing. Just 2 needed to close this out. 2 buy rounds as well. EDG ain't going to be playing an eco anytime soon. That's for sure.
Dari 3 loh bang, dari 3 loh bang.
They've saved up plenty of cash. Viper's Pit immediately onto the B site. Now, as said, it's been a great job from EDG with the push and pull. They've been selling fakes with different players in different rounds, leaving different lurks, making things awkward for the side of Paperrex to read. But with shutting down B main, unless they're going to go through the Viper's Pit and try and fight Mindfreak, they have to try a different avenue. Now, it does look like there's potential that they're going to try and push mid a little bit more, knowing that there can't be as much of a heavy investment in this round, and the door being closed actually somewhat gives them that space. You can see Forsaken has already repositioned towards the smoke, but instead, again, they're just slowly taking control across the map.
I do like EDG's approach. I like Devise as well. The wall is great for control, but he's got an angle up above it. Howdong didn't even realize he was shot at just there. The silencer, I guess, really working for him. It doesn't look like there'll be any punish. Did see the players move up towards mid, though, so the rotate's already underway from Devi, and Forsaken is locking it down. Double flash through, Paranoia is good, and Moniet's able to follow up now, positioned a little closer as Devi.
Nice!
He's not even needed. Chichu, the last man alive, and he's got a 1 versus 5 straight into the off. First time something's really had that success with the up defensive side.
And
they finally found the round.
it's almost the kill that mattered the least.
Yeah,
like
5v1. I got him, guys. The op was worth it.
Again, though, I feel like that's another scenario where Paperrex have done well to go, okay, we'll set something up to have space initially. We've got the Viper's Pit on the other side. We have faith in Mindfreak.
Abis time out langsung nyala,
They
guys.
have that 1-2 punch of Forsaken and Munya, the double flashes, as you mentioned at the time.
Jantung
just basically making it so that it creates some
berdebar.
awkward, disjointed fights, can't come way out in front of everybody else. And Paperrex do well to just trade things in the end, leaving EDG now after what was a 5-round streak.
Itu Corsair Jason gonta-ganti mulu ya.
They need another 4 in a row to take this to overtime, and for them, they're going to give the coach
Corsair Jason gonta-ganti mulu ya.
to try and switch things up, try and almost give them just that little bit of extra confidence. Because that's the thing, I think this has been the first round where they haven't been able to do their sort of like A main, B main fakes because Viper's Pit shut it down. Now that's not going to be there anymore for Paperrex, so they still have a very good opportunity to turn this back.
Well, 4 opportunities for PaperX. 4 very stressful rounds ahead for EDG. This is where things get a little bit more real. You know, we talk a lot about those comebacks.
Nah, Monyet
and
menyala nih
how
guys. Ini
difficult
dong
it can
Monyet.
be in general. If you lose a map 13-4, you know, it can suck. You feel like you were shut out. But you can go into the next map and say, guys, we didn't even play that. You know, no one was awake. It's fine.
Ini
We got the
5-5-nya
next
main
one.
semua
When
guys.
you make that comeback, when you spend
Rata
all
gitu,
this
nggak ada yang
time
overpower
fighting
banget
your
ya.
way back in, and then the doors closed on your face just as you get there, it really, really sucks. But hey, EDG have been there before as well. They know how to battle back from those mental positions. That won't be a real challenge now. Slow through and a deep orb. This is PaperX telling EDG, we're going to fight for this control over B main in this round.
Yeah, I think it was an adaptation that was needed. Just allowing them to have a lot of this control to late execute has definitely been causing issues. Something. I think he's just jump peeking deep A. Like, his positioning has been able to give them a lot of control, but they are going to look to try and force him back. The drone again being utilized just to try and clear this position. Something just has no fear though. He's ready for someone to try and take that risk, but it has pulled a player further forward. The problem though is that this B main stack up is still here.
Yeah, the second player's not expected. Of course, it's Mind Freak. Although the poisons might be off, he's still got his rifle ready.
Nice!
And Concon with another death on the board.
Walang
He's
empat, jangan
struggled
throw.
in this series, but Mind Freak
Nice!
most certainly has it. And with Forsaken dropping nobody, it's looking like this might be Map 2 already on the minds of EDG. Chichu with another clutch that he won't win. And Mind Freak on the triple. That is the first
Good game,
for
well played for
PaperX.
PaperX. 1-0 didapatkan
To
teman-teman
this
semua ya.
series. Forsaken said they were a 6 out of 10. Well, they had some shaky rounds, but they're looking more like a 7 now, at least.
Yeah, they've got their first map on the board in a matchup that I think many believe to be competitive. Worried about the form that this team was coming in on. It's safe to say in the first half, there were no worries at all. Utterly dominant, and it just took a little bit of time to get it over the line.
Let's go.
I'm excited for the next map.
Brilliant time out ya guys ya. Main Freak lagi ini guys, lagi BU.
Number 2 afterwards.
Anjay, ngeri gak guys? Ngeri gak guys? Ini bind nih guys ya. Apakah akan keluar Yorunya Jason guys? Kita nggak tahu guys. Let's see guys ya. Kita akan lihat guys. Apakah Yoru Jason akan keluar guys ya? Lah ngantuk tuh. Hari ini hari Jumat ya guys ya. Wow, udah hari Jumat bro. Coba lu analisis game tadi bang. Game tadi sebenarnya sih guys ya, EDG itu nggak buruk. Cuman EDG nggak nembak aja guys. Soalnya menurut gue EDG sama PPRX tuh playstyle-nya hampir sama teman-teman. Eksplosif gitu ya, jarang yang mainnya tahan-tahan gitu guys. Cuman gara-gara PPRX ini nggak main duelist, pas defending, terus si EDG tuh bingung guys. Dia banyak, si PPRX itu guys, mereka punya delay power yang banyak, lihat guys. Ada molly-nya Viper, ada molly-nya Kayo, ada slow-nya Davai, ada molly-nya si Gecko. Jadi bener-bener delay-nya tuh banyak guys. Mereka tuh kalau mereka udah ketahuan, silence-nya ketahuan tuh, oh ngeliat ada silence itu ada orang tuh. Terus apalagi udah detik-detik 40 atau 30, 45 sampai 30. Kalau mereka udah ngeliat, kok 1-0 EDG? Hello! Wah, nggak terima nih, Cok. Nggak bisa begini, Jing. Kamu guys ya, sabar. 1-0 Wah, nggak bisa begini, bro. Wah. Anjing permainan, guys. Waktunya, guys. Permainan skor, anjing. Permainan skor, guys. Hola. Mis amigos, bien, PRX EDG 1-0. Bien, wis kesto, espresso mulai segesto. Ore sashimi kereta kah? Guys, udah guys. Tuh udah guys. Di telepon langsung bisa, bro. Gila gak guys? Di telepon langsung ganti guys. Aduh sakit perut anjing. Aduh sakit perut Jo. Aduh anjing tuh. Kalau misalnya kalian guys, kalian tuh kalau nelfon dengan bahasa yang benar bisa guys. Kan ini di Madrid guys ya. Ini kan di Master Madrid. Berarti bahasanya itu pakai Spanyol guys ya. Emang ngomong apa ya lu bang? Bahasa Spanyol guys ngomong. Gue bilang kenapa skornya 1-0-nya kebalik? Gue bilang gitu guys. Lu gila? Gue bilang. Bentar gue benerin. Terus bener guys. Hebat kan gue. Bang, map 2 kira-kira siapa nih yang menang bang? Map 2 PRX lah. Biar 2-0 aja guys. Biar kita cepat nonton Sentinel bro ya gak sih? Langsung nonton Sentinel aja kita guys. 2-0 aja bro. Wes.
Alex, fantastic attack side half, but on that defense, it wasn't until your round 20 tack pause that your boys managed to close it out. What went wrong on that defense side, and what did you say to them to fix everything?
I mean, you know, it's funny, right? You think a comp with no duelist would be way better in defense. I think we just gave them too much respect. You know, we played really far back and we're trying to guess where they're going. So in round 20, I think we decided that we just want to make sure that they work for B main, and that's what happened. And found the kills and we managed to close it out.
Big brain plays from you, Alex.
Gila,
Congratulations on map
Alex.
1 and best of luck for the second one.
Coming into this one, we were unsure
Semoga
of
EDG
what was
jadi
going to
pos.
happen
Oke.
with PaperX.
Kita nyanyi bersama-sama guys.
But we didn't respect their game, and for that I apologize. By the PaperX.
EDG di sini, EDG di sana. Kamu jauh dari negara Cina, jadi kalah aja. EDG di sini, EDG di sana. Kamu juga ketularan kipos. Ayo kalah aja.
Something that we have seen in the past from them, and it's definitely something that they need to do, as Coach Alex was saying, when they do not have that duelist. They need someone to be that impact player, and I think that it is so important that what Sue asked the right question. It is round 20. It is the round that changed everything for PaperX, because they were not finding success after getting that pistol round, and this is exactly what they needed to do, just putting pressure in every side of the map, on the sides of the map.
Aduh, personal guys.
To push on.
Emang Ipos kalah terus anjir. Tadi kita kan emang kalian nggak lihat Ipos kalah terus anjing.
It's exactly what they were talking about, and as soon as this comes through, they just set it up beautifully with just a double flash play, peeking together, making sure they take the fights, not showing the respect anymore, just to try and get it over that finish line, and then a follow-up round, which we didn't actually pull, but it's the exact same scenario. I mean, you just see the delayed B main take, really forcing EDG to take control of that one, and they were lost EDG on their attack side in that one particular round.
Apa Jason,
was
bang?
the turning point for EDG.
Jagaan Yorunya Frodi.
Some signs of weaknesses, I would say, just at least on that half, but definitely form focus wise, PaperX have come here to play. They got some shooters on their teams, man. They are going pound to pound with a team like EDG. It was a concern of mine, I think, as well. But listen, the mechanical ability is all there, I think, for PaperX.
Yeah, it certainly has been. And you can even see them too, like they're laughing, they're having a good time. That is incredibly important, because you got to keep the spirits high, especially when you're in these tense situations on that stage. But let's jump over to the other side, though, for our Aim Lab shoot-around. We're going to check in with Kong here and talk about EDG going into their pick on Bind. This, you know, I think that we were prepared to see EDG supremacy.
Yep.
And even though we didn't quite get it in map 1, I'm not trying to sell the stocks quite yet here, Brent. I do believe that EDG can very well bounce back. Bind could be the map that they do it, and Kong could be the catalyst.
It could be, yeah. I believe he plays the KO on Bind, and they have Smoggy playing the race. So they swapped the roles up again for this this one, which is the next map we're going to be heading into. It's going to be interesting to see how he performs, but it's
balance
about
guys,
that setup
grindingnya
as well,
gila
with the
cok, capek
flashes
cok anjing.
and the plays. I think we might
Bangunin aja sampai
see
capek
just
cok.
familiar patterns in terms of the win conditions. You know, how much we were talking about disrupting the retake protocols with the util coming in. Bind, when you're playing on the attack side, is pretty heavily, especially with the comps that he played, the double initiator comps, is trying to disrupt the retake time. Either that or through B or A, trying to fight from backside A control. I mean, one of the first teams to put me on that one was, you know, Crax's KO on Bind for Foot. There's a shout out for you. I mean, they were one of the best teams in the game at doing that, disrupting that backside control on Bind. And so I think those are going to probably be familiar elements again. Yeah, a long time ago now. No, you can't.
Karen wasn't playing the game.
No, it's true. It's true. He wasn't even playing.
Kalau bukan Paperrex, kamu dukung siapa bang? Tetap dukung Paperrex, kocak.
Let's go ahead and see what Coach After has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach After from EDG and Luna to do some translating as well. Now, it felt like you could have really won that map. Do you think the slow start in the first half costed you? And how do you fix that going on to map 2?
其实在这张图第一开始的时候，其实是有一点慢热的。你觉得如果说并不是这样慢的开始，如果不是这样慢的开始的话，能够有机会赢下来，以及在第二张图能不能解决好这个问题？
其实我们下半场已经找回来比赛节奏状态了，所以可以在第二张图体现出来。
好了。
然后第一张图慢热的问题，其实是在节奏掌握上，我觉得我们一开始是熟悉他们的，但是我们在辩证的过程中，可能在少了很多细腻的沟通吧，就可能会变成是阻碍我们的一个情况。
我们在我会谢谢你。
接下来在第二张图，我们
我不是点对，这个是真酷样的。
I think in the second half of the first map, we kind of like find our pace back. And we are definitely gonna bring it back to the second map. And the reason why we are so slow is because we kind of there are miscommunication, and we're gonna fix that in the second map.
Well, thank you so much for your time. After, thank you, Luna, and best of luck.
Ya, sebentar doang,
Miscommunication issues with EDG, certainly something that they're going to need to have to clean up as they get ready for Bind, because Paperrex, it just seems like they're just vibing out there. So you really got to try and catch them off guard here.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That attack and half that we saw on the first map was something. Just wait until you see 2.5 initiators, because I count Yoru as a half initiator with all that utility.
Okay, got Yoru, guys.
Okay, they go back to this comp.
Okay.
This is something that I believe they ran something super similar to this, if not the exact same
No,
comp. Yeah, I mean, I love to see Paperrex pull out the Reina comp, but especially like this double control with the Harbor and the Brimstone as well, because they have some cool stuff that they pull out. I mean, it's been a while now. I mean, you're gonna have to scour the VODs if you even have time for that, because we're gonna be jumping into the game. But EDG are running their standard stuff as well, which puts Kang onto that KO as well. All eyes on him, I think, in trying to support that one. This is gonna be an interesting one. I think this is really cool that Paperrex are pulling back the strap book almost onto this one. With all the discussion we've had about the map pool being weak, this is a great way to offset it, is by pulling out an old comp that you've already fleshed out before.
Totally, and you may not have a Sentinel, but you do have that Reina, and you're going to be playing to support her as much as you can, especially when you're they managed to do exactly what they did on map 1. They only need to have a super strong first half here on the attack. I think the initiating power is still there, but probably if EDG were super keen to going into this map, if the preparation was there, something has to change incredibly fast and adapt if they want to take this to map 3.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how this, you know, crumbles or potentially rises up for both of the teams here. This is going to be really, really fun to watch, and good thing is we're going to jump right into the action, and let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk once again as map 2. We're going into Bind, Tom, and we've seen some comp changes. I'm excited to see what Forsaken has planned on the hardware.
Yeah, it's something that they've run through in the past, and I think obviously we saw them have combinations with Gecko. We've also seen them run a similar comp with a Sky, but obviously Sky's kind of gone downhill a little bit, so they've gone with the Fade instead. But these are all agents that they've run on this map before. It's just this combination that I think is a little bit different. Of course, something on this map on Reina, it doesn't matter the map, I'll be honest. He's always terrifying.
Yeah, something is just an element of his own. I think Reina in general, my least favorite agent, but there's certain players that can make me enjoy watching her. Life was one, and something certainly is another. Good control over the site, but long is left open for the side of Paperrex. They don't know that EDG have 2 players still stacked up there, but it looks like they want to take some control of their own, pushing through the spawn smoke in towards Elbow. Players caught them though. They rotate through the spawn.
Nice something.
Led to a very awkward position. These defenders are scattered, but they can crunch.
Nice one.
It's left it. Still back down to a 3v3.
Nice
Already
one.
Another kill coming through. PaperX. That
Goal on
W
Tiga.
key hasn't been let go of for the majority of this round, and now with an advantage, Device still left behind. I don't even think they know that he's here, with the smoke fading.
Let's go,
Fi! Crossfire to come back from Chaos in the pistol round, but of course that's where PaperX live.
Yeah, Chaos is exactly the
Akhirnya
right
ngeliat PaperX ngambil ini guys. Akhirnya nonton PaperX ngeliat kena pistol guys.
Everything, and it's you're still trying to put together the pieces as they chop and change different parts of the map control. But I can only imagine what that looks like from EDG's perspective. You just do not know what the next step from PaperX's dance is going to be. 1-0.
Tadi menang, makanya pas di kick off kan dia jarang menang pistol, coba PaperX.
To play with one pistol, and that's going to be on something. While EDG don't decide to invest very much at all. 2 sheriffs, and they'll try to find value by taking that orb early on B. Perhaps even push down on bathroom to grab another. We'll see.
He's just going through it, isn't it? Yeah, of course he is. He was surprised
Oh,
by
nggak
that.
di-flash sih anjing? Kenapa nggak
The opponents
di-flash?
definitely weren't. They're already waiting for something to take a risk. Of course, he was only with a pistol in this round. Cove actually going out just to try and clear the close angles and go above it. They are taking some casualties, and actually a weapon has been found. Chichu, though, is desperately low on health. Can he find anything more? Yes, he can! He's already got a second! Stuck reloading, though, a little bit unlucky. A nice attempt from Chichu, and again, a round that shouldn't even have been remotely close.
No, not even 1% of what we saw there. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Jason panas sih Jason, ini Jason nih.
Certainly
Jason
has
tiba-tiba
some
panas
fight left
guys.
in them. And the best part about it is that one of the most valuable ultimates comes online because of that. Chichu now has an orbital strike to play with. This could be big for this squad. I think for PaperX, they've got to be kicking themselves. Sure, the initial fight, something goes ahead of the smoke, gets caught off guard, but he had a pistol. It's whatever. Yeah, ideally you'd have another player beside, whatever. We can look past it. But everything from that point forward was a dominant.
Udah berak tadi bang. Ya.
Well, luckily for them, Forsaken did also
Ciko nih gila anjir kalau satu satu guys. Iya cok, serem banget Ciko nih.
Something is exciting me with an outlaw on arena.
You're talking about that. I'm looking at Munyet with the Bucky. It's a deadly combination. First kill going the way, but the space already been taken. And of course the Reckoning just gives him all the information. Look how close up this man is going to be able to get, just cause them issues. This buy, not a particularly good one, but now in the afterplant, very scary.
Oh yeah. This is where EDG can't really afford to swing an angle out in the open. There's not much of a choice. Looks like Orbital Strike being online early is going to be used to try and give them an advantage, but it pushes the bookie forward into their arms. And that's not where you want this to be. Up close and personal. Munyet has a bit of a timing to worry about. These players on the other side, I mean, if one of them sees him, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's made it out. Something's grabbed another from far away, and it's as easy as could be. Already tagging up on gun with a classic. Wow.
Nice.
That is quite the third round for PaperX. After what I saw in the second and in the first, I don't.
Nice, nice guys. Let's go, you.
He's just got a kill with a Bucky and a classic in the same round versus a full buy. These are the rounds as well that just shake you. Like you're going
Saya
into
udah
a map
pede
that's
nih
been strong for you
guys.
within your region, strong for you historically, EDG, but you've just been owned immediately by an outlaw, a Bucky, and a classic. Like you can't really feel good about a round like that.
It's so ridiculous. As long as a teammate's done damage or they're on half shields, this guy's able to one-shot you and immediately get out of there. I mean, you're already moving quick with an outlaw. It's already buffed, but he's just going doubling down on it. PaperX 3-0, but EDG managed to upset them down to just one player left with a lot less. And he's gone through.
What?
Perfect, like a scene out of Ocean's 12.
The smoke is Haldong.
Aduh.
Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still
Aduh,
They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chichu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Haldong still alive! How has no one cleared this man? He's been in the same position! Flawlessly! That was a MasterCard Thrifty, by the way, guys. That was a MasterCard Thrifty.
These guys are all right with weak weapons, it looks like.
They're better!
Why do they even buy rifles? Look at this! 20 HP! Just once again, 20 HP And another player comes out. He misses the first shot. Immediately correct. This is disgusting. It's disgusting.
I can't believe
it's
it.
filthy. You can't do that. Like.
Well then, that is one way to get on the board. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna try and forget that happened and just move on with my life. Both teams now do have a bye. Monier gonna be taking the space. This time he is caught, but not really anybody available to capitalize off the back of it. And they're using that cove again just to take initial space. They're not stopping though, running straight in onto Smoggy. I think that was Monier battling for the sport.
It was. He was going all the way through. He's being caught with Mind Freak. Catching nobody. This is a big kill. They've got an extra angle to fight from that someone has to deal with. And how dong? This man's an enigma. Nobody's ever looking at him when he swings an angle. I don't get it. But at least it's down to Chichu. Low HP on Mind Freak and Forsaken, but the post plant is the real danger.
Nice.
They can run that clock down, peeking one at a time, ensuring that spike is not diffused. 4-1 for Paperrex. Surely this is where we return to normality.
Ha! Good one.
Yeah, 2 showstoppers online. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking.
Aneh ya, abis nge-kill 3 terus nggak tahu guys aneh.
Oh, yes, well, to be fair, it is something.
Yeah,
you're actually right.
It is the one and only time that actually makes sense. I can't, like, how do we just run through into a Molotov to try and get that kill? It is like who can make the riskiest play of the round, and at the moment, I feel like the only person losing is me.
Okay. Nice start, teman-teman. Nice start, Paperrex.
Look, EDG, they've called a pause, and I pity their coaching staff. You sat there, it must feel like you've turned up for like 6th grade exams and you're a 1st grader. It's like, what the hell am I watching? My mind doesn't work at a high enough level to understand the chaos unfolding in front of us. For EDG, well, let's hope they've got an idea of the tweaks that need to be made here. It's only 4-1, but we saw Paperrex run away with it in the first half last map, and despite EDG having a
2-0 dong, please. Paperrex, tolong dong 2-0. Biar nggak begadang-begadang banget.
It's not only the fact that you have to try and
harusnya kita nyanyi lagu guys, nama judulnya EDG di sini guys, judul lagunya guys. Harus kita akan nyanyi lagi guys. EDG di sini, EDG di sana.
Realize they're just giggling to themselves. At a Masters event, the opportunities, you need 2 wins and you get top 4, and those guys are just having fun.
You know, it's something you said earlier on, Tom. The fact is, you know, EDG, you lose this, you go, okay, well, Paperrex, maybe they are actually legit. You know, the region is sick. Sure, Gen G had managed to best them in the final, but it is what it is. You can still estimate them as a top team. You could end up coming up against Loud.
Yeah.
With potential elimination on the line. That's not a comfortable position for anyone to be in.
That's the thing. There are no easy games. Here goes Monier again. It's a martyrdom.
Headshot.
By the showstopper. He's taken down nobody and himself. Look at where something is though. He's just walked out onto the site. He's just got no fear. Even going to get himself healed back up. Kankan must be surprised. And finally, Smoggy will put him down with the trade immediate. An advantage once again garnered for Paperrex, and the remaining players have to hope for a timing, but actually timing could go either way. It's all going to be on to whether or not Mind Freak is looking in the right direction, and they both it's now left on to just Divide, but one player is very low, and he's already going to clear him.
Oh, Divide's gone out ahead of it as well. That's expected. And how Dong lands the shot. This time someone was looking at him, but he still wins the fight. As a round will be found for EDG, that gap not going to be extending. Paperrex have an opponent hot on their heels. Yeah, I mean, the other thing for Paperrex as well, coming into this round, you've got some weakness, really. It's just Monier after going down so early in the last one. But the reality is, he should be in a pretty decent position, still rocking a... Well, actually, I saw a Judge bot up earlier. He's going to go for a stinger. But the weaknesses aren't too massive. It's more so the ult economy. Smoggy's got a showstopper, and nobody has a Hunter's Fury to play with. Big ultimates for that defensive side. Big safety nets to fall into.
I'm still just nervous seeing something pick up on the operator on that attack. We've already seen the Outlaw. Now you get the big brother.
The thing is, you know, although the damage is going to be lower on the Outlaw, right? Kind of need the headshot on the swing. it's gonna be much harder to post up on those angles with the op to get in and get out. And we saw him,
if you're not something.
True, for most people. I should always put that in front of it. For most people, that would be the issue.
We've watched him do it on Gecko in the last, on attack side, just single-handedly take out a team. So now he actually has some movement benefit. Even still, though. EDG really needing to string a couple of rounds together. It's been an eco and a problematic round, and Munye, no trouble finding that opener. Nightfall has deafened their opponents, making things that little bit more problematic in terms of working out how far forward they've gone. The high tide has cleared so much space, and you also have the Cove, but now that utility fades, they don't have much to play with at all. In fact, I don't think they have any smokes left.
Trying to sell it as a pump fake, but it doesn't look like EDG are buying it. Orbital strike, Smoggy's in the open, but he's caught one. That spike down, and the ult used, the Hunter's Fury, finding targets. Oh, they're so low. And with Smoggy down, the numbers on the side of EDG are good. They still have a 2v2 with 10 seconds left. All they have to do is deny the spike being picked up. And Haodong, he gives the space. 6 seconds as they make it towards the side. What a shot!
Nggak anjir!
Did he manage that? He's won it off the clock alone. And if that came down to a 1v1 with something, I don't think he's winning it. But he avoided it altogether. Beautiful play.
I'll be honest, I was scared when he let the spike go. Well, when he let it go, I was like, that's a risk that I don't know if it's worth taking, but hey, he was ready for them to try and plant in the safest spot possible. It's a crazy wallback. This is just a fear factor, though. Just what something can do, even in the most awkward fights possible. Again, though, the rounds the EDG have won is off the back of pistols and 2 1v1 clutches out of that man on your screen.
4-3. Yeah, it looks like a really close score line, but wow, they've been hanging on to that cliff's edge. For the start of this, we hear some sheriffs firing off. You know there's weaknesses there. But they also know that the big gun was saved through. They've spotted it, and they've taken Munye down as well. For something, he's not going to find any players out in the open giving free kills away. And that op, I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to save it through to the next. He'll have to create his own opportunities.
Back towards that B side they go. Corner held, so something that would need to be hard cleared from the side of Paperrex, and the read already in from EDG. Third player already into position. I felt like they'd have to be some pretty big errors over on the other side. You can see the passive angles that are being held. The knife even going to give them a fair amount of information. They know there's a couple of players waiting here, even ready to invest the orbital strike if they need it. They want to try and make this one clean. It has been a lot of close rounds. Even still, though, something gets the opener, but is there anything more to be had? It's not looking too likely. I don't know how he's still alive here, finally. The dancing something will go down. Khan rises to the occasion. It's 4-4. Obviously not the strongest buy for Paperrex, but it's more important for EDG.
Ayo, bangkit.
Well, 100%, yeah. I think the orbital strike here saves them so much trouble. You got something going out, but he's essentially alone when he emerges from long. These players can't come to meet him. Divide was low after a spam, very quickly taken down. Can hitting some shots. That could be the confidence builder as well. Yeah, he had a really rough first map. One of the tougher maps for him. And even here, it wasn't off to a flying start. He had 2 kills before that round just there. Now, you hear the screams, you hear them get hyped up, and hopefully they'll be able to pull this across the line.
Ayo guys, bangkit.
He was always the player picking up that operator, even it didn't matter what agent he was on. We saw it on a Gecko in the past, but it does seem like the mantle has been passed.
Ini defense-nya nggak terlalu susah, nggak terlalu gampang loh guys. Mereka defense nggak punya sentinel loh.
Going for something a little bit more aggressive in this round, and obviously having that extra movement to try and get out of there. On the other side, though, we are seeing that Reckoning. Now, this was one of the major issues in some of the early rounds, is that Reckoning for Forsaken. It just is filthy. It gives all the information and causes chaos.
Makes sense as well. for Kankan not to be running that operator.
Sure.
Just because even last round, right, the reason they're so stacked up on B, because they started to rotate to A, but the knife found 2 players inside hookah. That's when they pull out the orbital strike. That's when they pull the rotates to B, and they're ready for that blitz out. PaperX ran into a stack because of him. So if he goes down early, just trying to get an op pick, you lose so much in the late round. If Smoggy goes down, well, it's all right. You're not losing any massively important utility. And that's if he goes down. Some control over bathroom and B long. The extremities of the map belong to EDG, but PaperX have their sights set on moving through this A site, which was another element of why the rotates didn't come through, because there's always this utility there.
Still going. They are all the way outside of Showers, and that'll be Mindfreak down. A big loss in the early round. Howdong fighting within the cages, within the reckoning, and he'll lose his life for it. Maybe a little bit of an overextension, but with one controller down, the utility already expended. This doesn't leave them with much. In fact, they're going to go pushing.
Kenapa di-push anjir? Kita bisa rotate ya guys ya.
With them pretty much boxed in, I don't know if PaperX have a hope in hell of getting out of this.
Certainly not if they play aggressive. We can see that with the crossfire, the triple crossfire, backing up by an op, but they've made the right call. Instead, hightailing it to the other side of the map where they could be able to get a plant down. It's the post plant that's worrying. The advantage here goes to EDG, 4 versus 2. At least long control is going to be sought after, but a shock dart well placed puts Divide down to 60. Another disadvantage to play with. The TP was heard. Smoggy is the one TPing. That's a little bit of a head scratcher with the operator, but he's holding down that control. I guess we'll be going in to take control of hookah.
It's the doubt as well. Like, he's not necessarily moving too quickly. It's just the doubt in his opponent's mind. They have to face the other direction as well. Damage done by Divide, but not quite enough. Forsaken needs to pull off an absolute miracle on low HP, and it's not going to be happening this time out after being blitzed in the first few rounds. EDG take the lead.
And that's the road to recovery we were hoping to see for this defensive side. 4-1 down to 5-4. And a lot of things going right for them. They're starting to get that control over the map. Even seeing nobody right now has 1 kill. He had so many high impact plays on the previous map, but they're still able to put these rounds on the board. And I think Howdong's setup, really, there hasn't been a solution from the side of PaperX. A couple times they've been able to send Monyet in, and he's able to make it ahead of these traps. Just barely dodging them. You can almost hear the Alamonth playing in the background, but now they're starting to get caught because these traps are moving. They're in different positions each time, and that setup just isn't one that you can go blitzing into, which is what PaperX very much like to do.
And it's what they're going to do again. Early nade over the top will actually clear out the trip. Trying to adapt themselves. Again, though, don't have any ultimates online. Showstopper and the null command. The trip, the second one, though, is superb. Kankan going to get a free kill. Howdong again, though. An audacious attempt trying to catch them off guard. Chichu not taking the same risk. Waiting for a little bit of support. And already they're going to counter out anything on the other side with that null command.
Yeah, no danger of those more aggressive flashes coming through, or of something taking your sight away. Not leering onto them. No smokes for Mindfreak as he's down and out, and Divide does well to at least find one, but that player is resable.
Jangan di-pick!
Well, that could pull Divide out into the open to attempt to deny. Down to a 4 versus 1 with 11 HP, and he's even detected. Got ahead of the op at least, so damage will be done. But there's still 3 more players waiting for him. Spike in Forsaken's possession at least. And now I've ran out of positives.
He was trying to pull a rotation with the TP, but nobody never left that B site. It's going to get a free jewel, though. It's starting to get a little bit messy for the side of EDG. They've given up a couple of kills, not quite knowing where he is. The time is the issue, and more so, nobody on the flank. Like, to get anything here, you'd need pretty much a miracle once more. Just trying to find a safe place to plant, and that doesn't exist. Nobody's going to be coming in from behind. Chicho with the wall bang, and it will be EDG extending that lead even further.
It's 5 in a row.
Udah nyala itu guys, udah lumayan nyala guys. Gue suka ngepick gitu loh, Cok.
Solutions, and this comp gives them so much to fall back
on. Mereka dua smoker ya, bisa lah, santai dulu, tahan dulu gitu loh.
Even as he gets res back up, immediately lobs out the knife and finds exactly where that final player is, nullifying any potential for Forsaken to catch them off guard. With 6-4 on the scoreline, that's when PaperX might even have called a pause coming into this round, but they haven't. and there's a lot of weaknesses for them. This is again going to be somewhere they hope to
like
just
the
blitz.
idea.
The wall up to block out the dart is beautiful, but they still have to swing in to Smoggy, and that's where the real trouble begins.
Yeah. Oh! Okay, you can't give something anything.
Whoa!
Bait across as well from Monier is gorgeous. Finally, they managed to deal with him.
Monyet
Something down.
si itu.
Now they've gone for the TP, but this is somewhat of a ruse. They've left Monyet behind. It seems like it's being watched for, but the other two players looking to try and head potentially into the A site. Only one defender and a second slowly being pulled in.
2 smokes for Mindfreak. Could lob one on A to cause problems. You can see there's one in play, but now the second comes down, and it's buying space for Monyet to close the distance. Stinger in hand. This is a perfect fight for him to take. But he goes into the smoke at the wrong moment. 2 players ready and waiting. Molly through. That'll buy time, buy space. But they now need. The advantage sits with EDG. Little tag onto Mindfreak. It's okay. Smoke down as he repositions. But ultimately, a kill needs to be found before EDG can amp back up to fight through. They're inside the cage, the flash is good, and the kills are even better. Absolutely gorgeous. Another late round where you see the online.
Yeah.
That flash was clinical.
Yeah, his utility's been fantastic. Again, showing depth to what is a player we know can run around and outgun pretty much anyone within the scene, but he's been in the setup. This is just, it's just so absurd. And then the second one, it just shouldn't be allowed. They must be happy they killed him through the smoke, because otherwise, I think something might have just aced that round.
Yeah, with the way he was going, to headshot someone with a Sheriff, double blast packed up in the air. That's just outrageous carry on from this man.
Ini defense agak susah soalnya guys, kagak ada sentinel guys.
Despite some nice shots from
Berat
something
ini.
and a decent map overall, it's still 7-4. The advantage now doubled up on in this final round for EDG. They've claimed an orb and an orbital strike on the back of it. Chichu will have that to work with if they end up in a post plant, but hold on to fight. They're rushing it down, trying to take these duels. In fact, it's Chichu who has the ult that's now left on 30 HP. Panic plays it just to buy a little bit more time so they can fight on the side, and it works with Con hitting a shot and Chichu doing the same. There's no long push anymore. Chichu, oh my god, those bullets are coming so damn close, but they think he's dropped out now. They've spammed too much for him to still be in position, and he might just get the jump with a second player behind him as well. They're going to emerge from the smoke. Chichu, the sacrificial lamb, and a trade through the smoke, and he almost doubles up on it.
Nice.
Con is shut down though, and we're into a 2v2.
He's managed to dodge it. He's always been a snake in the grass. He gets the timing perfectly online. The tags on both sides. It goes for the repeat to get the kill. From a 4-1 down deficit, it has been a complete turnaround for EDG. 8 rounds now onto the board, and what a ridiculous resurgence it's been from the Chinese powerhouse.
Well, Haodong has been impressive, sneaking his way behind these players again and again. It's time for us to toss it over to the analyst desk to see what they make of EDG's chances.
I mean, EDG's chances looking pretty solid so far if they keep playing like that, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's been so many like turnarounds. We were seeing how they were interpreting the map, how they have all these ways of acquiring that information, but they were committing the same mistake that they were making in the previous map, and it's leaving Paperrex with a lot of space against you, and that is the reason why they were getting on those rounds. But Haodong, as we were saying, and as Mitch was highlighting, he was key to the turnaround, not only because of the clutches that he won, is actually being at the exact right moment, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see numerous moments him holding down for the showers control, making it really awkward for Paperrex to try and go for that big A exec that was working all the time in the first half, basically the first half of the first half. and he was just an absolute monster. I mean, an absolute difference maker. But got to give credit to EDG with the right adaptations in terms of their macro ideas. They decided to push up the aggressive offensive angles, out through showers, out through B-long at the same time. Haodong was contributing, doing his piece as well. Really good moves by EDG to recognize what those weaknesses were, and they've set themselves up now with an 8-4. I mean, after losing a pistol round, it's almost unheard of. This is a dominant half.
Yeah, 2-0, bang.
Setting themselves up for that match.
Harus dapat pistol ini guys.
Exactly, and on the other side, we saw a Paperrex that started up super well. They were aggressive, you know, a lot of good utility. You know, the shotguns, everything was going
doing
a little bit.
Doing the things that we know them to do.
Exactly, the things that Paperrex like. But I didn't see the effect that probably the Reyna was intended to have. So I need to see what they intend to do with the defense. Are they going to be extra aggressive? Are they going to put a lot of pressure pressure onto EDG. And if that happens, what is going to be EDG's response? I think that, again, we look at Howdong on the Cypher. If those pushes are going to come in, of course, we need to keep a close eye on our flanks.
Yeah, and you know, listen, I'm with you. I want to see some aggression. I want to see PaperreX just come out of the gate, punch him in the mouth, see what happens.
I think you will.
You have to.
Yes.
I feel like you have to at this point. Otherwise, you're kidding yourself here. We'll see what PaperreX can pull up together. 2 rounds, they're right back in this bad boy. But EDG don't want to give him that time of day. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom. Well, GP
bisa pistoran. Berarti PaperreX cuma dapat 2 anjir itu kan. Berarti pistorannya dapat.
Devastating first half.
Yes.
They're getting it anyways.
Yes. Just immediately, Be Short is being pressured. Going to see some utility faked out, but again, they're just going to go running back. The thing is, the slow pace of EDG in the last map might just run true again, being patient to try and garner extra space. There is a nade available for Munyet to slow them down, but once more, it's not just going to be the immediate run-through. Almost a complete opposite to what we saw from PaperreX.
EDG are extremely patient, perhaps knowing that if you leave that clock run down low enough, PaperreX are going to get aggressive. Now, TP is heard towards A, steps are made, but the flank is underway. Trap is watching it. That's something for them to work on. And the trap is destroyed. Here comes a quick triple blitz on the back as the players desperately hold on to control over the site. Reinforcements are on their way and just now arriving, but a quick switch from EDG sends them towards the defenders. Forsaken somehow stands strong inside of Lambs. 4 kills on the Frenzy. And another pistol round for PaperreX. Normally, Tom, this is where we'd be getting the violins out for EDG. They lost the pistol to start with. They lost the 3rd round to follow up. And now they lost another pistol. For most teams, that's a death sentence. Yet here they are with a 3-round lead.
Yeah, I think Forsaken, just with his Frenzy, unable to isolate the jewels with him, and he's just able to take everything over the line.
Something tai banget ya.
A much needed pistol.
Ayo guys, senyum guys, senyum, semangat, chill. Enjoy, have fun ya guys ya.
EDG, though, do an awful lot with very, very little. But this would have to be one of the best of them.
That pretty much puts a pin in that one. He still has another bullet. That was a collat to start us off. A little bit of a longer reload now that he's fired both shots, but he's right back into the fight just in time to catch Concon. The ace, well, it's not going to happen. Device swept in to steal it away.
Nice.
Forsaken's already got his ult online, so he doesn't really need any more kills. Might as well give them to someone else. I don't know. Munyet with a showstopper? That sounds good, but that's only his first orb to find. 8-6.
Let's go.
Both halves. Forsaken
Ada ulti Jason nih. Jason ada ulti, bro.
In round 3, which kind of makes you think maybe he hasn't done that much else for the rest. Because if you're getting enough kills to get your ult in round 3 twice. But keeping these rounds nice and clean, and again, it's a flawless round to put PaperreX in a pretty decent spot. I am looking at their 2 duelist players both having a judge for this round. I feel like if you're on the EDG side, you've got to be so damn careful. Now, they normally are. I'll give them that. They're normally very slow, methodical, using their utility. But I feel like avoiding both of these players is not going to be easy.
No, most certainly not. Just taking a look at EDG real quick as well. Damage doesn't even need to be done to Chichu before he goes down to that outlaw of Forsaken. I think that's something that we'll see manifesting in how this round breeds. That smoker can't be the one that's going out to take those wide approaches, to check angles. Instead, it's got to be much slower, relying on things like your Sova drone, your recons to clear those angles. Forsaken is posted up and ready to duel, same spot as before. And for EDG, that could spell a disaster. Add to that, as you said, Tom, they've got to be careful of those judges. Mindfreak is not being caught, and so they'll look for the B site control, and that's when they walk straight into Munyet. He's crept down behind the box and pops up for a nasty surprise.
Yeah, doesn't even need to switch out the weapon, really. Will eventually do it and be able to escape as well, but for Seagate,
nice!
Munyet's done well. There isn't really a reaction either. There has been a push through. I'm just looking at the position that's been taken from Howdong. He's completely in behind. They've left a gap, and that gap has been exploited. Such good positioning from him. A quick rotation looking to come back through from the other side. Howdong taking as much space as possible, but this battle between Mindfreak and Chichu is going to be everything. And again, Chichu just getting in. The advantage swinging into the favor of this attacking side. Sure, it's a bonus, but but for a second it was looking really dangerous.
Bisa menang nih bonusnya, Cok.
Dangerous indeed, yeah. In fact, it looked like they had it more or less locked down. But again, it's Haodong to bail EDG. On this map, he has just been spectacular. In Spectre form almost. Never are these players able to actually take the fight on the open, take the duel against him. He's always slipping behind. 9-6 and it's Paperrex slipping behind now. 3 rounds down.
Showernya ditinggal anjir. Mereka tuh ngelek-ngelek, Jo. Mereka tuh ngeliat, mereka kan nggak ada trap ya. Susah kalau ditinggal, guys. Ngelek mereka masuk. Harus kena timing mulu, guys. Harus lebih sabar sih menurut gue mainnya. Mereka tuh cutting noise, ya. DG cutting noise, guys. Kalau mereka cutting noise berarti nggak ada suara. Mereka tuh bingung. Dikit nggak di A nih, jalan kedengeran kan kabur cabut.
You can see the operator in onto something. Judge still online. Wow, making sure that there's nobody in this aggressive position. Now the Prowler is going to give things away. Nobody is going to wait in the TP. I don't know how long this is going to stay for.
Well, I mean, nobody's had a tough game. Last map, I'm thinking he had a 4K, a 3K, a 2K. Right now, he has 1K. 1 kill on the board for this whole half. And he was bailing them out of these situations that now Haodong is taking up that mantle. Again, 9-6 in the lead. Couldn't give a damn. He had 0 kills. But for nobody, I want to see him bring that back out. We know it's in the tank at some stage. For Paperrex right now, as we said, there's Moniette on the Judge. They're going to be respecting that because we've seen it last round. It had huge impact. He was able to dominate control over this section of the map. EDG must have another idea on how to play that part. In fact, they go towards B. They see all this utility come their way. And they're starting to maneuver their way back towards the A site, which has thinned out slightly.
The reckoning, though, we're getting down to the last 30 seconds. Going in this direction will leave them with not a lot really to play with. They're going to try and just almost run their way through it, but they're slowly being revealed every single time they try and make their way through. Finally, the reckoning will fade, but Mindfreak now in position. A cove for Forsaken to try and almost fight within, and they are falling like flies. Forsaken every battle! Leaving just Chi-Chu remaining.
Jason di bawah, Seng, go dong!
Of the other team still to find. There is no shot that he gets anything from this one.
Yeah.
Finally, well, Moniette will fall, but ZOWIE immediate on the reaction.
Yeah, you know, initially I thought Forsaken's probably put out the reckoning.
Top frag, anjing top frag Jason langsung, Cok.
They're well, first of all, information. Secondly, when they push, they're likely to be blitzing in towards that position. Utility coming his way if Chi-Chu gets an orbital strike, but Smoggy could be on you in a second. In fact, I think he just put it out so he could farm up some orbs and pick it up. He's almost halfway to having it online again. Just a lights out performance from Forsaken, but still 2 rounds behind. EDG, weaker weapons. This is where they've been scary at times, and an orbital strike online, as we mentioned. So still a lot of danger if this attack side can find ground.
Forsaken looking for a little bit of early control, and the same from Something. Starting to really lock down avenues of the map. You can see ZOWIE doing the same.
Ketahuan Haodong, nice.
It does leave a little bit more of an opening, but the thing is, Moniette has completely switched up his position. He was playing the Judge over the last couple of rounds. The flash is sublime once again from Kankan. Unfortunately, unable to really capitalize on it.
Bukan Haodong, dapat timing mulu, Cok.
Haodong again!
Dapat timing mulu nih orang!
Keep doing this! It's unfathomable. This is a classic lure. I've seen Nats do that, but he had an orb and a wall.
Hey!
Come on! Again and again, 2 kills for Haodong, and I said they've been scary. They're goddamn terrifying. Forsaken, he's held this position with a frenzy, but that was against pistols.
They know
and
where
he is completely surrounded. Nice spray. It was ZOWIE to finish it off, but Haodong
Biasaan, anjir.
has a 3rd kill. He started this with a goddamn classic.
Biasaan, Cok. Kena thrifty mulu dah.
It is going to be another MasterCard Thrifty, though, I'll be honest, makes absolutely no sense. We're seeing a man switch over to... I like the representation you use. We've seen Nats do that. Nats a great cipher. I don't know if we've seen him just manage to walk his way down mid. And that was the thing, that was some initial pressure there from Forsaken, really watching for this spot, but he just catches a timing every single time. It is absurd how well this man is playing. Well, maybe a little bit of frustration for Paperrex. 10-7 in the lead. I hope that is a leather-bound notepad, otherwise it's going to be snapped in two.
You know, it's an interesting contrast as well.
Nggak,
Because if we think back to half
masalahnya kalian
the
tiap
real
drifty,
issue that
cowok.
PaperX ran into, again, I think they got lucky with some of the rounds where Moniette was able to bypass the utility. It could have been an opening pick for the side. But one of the main challenges that they had was playing up against Haodong's utility. Was having this guy consistently being able to put through these traps that are slowing you down, and it was the A site that he was holding on to control of. And how poetic that when they swap sides, it's Haodong yeah, you know, you should probably play the agent I'm playing, guys, because I can just walk up behind you if you don't. It's unreal how much space he's found. He did it on A-Bat. He now has done it on Lamps with a classic and nothing else. I don't know what else he can do to surprise his opponents, but I'm certain that he will be doing more of this because the consistency is off the charts.
Yeah, and it's got to be infuriating for PaperX. A way back into the map with your opponents on a weak buy.
Si Monyet mati nih kena ini.
One man in his classic. A free gun, by the way. Yeah. I think it was his spacing more than anything else. Look at the aggression, though. This is the W Gaming we were expecting to see an immediate push all the way down B long, but again, it doesn't really come with any rewards. Having to fall back and use and burn a lot of utility in the early stages of these rounds, and they've won neither of those fights. Can't come. He's got both in his locker. Just takes down the duo of PaperX, but it does turn out it was a trio. There was a third piece to the puzzle. Unfortunately, Moniette is now just sat in a corner with a judge.
And the very best of luck to him in the battle to come. Because by the looks of it, that judge is going to have to find 5 players. EDG are in a 5v3 with no intentions of being picked off individually. They're moving together, making their way into this site. There's a drone, and that's really the...
They're giving him a gap.
Oh, hold on. He might actually be in the position to get this. They've spotted him, and only one. Perfect from EDG.
Yeah, nice work. I like the idea from Forsaken. Just create a little pocket in the corner that he can hide with him, but I think the fact that he shoots at Smoggy somewhat gives the game away. Might have been spotted anyway. And for Mindfreak, there's not really much he can do but to just try and save something. The real problem, though, is that this wasn't... you might be looking at this and thinking, oh, well, the way that round went, it was probably a low buy. No, that was everything. PaperX threw the kitchen sink at that one and have now just got to try and hold on to this last one. 11th round for EDG inevitable, and I don't know if they're going to have much to play within the next round. Luckily, both teams... also something, has been able to do a lot with these low buys. So maybe we'll get something magical once again, but it is at the stage now where PaperX need it.
Oh, EDG with 11 on the board, a 4-round lead, and 2 rounds to close this one out. Bring us to split. And it'd be a nice swap over. You know, the shoes on the other foot. As EDG lost 13-8, PaperX might be losing 13-7. You said they invested everything in that last one. They do come out of it.
Bangkit guys, ayo dong!
Moniette and ZOWIE will have something, and you know what? Literally, their team.
Relax, Moniette, relax, Moniette.
A couple rifles, stingers there.
They're gonna rush
Tom, it's not looking great, but the element of surprise is the best thing that they can hope to rely on.
It's not surprising at this point, though. They haven't had much more in terms of depth. Mindfreak's going to get one, but that's all she wrote. Look how ready EDG were. You've got a slightly lower buy. I wonder what you're going to do, lads.
Nggak ada flash, ada apa-apa susah dia kayak gitu.
Just the cam out immediately from Haodong to get his team ready, and then everybody, the firing squad, just watching. A very easy round for EDG, and sure, something's still standing. He's gone as well. Smoggy winning that fight out once again. And what can ZOWIE really hope to achieve here? Left with a close range SMG and 4 full HP players.
Well, GB wanted to see PaperX on this defense come out with aggression, just punch him in the mouth, but they've ended out more like Aldo. 5 chances now for EDG to close this map.
Turns out they had grills. That's what it is. They punched them in the mouth and it's left an indent in their own hand.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, Tom. Like at this stage of the game, you're just like, oh, are PaperX pushing? Oh, wow, I'm shocked. And no way. Protocols are there, they're ready. EDG a step ahead on Bind. This was a map that we had some question marks around. Playing against PaperX on this, I would say before this, it's never easy, but EDG are certainly trying to make that look like a foolish statement.
Boys, especially you lose both pistols and you're 12-7 up. That's a damn good showing. And they've had some rounds as well where something popped off and they've managed to weather that storm. It's something that many teams have tried and many teams have failed. And within their matchup versus PaperX, it's never gone their way. I believe they've had a map before in the past, but I think if they head on to Split, it's been one of their best maps within the region, although it's been great for PaperX. It is the perfect place to end it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Already we're seeing Forsaken with an Odin, so Mitch already believes.
If there was a round to win, Tom, this would be the one. You know, normally on this map, you're going to have traps to play off, but there's not going to be those easy reveals to play around. Instead, it's more to do with spamming. And, well, you're going to have to get the head of Smoggy, and he's crouched down behind that box. It's not too easy for now. The suppressive fire really about to be tested, as if you fire away, that rocket will come right back at you, but somehow the rocket's done nothing. The show not stopped just yet. With damage onto Mind Freak, there's still a showstopper on Moniette once this ult fades. I like the spams, I like the attempt, but nothing's been found.
Oh, they've got Nightfall as well, but Smoggy's managed to dodge it, needs to hit the shot and won't be able to. In fact, Kong goes down instead. An advantage at this stage for PaperX, but they still have to get back into the site. Chichu sprinting around, hasn't been isolated yet. It's left down to just one man, but that one man is Haldong. Getting that little bit more aggressive. He's using his opponent's util, even has the cam, and it's just about going to reveal. Knows that they're no longer on this diffuser, but desperately needs a kill, and he isn't going to be able to find it.
Let's go!
PaperX will live to fight another day.
Good, I was already calling in to the admins, change his name on that hood, take out the last 4 letters. All you need to say is how. Every time this guy's on the screen, it's just unbelievable, but this time, they put a stop to him. That's the first out of 5. 4 more needed. The side of PaperX. And look, you have the showstopper there buying them the kill. Good
that wasn't
play
meant for Kong, by the way.
No, it wasn't. It was the player he'd already spotted, who was already dead at that point. It could have been a double kill.
Masih bisa yuk.
Chichu's about to have ult online as well, but look how much PaperX have in this round.
Launching smoke. All it takes is one, but...
Oh, 1 eco from EDG, is it? That's all it takes.
Maybe. Moniette back on the judge, but that's not really been too much of a detriment for him. And I actually feel like it's fairly important for PaperX to clear out that cam. Every piece of utility Haldong's had has had impact. Instead, though, it's the slow walk up. Looking to potentially get that orb online, as you mentioned, 1 away. I don't think there should be much. They'll be able to stop it at this stage.
Okay, ayo.
This is such a disgusting position for Moniette to play. I don't know how Haldong survives this time. Surely he should be dead.
Aduh!
He hard checks him. He's prepared every single moment. They got that advantage again. Something he's going to try and make a hero play. Haldong goes running through and dies to his own teammate. If he made it through, you bet he probably gets a couple. And ZOWIE holding the line on the other side. It's now a wraparound for EDG. Look where they are. 30 seconds left. They expected the B site to be open at this stage. They have to get the kill onto ZOWIE, and he is low.
Well, with Chichu down, ZOWIE really has it all stacked up once the spike falls. 16-second left. No chance for that to go their way on EDG's side. They have 3 more chances now to push this across the line. And we're starting to see different facets of PaperX come online. This is what we were hoping for. But this guy just...
Look at this. So, he gets orbital strikes by the opponent. He's like, I think there might have actually been a tiny pocket, but in
that's
that
easy
moment,
for us to see.
In that moment, he's like, oh dear.
You know, if he had a cam where our observer was, he would have known there was a safe gap. But
he also wouldn't have been able to move.
Probably would have had to jump and check it real quick. Wouldn't be ideal.
No, ini
But
1-14 loh,
They
guys.
don't happen too often, creating a pocket like that. So understandable. 3 more chances for EDG. Rifles out again. So I'm expecting them to win whenever they eco, but it might be hard to even push them there. For PaperX, same old buy. And it's the big gun in play. Forsaken with the opening.
Smoggy down. The flank coming in, but
Nggak gitu dong, sembarangan masuknya.
EDG. Mind Freak needs a little more, but it's only going to be the one.
Anjing masuknya sembarangan gitu.
Something Forsaken.
Gatok kenapa, guys? Kayak TP bertiga gitu aja jelek banget, Cok.
Two names that strike fear into the hearts of any opponent. Oh! Trying to get that wall bang through, but is getting dangerously close to a reload. I think he's even going to have to just fall back, give this one up for now.
Well, 10 bullets left, right? He had to pop that reload, but he's ready to fight again now. 100 bullets primed and ready. Something on the other side of the map as the plank comes down. He's going to take a while to get there, but Forsaken's not willing to give up the space. Now he's being spotted as he sees the cam turn towards, and this might be the end for him. He's being revealed, but good damage. That's deterred Haodong from actually taking the peak. It's allowed for that cam to be completely negated. The swing is good for something, and he's spotted both players. A 1v2, 4 bullets now. And it's not looking good. This could be EDG pushing it across the line. Another dismiss into a heal, reload, and something's got a chance. No Lear to work with. The defuse being stuck down.
Oh, nice try.
The swing is perfect. And Con to close the map. 13-9. Map 3 is coming up next.
That's the thing, it was one of those maps where you feel like Paperrex, they tried to punch them in the face. That's what they tried to do. They threw everything they had, these hyper-aggressive moves at their opponents. And honestly, the duck and weave, EDG every single time, fantastic performance from them. And well, now we're going to be going off to a break. There's one more map in this series, it's Split, and I am excited.
Split lagi, guys. Seperti Paperrex. Kurang. Masa guys, kita siapa ya? Makanya anjing. Pusing coy anjing. Mereka tuh gambling guys. Demen banget gambling, Cok. Mereka gambling nge-push apa B-man ya. Kalau nggak ada orang kayak tadi itu udah rugi banget, Cok. Anjir, mereka TP bertiga langsung, Cok. Langsung udah selesai sih. PRX cuman kurang satu sih guys, kurang sentinel murni gitu loh guys. Sentinel yang bener-bener orang player sentinel ya. Gamblingnya kebanyakan, lumayan guys. Tadi tuh harusnya kalau nggak gambling mungkin chance-nya lebih besar tadi menangnya sih guys di round tadi. Karena dia gambling jadi turun banget chance menangnya. Skor berapa tuh sama? Kurang full kayak, iya kurang apa? Kurang sentinel murni sih guys. Soalnya kalau ada sentinel murni itu kayak mungkin melengkapi ya satu ya. Jing pun bukan sentinel murni guys. Jadi itu pun Jing pun full duelist. Kalau main meta yang ini mungkin udah banyak yang ini sih. Kalau pakai Jing juga sih sebenarnya metanya PRX ya udah full W, full dua duelist, dua controller, dua duelist, dua inisiator gitu. Nggak pernah main sentinel satu gitu, jarang banget. Sage tadi satu ya guys, Sage sama tadi Sage doang ya, sama apa sih Cyper tadi enggak ya? Sage, Gecko, Send Controller, Dura, iya cok. Nggak jadi main sentinel cepet dong, iya nih anjir, masalahnya serem cok split cok. Jing kemana bang? Lagi itu guys, tau gue lagi apa? Lagi apa sih? Militer. Nonton sen nggak? Nonton dong. Ayo dong, bisa dong. Tadi tuh bener-bener menurut gue nggak disiplin aja sih, PRX. Mereka nggak punya sentinel, tapi mereka berani gitu loh, ninggalin pos. Bener-bener tadi 3 kali apa? 3 round gara-gara 3 round kalau nggak salah. Terjadi kayak gitu dan membuat kalah loh. Si Haodong ngebunuh something dari belakang itu juga udah jelek banget, cok. Tiga duelis mungkin bisa, gua nggak tahu ya.
bind goes their way. What a series we have been treated to, folks. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka and Bren as we break it down and we get ready for map 3. Bren, just what a great match we've been treated to here so far, bud.
EDG, I mean, listen, they tried to get punched in the face. They tried it. They absorbed it. They ducked it.
No, but PaperX did punch him in the face a few times. They got some iron jaws, man.
Listen, that was a dominant game from EDG, even though the stats, the scoreline doesn't really suggest that. Our stats producer, Oasis, was saying, like, listen, I think it was 56% of 4v5s being won by EDG.
And also,
unheard of statistic.
And both pistols went on the side of PaperX.
Yeah.
On paper, everything should have gone for PaperX, but EDG managed to just be one step ahead. I think that their IGL has to be crowned for that.
Yeah, and you know, actually, we do have a Verizon high-speed moment of that map, and we're going to give it to something. Obviously, it gives us an opportunity to talk about just the impact that he makes, but it's wild that you see something pull off just absurd clips like this, and even then, it just was not enough to get them over the finish line, Kukuka, which means that EDG just shut them down in certain areas.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not only about the shooting. I think that the understanding that EDG ended up having of the map, how they positioned the operator, and the pressure that they were getting with it, even though this happened, they managed to win the map. So
yeah, and despite the fancy shots, I do feel like PaperX kind of shot themselves in the foot by picking up the attack side op so much. And they do it a lot. It's like something style.
That happened last map too.
Yeah, they try and do it to slow down the tempo, and because they condition super hard, pacey play styles, and then they slow it all the way down. And it can work, don't get me wrong, but they were really struggling to find ways to entry into sites when something had an operator, because they just couldn't find the pace increase when they needed it. He was doing his best, but it was really, really struggling. But for EDG, I think they had a wonderful macro understanding of how to play that map. I mean, extremity control is all the rage on Bind. It has been since it came out.
Yep.
Like controlling showers, controlling B long. If you have control of those areas, you're going to do wonders. And
totally. The positionings that he was finding, we were mentioning how the lurks and controlling them lurks was going to be important. But he took it to another level. In so many rounds, we saw him just taking up all that space. Even though EDG is a very slow team, we see them waiting at the beginning of every round, waiting to see when PaperX is going to be the PaperX that we know and is going to be extra aggressive. They were also prepared for that. But then, as I said, Howdong finding the very specific timing into how to grant all that space, grant the kill, and also help the rest of his teammates being like, yeah, this is safe, I get the ult, safe, we keep going.
The lurks were so wild. It also just goes to show you, right, how, yes, it is always going to be about the sum of all of your parts, but when you have someone like that who's really making individual plays, taking those risks, taking that space, and just being heads up, that is scary to have to play against, and PaperX learned today.
I mean, it's crazy as well. I mean, they won this basically 4v5 as well. I mean, nobody had one kill for most of the map. You only got a second one towards the tail end. And yeah, Util was good. I will give him credits, I think, as well. I mean, he had the drone for the post plant in a lot of scenarios, and getting good value at the tags. But I mean, it was a large ask, I think, of the rest of the EDG squad when they were losing basically in that metric. When we associate with China as a region as they've always got that firepower, they kind of were losing those first duels, yet they were still salvaging the situations, which I thought were fantastic. And of course, we have to big up Howdong because it's just him. Hyper intelligent lurk timings. Don't even tell me. I don't understand how he was able to just find these players. I think this is when there was a judge in the close corner. And
this is just beautiful. This is the last round. We even see that he tags on the map to see. Oh, I saw Sony.
Oh, that was it. Ah, man, what a heads up.
Happened. But it's just so damn away from him to be able to find those timings.
He had the TP and shot at it.
Yeah, he shot his teammate.
I thought it was his teammate. It's okay. There was a lot on the line.
My guy's dialed in. He's dialed in. Everyone's a target. Doesn't matter who it is.
We cut the clip too short. That was when he died the Chichu's all as well. But, I mean, it was just a strange map. But it means we get split now, which I'm really looking forward to, because this is a map where PaperX, I have a love-hate relationship with it because they really do embody, you get shot, you die, running this triple duelist variant. But it just doesn't have legs for me, I think, in the long run. So I'm curious if they're going to be running the exact same comp again this time around. They showed that they're willing to change stuff up. They changed their bind comp back to an earlier version. So they may change things up even further for split. They have that option available.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe they didn't go that deep. Maybe it could be the Euro, and it's actually going to be back as the triple duelist, and no change, not mistaken, on the side of EDG. I mean, now that nobody is on the sky, maybe he's going to have a better time.
Yeah, maybe. I'm really going to be paying close attention to PaperX because if you only just watch their T1 game when they were running this comp, it looked like they were just cavemen banging their heads against the A site on the attack side. They were going for the 5-man, 4-man hits over and over again. They threw nuance into it, actually, when they played against Gen G. And one of the things that EDG are going to have to answer is actually keeping up with that tempo control. Like, making sure that they can always keep it at the back of their minds that PaperX could be in really deep positions really quite quickly. And especially because they're not running like a typical Sentinel, they don't have trips to try and slow down the big hits. It's going to be a difficult ask for them, so I'm putting a lot of attention on that.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 out of 3 maps, PaperX is going to be starting on the attack. On the first one, it was definitely what gave them the win and the room to have that comfort. But on the second one, it wasn't like that. So
soalnya PaperX udah main 2 kali, guys. Pasti EDG udah ngelihat 2 kali main PaperX 3 duel kayak gimana. Itu yang bahaya.
Reign supreme. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
That's silly.
Well, Tom, it's time to find out the answer to that question. EDG, they've tried 3 times, they've failed 3 times, but the 4th, it's looking better. We're on map 3.
It's in the name, though. W Gaming. I don't know. The thing is, this composition is one we've now seen a couple of times. The surprise factor is gone. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to deal with it. It's very, very difficult. And these are also agents where I think, like, one of the best jets in the world. Forsaken, personal opinion, best Euro in the world. It's so difficult to play against the chaos that is created by this side. And that's the storm that's going to have to be weathered. The fun thing about this as well is, in my opinion, both teams have started on their better side of this map. So it's going to be, the first half might actually decide it.
Well, that's it. And for PaperX, they'll be happy with this attacking side, as they're already set up to move towards this A site. You can see there's a wall in play. It's going to be popped up, but the main thing drawing my eye is Forsaken. He's got himself a TP moving right up close, where he's already looking to get in towards screens, and well, some trouble's brewing. He's got the first, but the site control stays to EDG. They've got the spike, and Con, he's only good for 2, but it might be enough. The advantage is theirs, and a pick needs to be found soon from the side of PaperX. Leaving Mindfreak alone, though, isn't the best of looks. That spike's down on site, and he's got 3 players to pick off. No from the shadows.
Nggak di clear, anjir.
Be impressive.
Yeah.
Sendirian, cow sini.
The whole team would have to be dead.
And then some.
Here we go. Just hoping to try and find an isolated duel, and it isn't going to be happening. EDG, they're off the mark. And doing well as well. I like the fact that you almost see that PaperX are doing this blitz player. I think they almost expected there to be no one on site, because they had multiple players trying to fight through in towards screens, and it almost seemed like they forgot that Con could be and was within the site. So off to a flyer. Good start from individually. He's had, well, not the best first map, an okay second. If this is where Con comes online, they'll be happy.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, right? And you can understand why they don't expect him to be on site, giving him that opportunity. They saw 2 players' screens. Those players seem to be panicking to get back in. Okay, How Dong. Headbutt the nade to start this one off. But he's staying close on B. Fight around mid. 3 players from EDG want to maintain that control. And the lurk of something is left to try and pick them off when they do. Con walking down, but he's patient. Just wants to tuck up on the box. Spotted. Nade will cover his retreat, you'd imagine. He sticks around for the kill instead, not worried about the numbers that could be rounding the corner. When he gets out, it's Smoggy that's left in the open trying to cover his retreat.
And he does have to be a little bit careful here, but this is just his chance to farm. Get him closer to that ultimate. Don't think that's the gun that something's looking for, and even just an extra player being dropped here could cause a few issues. Going into the next round, you can see a much more passive sort of crossfire. Just waiting to almost pop up that ladder to fight that one together. It's available for nobody on the rotate as well. And EDG, they'll convert, pick up a couple of the guns as well.
Yeah, guys. Byron.
Yeah, it's nice. They came in with 2 pistols, I think. It's why you see Smoggy play ahead of that. He literally is covering the retreat. He can maybe pick off one with the pistol. If not, he loses a pistol. It really is not the end of the world. For EDG, I mean, a flyer of a start with 5 kills on Con. The rifles on the side of PaperX will be facing off against what was one of the more terrifying buys that EDG pulled out. Once they've got these pistols up against rifles, their win rate has been insane. And some very important rounds as well. Mindfreak stunned up and tucked in the corner. And there's no free way for him to get out. I mean, he can use his abilities often, but not this time. There's none online, no shrouded step. And there's a one-way that's probably being held. He's just trapped for now.
Forsaken may just look to try and actually retreat and get an orb here. One off that dimensional drift. I think that's probably the scariest thing with this PaperX comp is they've got so much value when it comes to those ultimates. It can almost help the individuals on the other side. Again, this A take. There is a quick wraparound, though. They've got to be wary of nobody looking to try and come in on the flank. This is a round where, as well, EDG, they can afford to take some risks with the weaponry that they've got. Monitor, though, this might be a nasty surprise, but never mind. Chi-Chi's found him, and I don't think they're going to expect nobody in the corner. No, it's
guys!
This is doing great for EDG.
Nice, top 5.
It really was, and it's back to going great. Nobody with 3 kills. And now it's just one standing, 10 bullets, and it's only one needed for Smoggy. EDG absolutely decimate PaperX in round 3. And well, Tom, I hate to say I told you so, but this is just, it's happening too often now. The value they find with pistols is frankly unreal. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, nobody had 1 kill for most of it. He finished on 2?
Kills. He finished on 2.
He finished on 2.
He's got 3 times more kills already.
Well, even that, in that round, he got more kills than the last map alone. Unbelievable. Look at this.
It's a half check as well. Like, that's the thing. I just feel like they get tunnel visioned in. The lineup of a Spectre and for Alex, it's just got to be so infuriating. His team put in a decent position and just maybe overextending. Now they come in, they purchased again. They're still going in for more. The dimensional drift will give them the space, but they've been given the space. You can see on the other side, EDG nowhere near this one. I don't think Forsaken's going to go too much further than that, but with a judge in hand, he's almost just trying to play with his opponents here.
Pressure's on EDG on the way back through, and it's off EDG just that quickly. Kankan, I don't know where this guy was the last 2 maps, but he certainly turned up today. 3 kills already, and well, it doesn't look too good for PaperX. You might think this is an eagle, but it's not. The weaker weapon of Forsaken, good for 2. Maybe more to be found, but nobody low. He's 90 HP, fighting another 3.
Jason!
For Forsaken, an ace to put in the first round on the board for PaperX.
Masa main tapi masa harus begitu, Cok?
Play of the tournament might be done. Play of the tournament might be over. I can't believe.
I feel like I'm gonna cry.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. 2 kills.
Masa harus gitu terus, Cok? Di-carry satu orang, Cok. Itu nggak bagus, Cok. Kasihan, Cok.
I literally brought a tear to my eye, Tom.
Ayolah, bangunlah, bangkit.
I'm flabbergasted by this guy on a regular basis, but that is truly one of the greatest plays we've ever seen, and no surprise. PaperX has taken a pause. Alex has probably got a hole in his desk at this point, be it in anger or celebration, who knows. And on the other side of things, EDG are just going to be left to stew in that one. A 1v5 ace.
Ayo, Son.
To get their first
Son kalau udah panas gini biasa kenceng nih.
I feel like the only appropriate thing is to replay Brand's desk from earlier.
Just shoot him in the face. Just shoot him in the face. What a round. I was thinking earlier in the round, like, it's really curious that with a judge, he gave up that control. Because he took screens. They had a smoke down, he was within it. I was like, oh, he gives up the control. That's really interesting. I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
That's the thing. Not only a 1v5, a 1v5 ace with a judge, where they're all pushing in to cover that one angle. That's all they were worried about was elbow. They had everything else. I mean, taking your breath away. This is another level. 7 kills for Forsaken, 5 of them in the previous round. And as we come into round number 5, EDG still lead by 2, still have a decent amount of money. There's some weaknesses there, but nobody is showing up. That's something down right away. One of the duelists dealt with. Kankan, you can see he's feeling confident.
Yeah, they're right back on the horse. It doesn't look like they've let that get to them whatsoever. Forsaken's been revealed by the Seekers as well. Looking for some more shenanigans, and in the 2v4, they're going to pop the Viper's Pit. They need Forsaken to do something, and now ZOWIE, well, it's not quite 5, but he needs to do it all.
At least he's got the pit to work with, but back-to-back, these kind of clutches surely can't be happening. Too many players, too many guns. This time they will find it. EDG, a 4th round on the board with the defuse coming through. Passive play around A seems to be working in the early rounds. And Nobody as well, a really impressive resurgence from the previous map. I think his comfort level on Sky is definitely up there, but most of it doesn't seem to be anything to do with the agent itself. And the thing that's worth noting is, I believe Mindfreak was 1 HP, 1 hit, for not one exactly, but 1 hit when that first pelt subsided. Could very well have been the double kill. EDG
ini taker loh, Cok. Taker kalau dikit dapat dikit defense nggak ngapain anjing.
Destroyed. There's a good reason for them to be excited.
Yeah, they've got 1 round. It was all Forsaken. Other than that, they didn't have any players surviving. And thus the economy is completely in the bin. You can see just the sheer confidence of nobody on this map. Aggressive angles being taken.
Dibokong lagi nih. Apa dibokong lagi sih gua nggak tahu lagi ya.
Once more. And an afterplant will ensue, but they are so happy to play in these retakes, and almost the initial kill. It does come in elsewhere.
Again, Paperrex are always going to want to play aggressive in these positions, pull the numbers into their favor, get some of those rifles out of the hands of their opponents. And the paint shell found its mark on the low HP Moniette. This has left ZOWIE alone, and he's being watched. You know, it's an ambitious thing to try and flank Howdong. He's never going to let that happen. But of course, it was Concon to find the kill, a showstopper and a Rolling Thunder online for EDG, moving into round number 6. This was a great farming round for this squad. And now the Paperrex come in with rifles. There's a lot for the side of EDG to fall back on if they do lose those opening duels.
Yeah, I think this is the thing now. EDG have done amazingly well to not play Paperrex at their own game. They're not giving them those early fights. They're not giving them any battles that don't have the opportunity for a trade. Supportive flashes from the likes of Smoggy have been fantastic as well. And Paperrex is rinse and repeat. If at first you don't succeed, try again, because they're heading back into this A site once more.
Hey, look, they got the ult again, why not? And it's actually
He's got a judge again as well.
It's, well, now it's dangerous. It's only going to be used to clear the site, get the spike plant, good timing. Chichu in trouble now, the showstoppers found him. But it's only trading out the kill from Smoggy. He's had some impressive rounds of his own, a good shot, but it's traded again from the grave. Concon takes down Mindfreak. Low HP on Moniette, nade still to work with, and Forsaken in a nasty spot, ready to play with that judge from down below, but he's worried now because the A site is being lost. They're going to swing in, and he's only got a classic closing the distance on the back of the smoke. He's evaded their detection, and he's up close with a judge. Forsaken buying them time and space, but now he's dropped, and the low HP Moniette is last alive. Nade buys time, runs that clock down lower, and nobody has nowhere near enough time to get the defuse in.
Nice Moniette, gitu
2
dong.
rounds for Paperrex, and a lot of damage done to EDG's economy. They've got decent credits left.
Yeah, no, the damage isn't done to EDG's economy at all. It's done to Paperrex's. They've won a round with 0 players surviving, so they're still in, well, right in the thick of it.
Bladestorm, though.
Yeah, it's going to pad the gap a little bit, but if they lose this next round, they're completely in the bin. They are not out of the woods just yet. And if we've seen anything thus far this game, it's that it's been blips for EDG and then an instant resurgence. They've been fantastic in a lot of those retakes. I think a couple of duels not going their way, the showstopper as well. Do we finally see a hit towards this B site? The early flash is already going to give that information over to nobody, and the cavalry is full sprint. I think after he slowed them down, they've decided to go back.
Look at that damage. Moniette's down to 50 on just the straight spam through those smokes. Mindfreak already dropped. That's a lot lost in terms of site coverage, blocking off angles, paranoia out of the game. And for Paperrex, with Moniette low, ZOWIE, he's got a chance to do something. And it's actually something to find that onto Chichu, but when he's dropped, it's ZOWIE alone on the other side of the map. Maybe he had a chance to get something done if they were able to plant that spike, if they were able to keep eyes towards B main. Instead, yeah, this might even be a better clutch than what we saw from Forsaken.
I don't know if that exists.
It's true.
I'll be honest with you.
So much utility, though, and they're not in a rush on EDG. That's a big difference.
No, it would take equally the amount of hero power, and they're already just watching. They're ready and waiting. Not going to let that happen twice. It's going to be another round for EDG. And as said, it's an instant resurgence once more. It's an attempted fast-paced play. I think EDG have done fantastically well to not go in for those early fights. They're happy to sit back. They're happy to sit in their crossfires. And when the opening kills aren't going the way of PaperX, when advantages can't be garnered, it's just not going their way.
Oh, you don't see Alex getting heated like that very often. Really? Well, last year he didn't. They were always winning.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was angry when they were winning.
Yeah? Behind the scenes, he's a pretty chill guy, but I guess you put him in this, on the servers.
Ini lawan EDG aja berat guys, gimana nanti lawan tim Eropa sama tim Amerika, cok, berat banget cok.
Watching PaperX is like, right, well, the desk's getting hurt.
Yeah. Well,
the desk of Alex's desk has his own Twitter account. You know that, right? Because of how much damage he does to it.
Oh, I see. No, I've evaded that somehow. Talked to Alex a lot behind the scenes, and I suppose same as Barba, right? They're super chill guys to chat to, and then the game starts.
Wouldn't you be like this when watching your team run a triple duelist comp and get the plant down every round?
You know what? Probably. It's a very frustrating thing, but when you look at EDG right now, like nobody, I cannot stress it enough. This guy had 2 kills last map. I'll say he had some great assists, good recons that won them a bunch of rounds, like Moniette, I think even popped his ult once, got reconned and taken down. But whatever about the utility, he's 14 and 2. Like, it's just completely shutting them down. Howdong's not being able to get behind them this time. He doesn't bloody need to. It's defense as well. Wait till the attack.
Yeah, you're seeing the flexibility, a completely different role for either player and completely different results, but ultimately they're in the lead. That's a good start though. Forsaken again, he has been really the one shining light this team has had so far. Something taking the space, a hero rifle now in his hand. And this time they are playing slightly more aggressively. They're giving opportunities. That might be a mistake.
Device flank this time, not gonna...
Oh no!
Oh no, I wish I didn't see that. Well, it wasn't as late as before, but it was just as successful. At least the trade is found, and we're left into a 2 versus 4 with weaker weapons for PaperX. This is something way beyond what you could have expected. Forsaken has ult to work with. If they need the information, more likely, it's just about winning those duels. Both players very isolated and spotted. They know where these EDG players are, and on the side of PaperX, that's going to let them group up. A brave play from something. It didn't quite work out, but he's got plenty of teammates there to catch the ball when it's fumbled. 6-3. PaperX, they're on the board. But it's been back and forth, and if it keeps up that way, EDG going to be very happy.
This is the thing, the MasterCard Thrifty almost comes purely off the back of Forsaken again. Like, just 2 entries into the site, a little bit of an overpeak through the smoke as well. I think this is one of the times you can sort of go the opposite of what we've seen from EDG so far. They've been very happy to give up control, and then retake this time. Well, actually, the TP into B main was very aggressive.
Yeah.
And they got punished for it. That's not how you want to play against this PaperX.
Oh, nearsighted, but he's got a close-range gun. Kan, good to find one. And the heal is coming right on through, so it's only the shields that he's lost. A fantastic start, again, for that side of EDG. Although Smoggy does go down, the B site's open, and they've bypassed the Viper's pit. This could become a problem.
Forsaken's already taken full control as well towards the spawn. A massive flank as well from ZOWIE. He's got to get a move on eventually, as that retake will be beginning, but if his teammates can buy enough time and something on that aggressive AWP, always a problem. Leaving things now with an advantage for that attack side. Chichu needs to try and choose his moment to find some space back in for a team. And actually, nobody's still very, very far away from this. Chichu eventually pounces, but he's got no support. No teammate to be had. The flank eventually starting its way back around. He's going to have to pull off something ridiculous here. Definitely not jump in the face of your opponent. I believe that's a mouse wheel. Nobody now has no time, no opportunity to turn this one back around. He's at least making it incredibly costly once again, but he will be forced to retreat and save.
Firing on a whole different cylinder than what we saw before. You know, you say that might be a mouse wheel. Either that or they've been watching Vitality VODs. I'm not sure.
Shout out Sender.
that little bunny hop spray. If you weren't watching EMEA, it's worth a watch back. It was a fun one. Yeah, it didn't work out as well for Chichu. Of course not. I'm not even joking. It is of course just a mouse wheel, just an unlucky mechanical failure.
Spacebar gang.
Exactly. My spacebar is to crouch, but we don't need to talk about that.
No, we don't.
6-4. EDG some ultis to work with as well. This could help out. Seekers from nobody. Grab that info late round, but it looks like they might be getting something early round. EDG pushing up close, stun being held, but the shot lands a little too quickly. And now there's an isolated breach on this site. Smoggy is going to be feeling lonely for a while. Con a little too far away. Smoggy's going to have to hold this all by himself, and he peeks in just at the right time to grab two. They're back in contention, and now Con's here. No room for Paperrex on the site with Munyet on 70 and the spike in the open. This is going to be a very difficult clutch, and he's found the first.
That's risky. Chichu goes peeking in. Howdong's able to close the distance. As you said, he's had a quiet game so far. Showstopper online, but with half HP, might not be worth popping. Munyet just trying to isolate the angle, find out where his opponent is, and now just standing with rocket in hand, not quite knowing where his opponent's currently coming from. It is a TP into the side, and Howdong eventually gets the job done. Plenty of time left on the clock, and EDG are going to increase that lead to a half victory.
That was actually really impressive that I didn't see the showstopper just shot at the floor right after the paranoia came through. I think Howdong repositioned perfectly. He couldn't have played that any better. And in fact, I think with most players, he would have baited that showstopper out and left them in a very tough position. Con dropping the spike, buying the time, and setting them up for that success. Howdong finally having his round. This is 7-4 for the side of EDG. Map 3, a long and hard-fought series. And this half is going to come to a conclusion. Is it 8-4 or 7-5 for Paperrex? That's going to make a hell of a big difference.
Oh, the initial pace is there again, but it's meant to be a ruse. Thing is that fake has not been sold. I think they were hoping that Munyet would at least do a little bit, get something from it, but a showstopper straight at his feet. The rest of the team looking to go in. That's a flash, a blind, completely left in the dark here as Howdong now looks to come alive.
Something like Makapa,
the close to the half might be exactly what they need. Mind Freak has made some space, but well, he's going to need quite a bit more from this one. Another 1v5 needed, and it isn't going to happen twice. 8-4, EDG again showing they can go toe-to-toe with Paperrex, and this might be the best chance they've ever had to beat them.
Absolutely. 3 times they failed, 4th time lucky by the things we're seeing. You got to remember, Tom, you opened this up by talking about how we started on the better half for both of these teams, and EDG have certainly come out on top. Double the rounds of their opponent, and they've already shown us they've got what it takes. The momentum is high on their side, and the hope's even higher for EDG to finally best Paperrex on the international stage. Let's toss it over the desk to get their
berat ini guys, lawan EDG aja kayak EDG itu sebenarnya tadi nggak berat loh.
Rounds away for EDG, but for Paperrex, they're a team that you simply just can't count out quite yet. That being said, though, EDG really looking to just close this one here with a decisive finish, Kukuka.
Finally, after 4 times, this might be the time that EDG is going to close it, and the way that they're doing it, it has us very surprised. Can come in alive there in this last map, but actually it's the protocols and how well studied they have the map and the effect that Paperrex composition is going to have onto it, right, Bran?
Yeah, they've had some amazing answers, I think, for these big A hits, which is the bread and butter of Paperrex when they're running this comp and this map. Their attack side is what's looked always better, but like you said, it's the protocols. EDG here, taking their time, making sure they hold on to ramp control. Nobody being a difference maker here in this particular instance for the bonus round conversion. And then multiple rounds after this as well, always having the right ideas in mind to either play the full retake, like this, the flash peek coming in, just making sure that they fight for that heaven control, while the plant's still going down, so they're making sure they hold on to that crucial positioning. And even later than that as well, playing for the flood defense or playing for the hard anchoring positions. They always have the right answer for what was being thrown at them. And it just shows to me clear preparation, I think. You understand what the weaknesses of this comp were. It was one of my concerns, I think, for Paperrex. I was constantly talking about how weak their map pool could potentially be, and Split was the one that I was putting a focus on it on, because you can't just replace the Yoru with a Sky and expect it to work to fruition. You're going to have weaknesses, in particular trying to fight in instances like this, and really just... Yeah, I think EDG, you can tell from this, they've done their homework.
Yeah, exactly, and you need to think about Paperrex. Now they're going into their defense half, and we need to think that they're coming to this event, the ones with the worst retake percentage. They're not going to be able to do the same as EDG did in this half.
Yeah, and that is going to be quite
lemas guys, lemas. Ini kalau nggak dapat pistol sih selesai, dia yang dapat pistol anjing.
This match is done and dusted. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk one last time in this series, because we're into the last half, Tom. We've gone the distance. The Paperrex have now found themselves quite a distance behind their opponents. EDG on the attack side with a very quickened pace, and the A side is their target. It's wide open for Paperrex with just ZOWIE holding it. He's got a wall, though, to play back in.
Well, Paperrex, for the most part, they've been good in their pistols. Great in the last half, but we'll see if they can get this one over the line. Already losing the control of the site, and nobody is not going to allow any shenanigans from the TP of Forsaken. Now they do have a quick flank. They're ready to sort of surround their opponents. But
something mati lagi, nggak jelas tuh mati kenapa lagi something.
Smoke. That is not the start PRX were looking for.
Nice fake by Forsaken as well. He put his TP down, faked it out, and nobody's gone looking for him. Well, much to his surprise, the player was still there. Oh no! The martyrdom comes into effect, and EDG now stand with a very good chance. Low HP on a few players though, on both of them. In fact, the Mindfree capitalizes. The first is his,
nice
and 20 HP left on Smoggy. A big play with the frenzy is not going to happen. Paperrex have found the pistol, and this is a lifeline for the defense of Paperrex.
Yeah. We got him very quickly, but something I wanted to mention is you look at the last couple of times the Paperrex have played this map with this
nice.
8-4 attacks.
Ayo guys, pelan-pelan yuk, bangkit yuk.
So for the majority, they were really putting up numbers in that first half. We had high expectations for it, and as it was mentioned by us and the desk, it seemed like EDG weathered the storm, came prepared, and also you've just seen the individuals shining. Kankan 22-10, nobody 16-5. They've been on form. And some of the players on the other side have been a bit quiet. Something 5-12. On that Jet, that's a rarity. That's something you never really see from him. Now he's got a chance to farm up some orbs here. Has himself that outlaw. Of course, no shields on the other side, so this should be a good chance for an immediate kill. Playing very aggressively around the orb. I don't know if he will have realized how far nobody has. Luckily, he has support. I'm also looking at Chichu.
Yeah, he has managed to sneak his way a little further than you'd expect. The downside of not playing with a dedicated Sentinel is that your back can sometimes be a little more open. It looks like Chichu is going to be cosplaying Haodong with a nice easy kill and a recovered weapon that makes everybody a one-hit. This, oh no. Yeah, of course. Don't let them have it in the next. It's costly, but what a shame. He could have one-hit every single player, Tom.
Oh, and they're gonna get it anyway.
Map defender tapi beda guys, agentnya buat attack kocak.
For Paperrex, that's kind of what you needed. Get yourself some of the weaponry through to the next round. Is Forsaken really gonna go for an operator? This would definitely sort of pad the gap a little bit.
Split op and outlaw, Tom?
Hey, I'm not saying it's... No, I don't know.
Split,
genuinely.
op, outlaw, Bucky, Spectre, Bulldog. You know...
Brown win incoming.
Sometimes you just... you can't use your own logic, because it ain't the same as theirs. Paranoia, nade, and play through him, and yet up close with a Bucky. Okay, this is great value for this weapon. A massively strong angle to play around, and one they're not likely to pop a close sky flash on all too often.
Aduh, nggak kena anjing. Something mati lagi, kenapa dah?
A is
Limit dia,
very much open now, so is middle.
Yeah, they've lost.
Oh, tapi dia nggak
in a very audacious position. I imagine that was with the dash online. Forsaken is now in a good spot, but he's lost his life as well. This man just isn't missing at the moment.
Aduh.
The main character of this matchup had a rough start to the series, but has come alive at the perfect time. Dominating, taking over, even with the heals to support him here. ZOWIE under pressure, and he's going to go down to the same man as well.
What hope is there? A save is called as Munyet has retrieved the operator. He would very much like to have that expensive weapon in the next round, having invested so much. You see Forsaken's credits 350, and even that shot from Munyet, it's not as valuable as you think. It's a kill and a dent in the economy that is decently low for EDG. It helps to manage their money. The problem is they know where the op is now. Sure, it might not be back on B site, but they've cast a wide net, and as this round comes to a close, they'll look to close that net and catch him. It looks like they've done just about enough, and yeah, indeed. Oh, never mind! Munyet's got it! He's out! He's out! He was out! But he stayed around for another kill. I guess they might have caught him as he moved through spawn anyways, so it's not that he was guaranteed a free run. But that op is lost.
Yeah, and that is going to put a dent. It's going to be Forsaken who takes it. They're going to just give him a stinger. Obviously, when you're playing that Yoru, you can take some risks, play some aggressive angles. But it's definitely not ideal, especially when he has been one of the major players in this game so far.
Ayo guys, pusing guys, anjir guys.
Monyet, showstopper online. Kanka, no surprise, his is one away.
Ayo dong, bisa dong. Main save aja
Play
yuk.
with some of the sound cues. It doesn't seem like there's any real interest from PaperX with those early initial sounds made. They've gone and taken the orb anyway.
There was a player close, but he's TP'd out. I think they might even have heard that sound.
There's no one on the A side.
Yeah, it's wide open.
They're just playing into middle. Yeah, I guess, again, with some slight vulnerabilities for the side of PaperX, they're just willing to completely give that up. And with how the lurks have been, it's somewhat surprising, but it looks like they might actually get this spot on.
He comes in, Chichu's under pressure. You might think, but you would think wrong.
Kebanyakan, Cok. Udah ngepusnya terus dah, udah.
Udah
berapa puluh kali ngepus mati anjir.
Weapons picked up, they hear them backing off, the paranoia is there. And the flash out from Forsaken, he's not going to give it up. This is the right play. He wants to pull the advantage back into their hands. With the spike down, he sticks around after turning. Another huge round. He might not be alone, but he doesn't need backup. Not when he's playing like this. Mindfreak closes the round, and well, it was very close to being
Jason lagi coy yang sepap anjir.
for Forsaken. This man is single-handedly keeping the team in it.
Yeah, there have been multiple rounds now that, well, ironically, have looked Forsaken, and somehow he's just managing to pull off play after play. He's been on this roster for a long time with many heroes arising. We saw the rise of Jing, Something, Monyet joining the team, and somehow this guy always still looks like the superstar. And what you can see for the other side, they've got to try and almost center.
Ayolah. Jason udah step up guys. Ayo guys, bantu Jason guys.
This is ridiculous. Bear in mind, he picked that rifle up off the corpse of a teammate midway through that battle. He only had a stinger to start the round.
And because of him picking up that rifle, his teammate died because they heard the sound cue and they swung it. Now, though, there's a little bit of a different approach from the side of EDG. Just shoot him in the head with sheriffs, and it's worked out perfectly. 9-7, double digits on the line, and they have so much control. The ult is going to be used, finding out Chichu. Good flash, but no kill. 4 HP left, but it's enough. He's made it well. Oh! I thought he made it out. They pulled him right back in. Mindfreak, 1 versus 5. And if you thought this was the round we were going to look at when barriers went up, go get your head examined.
They've still got no weaponry.
No, they've picked one rifle.
They haven't managed to get any of the guns. It was just such a absurd round, and the thing is,
Monyet kenapa begitu dah
Chichu now
anjir.
realizing how much space he can take.
Monyet Ilya matinya barengan anjir.
Straight into that A side. But I don't even think
Thrifty
he broke
mulu,
stride
kena
the
thrifty
entirety
mulu,
of the round
Cok.
because of
Udah
how
4 kali
PaperX
kena
have been
thrifty
playing.
anjir.
And because of that, it ends up being their downfall. EDG consistently spotting the openings of their opponents. And it's been lurks on both of the maps that they've won. Haodong in the last map, and now Chichu doing the same on this one. It's a problem that PaperX are gonna have when they run these sort of comps.
They came into this round up against an Eco on the side of PaperX and full rifles. And the call in the end is to save before they even find a kill. 1 rifle that they get out of that situation. Utterly ridiculous. That also already done some damage to him, but he's quite low himself. And for PaperX, yeah. That is very much what you expect to see. Disappointment and anger. As EDG have stolen this out from under PaperX's nose. 3 rounds in the lead, and they need 3 to send PaperX 0-1. You could have a PaperX versus Loud game, and, well, Monyet doesn't want that.
No, no. It's the opening they've been looking for. Both teams have had mass success with weaker weaponry.
Kayaknya sih ya, bener sih guys. Nggak tau ya, mungkin si Something sama si Monyet nih belum nge-club banget. Nggak tau kenapa, Cok.
It could be problematic. Something. He's been
Mereka selalu
spotted,
bareng
but
aja.
just runs
Monyet
away
sama
with the
Something.
information.
Belum nge-club banget aja sih, kayak butuh waktu jam terbang sih guys.
Information being garnered by
Butuh
EDG
2-3 bulan
again,
lagi
that
kali ya.
walk-up, but this time there are
Mungkin
players
abis
there.
Pacific
Even the
turni yang
TP
split 1
available
mungkin
onto
lebih
site
better
for
kali.
Forsaken if he needs to go back and support. Instead, it's this fight and
Lihat tuh.
again.
Kalah mulu,
Something
Cok,
has been a
duelnya.
rough time in individual battles, which is not something I thought I'd say today.
Well, even starting out the day, the first 2 maps, Concon had a pretty tough time in individual battles, but there's no signs remaining of that anymore. Lots of players from EDG ready to run into a site. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder. That's point of contact close. Already is Forsaken. And he's caught one, but he won't get out of there. The spray is too good. Quick rotate by Mindfreak straight into a stun. He's kept back for a moment, and that wall is buying space and time, but as they cross it, they're lower. Easier to take
Nice!
down! And Mindfreak catches all 3. Paperrex aren't giving this up just yet. The gap is down to 2.
Yeah, somehow. Somehow the gap is within touching distance for PaperX with how things have gone. A solid start with the showstopper. I also like how we see Forsaken just delay. That pop flash aggressive spot, it kept his teammate alive on the site. That surely would have been him going down with the Rolling Thunder. And that also bought time for Mindfreak to be able to TP to the other side of the map. So,
Ayo guys, bisa.
without the numbers. Still though, economy on the brink. An aggressive push that has had very little success so far.
Oh, something's even going to give it up.
Duh,
You can see the
remnya kosong,
respect
Cok.
being given to the side of EDG. Not by Forsaken, that's for sure. He's just swinging out looking for long-range battles. It's a decoy going through, and Chi-Chi's realized, oh, he was screens a second ago. I don't think he's up in heaven. The rotates are coming through, and they'll fight for heaven by the looks of things. I like this wall on A. Oh, no. Oh, it looks like I'm incorrect. There's going to instead be a bit of a poke by Concon up towards B first, and that is keeping players in position. Mindfreak's pushed up, 3 players towards B, and it's the fight on Concon that could decide it for Forsaken. If he loses control there, the panic, and they stay on B, but instead the rotates are underway. And the A side is now definitely the target. The info is there, but ZOWIE is so desperately low, he won't be able to hold on. And as they rush into the site, Concon realizes he might have the timing, but Forsaken realized that too.
Yeah, Viper's Pit, though, is definitely going to make things more interesting. Every player within it, at least for the moment. Heals available as well. Nobody won't be able to help himself, but he can help everybody else. Utility-wise, not a whole lot to play with, and that's not the start they were looking for. Every member falling. Forsaken again is going to have to ace it for them to take this round, and Haldong is ready and waiting as he looks to wrap back around. 11-8, lead extended once more. And now the problems really are there. Look at the economy for the side of PaperX.
Kill, Cok. Kill 5 doang, Cok.
Yeah, this is crushing. If it was EDG, I'd be
Equal
expecting
lagi,
us to see 11-10 on the board, but the thing is, it's not. PaperX have struggled on some of the lower buys. EDG have been so disciplined is the main thing.
They did win one, and it was off Forsaken's double entry with a Sheriff. So, but that's the thing. I do feel like right now, even though like Mindfreak is up there, I feel like I'm just looking at him every round. I'm like, okay, can he give them something to play with? Because otherwise, I just don't see a way them through. And Mindfreak's already dead.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Smoke's down. No paranoia. Although it's often used off early contact, Forsaken is going down to take a close range fight.
No
His TP is to B, and he's out. It was just a quick recon jump. I like that for info, but the info, unfortunately, is that the stack on B is incorrect. The A site's under threat, and they're going to be very late to the party.
Yeah. He's got no flashes to play with, so it just has to be off raw skill, and this time, too many targets. Not going to be able to get anything, and just look how far the remaining players are. It might even be a scenario of just going down to the spike. The only thing against that is for something, probably wanting to get that Blade Storm online.
ZOWIE as well. You know, he's about to get the Viper's Pit into play. Could be huge for that defensive side to cut down an angle, especially like A main, where they've been so quickly bypassed again and again. You can see he's going up to try and get something. He'll get an orb one way or another. And it looks like it's the other. Yeah, shot in the head. Something going up for the same. And it's just a formality at this point. Smoggy's picking them all up. The wall goes down, and here's the push. No kills for something. Blade Storm, Viper's Pit have been acquired by PaperX, but the cost they paid is that EDG now have 4 chances to put them 0-1, put them up against possibly an FPX, the loser of the next series, or Loud.
Yeah, there's not great options. Even the loser of the next series seems like a rough one.
You can say that again.
Hometown Heroes or the America's #1. I don't think it's a
belum
good
pulang
look
guys,
either
tapi
way.
kalau udah ini tuh kesempatannya tadi tuh untuk menang tuh besar banget sebenarnya guys. Untuk 2-0 tuh besar banget kesempatannya, cuma nggak tahu kenapa nge-throw ya guys ya.
Decider match. You're still going to have to play one of those upper bracket teams. For now though, a little bit of extra pace thrown in from EDG. A chance they've never had before, a chance to close out a series versus PaperX with 3 losses. I've heard 3 is the magic number. They're looking at 4. But there's a lot of ults online for their opponents right now. That is where PaperX have done their best work.
And especially thinking about this A site setup, if they play retake, Viper's Pit can get online using that wall to block a lot of the angles on the way back through.
Akibat nyanyiin pos babi kagak anjing.
And it is somewhat of a retake. Fight for heaven for sure. PaperX want to keep control over that spot. ZDG will be pushing into it. Now these are big players. Munyet's had a good game, but Forsaken, he rated his team at a 6 out of 10 right now. But he's been 10 out of 10 all damn day long. This map thriving. The challenge is about to come through. The flash has caught him, but he's turned, and it's nice. 2 quick kills, a decoy in, and a TP out. The advantage is extended even further as PaperX look to put another round on the board. Buy a little more time. Forsaken, another 3K, another big play from this man, and he's waiting for his teammates to round the corner before he
Jason lagi coy yang step up coy.
3 more chances for EDG before they hit an overtime.
I've heard a strat back in the day, played by many a team.
What's
that called Avoid CNED. And I think that they may need to try and incorporate that on the EDG side, because genuinely, Forsaken has been the one thorn in their side. They have looked like the better team throughout this map. A pistol either side, there's no excuses in that regard. Winning hero rounds, Kankan back online, nobody as well. There hasn't been a weak link, but when they run into Forsaken, wow, 9 times out of 10 they lose the round. He is the sole defender of this A site right now, with a little bit of support coming. Showstopper for Kankan could put the end to him, but it looks like he just wants to take a firefight.
Oh, they've cleared heaven, but look at the space taking by Munyet. It's perfect! Kankan's ahead of him, finding the kill. Forsaken, flash to work with, TP towards screens. He's going to try to get the kill. No, in fact, he's not. The flash is just used as he falls further back. And now here comes the big old rocket. Forsaken's dodged it nicely. Spray good for something. The rolling thunder going up towards heaven. It's not caught the players, and the site is under threat. Something maneuvers around and jumps into Kankan. Eventually, he'll fall with Forsaken on another and low HP on Smoggy. The spike on the A site. And a very tough one for them to retrieve. They don't know where that second player is, but they found him. It's all on Forsaken. 2 kills, but the spike is at his feet. He knows these players have to push him. The utility 2 flashes will now no longer. And it's a few bullets in the difference, but that's enough. EDG, 4th time is the charm as they finally bested PaperX.
And it's the first time that W Gaming will take a loss to the Chinese #1. And what a great start to the tournament it's been for them. We said both teams came into this one looking a little bit shaky, looking like they were vulnerable, like they could be beaten. And what for PaperX has become a reality.
Guys, gimana sih biar apa sih? Masa nggak ada apa sih? Nggak ada special treatment gitu loh guys.
I feel like
kayak si
nobody's just
texture
had a
main jet
magnum
bisa
level
stabil
performance
banget
from 2
gitu ya.
kills to 20 kills. But still, he's not even able to shine a light on Kankan. An unbelievable map from him. And after a shaky start on Sunset and Bind, it's fair to say EDG are here to play. It's 0-1. PaperX go down, and they'll wait to find out who's going to be facing off against them later on.
It is a scary 0-1 bracket already.
Terrifying.
You're looking at Loud down there, PaperX, FPX, and that's the thing. Even a matchup like PaperX, FPX, there's going to be some of the craziest comps and ideas you've ever seen. The fact is, though, today EDG proved that they can not only swing with the big boys, but they can also weather the craziness of a PaperX. The other matchups that they have throughout this definitely won't be as ludicrous as that one, but the fact they survived and thrived was fantastic. Now, though, we're going to be heading it back over to the analyst desk as they can take this one home.
EDG
Masalah gue
finally
belum bikin thumbnail
managed
Sentinel
to
lagi.
get the win over PaperX in a spectacular fashion. And I think that this is an EDG team that you heard Kong before, right? This jinx that had loomed over them for such a long time. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief
kenapa tekstur
today.
bisa segitu
It's been a long time
konsistennya,
coming,
guys?
and it's finally here, that win for them, and in the fashion in which they did it, losing that first map, but actually having the strength to bring it back round by round. I think that it is crazy that we're seeing it today, but hey, Brent, I know that you're not really used to being right, but actually, Swissology.
Yeah, Swissology was correct, actually. Now, honestly, something is wrong with the universe.
You doubted yourself.
I did doubt myself. I saw my bread, but there's something wrong with the universe because I've been getting a lot of my breads right, actually, if I can trust my gut, which doesn't normally happen, but EDG, I think, showcased today here that
Bisa
they are
konsisten gitu gimana
evolving as a
caranya,
team.
bro?
The
Gue nggak tahu ya, guys.
They
Seorang
trust
pro
in
player
their
tuh biar
right
konsisten
ideas
gimana
of
caranya,
bind
guys.
and
Bukan,
split
kalau gue kan
and
bukan
how to
pro player.
dismantle their comp, and finally they come up with a historic win. I mean, just elite stuff from EDG, and I think showcasing as well. There are no bad teams at this tournament. Seriously, I think that from top to bottom, you have contenders that could potentially make it all the way to the finals, and you're just seeing the level up across the board of these teams. I wonder how far EDG is going to go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, like EDG, I think that they feel really confident. They have every reason to feel very confident, but there were still some incredible hero moments that we were seeing from PaperX. And one of the players said he felt like he was playing like a 6 out of 10 actually showed us that he was more of a 10 out of 10 here today, because Forsaken had some moments, man. And he, of course, is going to get that HyperX reflex moment of the day, so shout out to him for that. But, you know, even without the heroics,
Bikin thumbnail dulu. Bikin thumbnail dulu.
For this PaperX team to overcome EDG.
Yeah, I mean, gak usah pusing, guys. Gak apa-apa, guys.
Amazing stuff, but I think at Word, we have an interview over at the stage.
Es la victoria para Edward Gaming. Quiero escuchar los fans de EDG. Where are the EDG fans here? I want to hear you scream. I want to hear you celebrate. Y estoy aquí con Kang para esta victoria súper importante para la escuadra china. Mi primera pregunta para él va a ser que me cuente, ¿es la primera vez que derrotan a PaperX? ¿Qué se siente para el equipo esta victoria tan importante? Y si es el inicio de una nueva era para Edward Gaming. Kang, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, this is the first time that you take down PaperX. What does it mean for you, for the team, and is this the start of a new era for EDG?
第一个问题，先恭喜康康赢下了这一场你们面对 PRX 的第一次胜利。你觉得这对于你们来说意味着什么？是否要开启属于你们一个新纪元？
我觉得我们赢下 PRX 就代表我们进化了，对。就是我们
Tim HyperX yang GG siapa, Cok? Tim HyperX yang GG siapa, guys?
节奏，但是我们今天
yang GG siapa yang GG, guys?
自己的东西做好，我们把自己发挥出来了，所以说我觉得 如果我们能做好我们自己，我们会越来越强，对。
I think winning PRX means we are evolution along all the way, and feel like we are not like brain by our opponents, follow their pace. We're doing our own thing. If like we can keep that, we can be better and better.
Dice que el poder derrotar a PaperX es un inicio, una evolución que muestran del equipo y que también dicen que no se están adaptando a lo que hacen los demás, sino ellos traen su propio juego y con ese propio juego lograron ganar el día de hoy. Ahora para mi segunda pregunta, quiero saber un poco de lo que es Edward Gaming, que nos cuenten qué los hace ese equipo que, como menciona, evoluciona más rápido que la mayoría de todos los equipos que hemos visto. I want to ask also for EDG, since we started seeing you in international events, you've been, as you said, evolving.
Anjing, ada fotonya aja di Google, Cok.
And how does that happen? How does that evolution even take place? It's so fast.
那在进入世界赛当中，就像你刚刚说到的，一直在不断的进化、不断的进步。那你觉得到底是什么能够让你们变得越来越好？
就一句话，不要小瞧 EDG 所有人的击败啊！
击败？Kok mulai Luna, Bang Rio? Luna nggak ada, guys.
Cynicism, never just don't forget our destiny and fate between all of our teammates of EDG.
Nos dice que solamente una frase, nunca olvidar el destino y lo que viene para la escuadra y para los equipos. Esto es todo lo que tengo de la entrevista. Una última o alguna frase rápida que le quiera decir a lo que van a ser los siguientes oponentes. A quick phrase that you want to say for whoever you're going to face next.
有没有什么话想对接下来会有面对到的队伍说的呢？
我觉得我们打好我们自己的东西就行了，然后就希望下一场比赛也会是一场酣畅淋漓的对决。对。
I think we just play our own game well, and I hope that next matchup gonna be so dope.
Dice que van a seguir jugando su propio juego y que la siguiente partida espera que va a ser muy buena. Eso es todo lo que tenemos dentro de esta vista. This is everything that we have for this interview. Nos vamos a una pausa. We're going to break, and when we're back, we have Sentinels y el local Heretics.
Y local Heretics.
2024 has given us a lot of surprises. Maybe it is time for EDG to bring another one onto the table.
One down. There's a TP out of Aldor and a third kill.
The retakes over the last few rounds just haven't been working. They need to try and get some of those early fights in, and they'll win one.
They've got to deal with him.
Udah, gua akuin aja apa benefisi.
With a beautiful shot and now a crossfire angle. And PaperX sealing the coffin of EDG. That is the first map for PaperX.
I'm excited for the next map, though. Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Howdong still alive. That's the thing. There are no easy games. Here goes Bun yet again.
Oh! 6 seconds as they make it towards the side. What a shot! The defuse being stuck to half, but the swing is perfect. Map 3 is coming up next. It really was, and it's back to going great. Nobody with 3 kills. And now it's just one standing, 10 bullets, and it's only one needed. It doesn't look too good for PaperX. You might think this is an e-goal, but it's not. The weaker weapon of Forsaken, good for 2. Maybe more to be found, but nobody low. He's 90 HP, fighting another 3.
Oke, sabar. Buat thumbnail dulu guys, bentar ya. Bentar ya guys. Bentar ya guys. Kita lanjut sama Sentinel guys ya.
And it's a few bullets in the difference, but that's enough. EDG, 4th time is the charm as they finally bested PaperX.
Bentar guys, masih ada ronde 2. Sentinel jam berapa bang? Ya, bentar lagi guys. Gue lagi nyetak thumbnail dulu guys, sabar. Gue nggak nyiapin thumbnail tadi. Ganti dulu guys. Berapa jam guys? Setengah jam ya? Ngapain setengah jam kita, Cok? Setengah jam ngapain kita guys? Bentar ya. Copyright anjing, goblok. Capek live streaming copyright mah anjing. Aduh, Cok. Grinding dulu nggak sih guys? Guys, grinding dulu nggak sih? Bentar guys. Grinding ini nggak sih guys? Cantik ACS-nya berapa tuh anjing? Ing 119, Cok. HyperX udah gugur atau belum, Bang? Belum, guys. Belum, anjir. Masih ada satu lagi, guys. La. Kemarin time ngapain sih guys? What we do yesterday. Mana gue lupa lagi guys, gue udah pakai ini guys, lupa guys, mana guys? Is off ground. Oh, is off ground, bro. Off ground tuh apa sih guys? Off ground tuh apa sih guys? Off ground guys, off ground guys, off ground guys, off ground guys. Makanya lawan Djaja kalah lawan gimana? Bukannya lawan gimana sih guys? Lebih emang lagi down aja sih, lagi performance down saja sih kalau menurut gua guys. Butuh palu ya, palu habis guys, palu. Palu udah ganti, udah dong. Udah kan, udah ganti kan? Taruh palu dulu nggak sih? Taruh palu bro, palu. Palu. Terakhir kita akan upgrade ini guys, biar terangnya gede sih, setahu gua nih. Setahu gua ada yang terangnya gede guys. Nah ini nih. Wah pakai corrupted ini guys, nggak bisa guys. Belum punya corrupted cok. Kita grinding di mana ya? Grinding apa sih kita grinding? Ini ya, swarm ini ya. Kita butuh swarm ini guys. Swarm ini berarti grindingnya di sini. Swarmnya selalu di sini guys. Saya load TH sama KC berat bang. Dia bakal ketemunya apa sih? Kayaknya bakal ketemunya sama yang kalah deh. Langsung kan otomatis. Belum lagi JND bang. JND juga sih, tapi udahlah. Setengah jam kan guys ya. Bayangin janji dulu bang yang punya Trophy Master. Wah sedih sih guys. Aku menangis sih, menangis guys. Biru. Nonton guys, sabar kocak. Kan masih loading guys. Masih lama, Cok. You know. Santai aja guys. Nggak usah nunggu dulu. Sentinel paling setengah jam dari sekarang. Ayo maju nankatsu. Elektrian kit ya. Kayak elektrian kit itu guys. Elektrisikian kit. Lupa heal ya anjing. Pengahil anjing. 30 menit lagi bang, emang iya guys, cepet banget anjing. Belum guys, belum kan? Kalau belum ini santai aja guys, slow. Hai teman-teman, marilah nonton Sentinel. selalu bersinar. Bang, udah main bang, saya 2-0 bang. Mana ada kocak. Ini kalau Sentinel menang berarti PRX mungkin kelawannya tim HyperX ya? Mungkin ya? Iya kan? Yang ini kalau Sentinel menang kemungkinan besar lawan tim HyperX berarti ya? Lagi pulang. Belum tentu ya? Oh belum tentu. Udah tentu, gue kira udah tentu guys, udah pasti loh. Gaspol. Kalau lawan Laut ya wassalam bang, belum tentu sih. Masih ada kesempatan juga sih. Laut kemarin juga ngetro parah kan. Dualis baru juga nggak perform guys, Lot tuh. Lot tuh dualis baru juga nggak perform guys soalnya. Si QCK tuh kurang jago, cok. Masih jago aspas dulu ya. Iya mana anjing? Kayak butuh waktu untuk split 1 bang, bener kan? Gue bilang kan. Kalau kata gue sih butuh waktu split 1 dulu sih minimal. Ya. Lumayan bro. Isi bensin dulu guys, mumpung lewat guys, mumpung lewat bro. Lagi turunnya apalagi bang, habis ini langsung lanjut split 1 guys yang di Korea lagi ya, liga-liga yang pakai poin tuh. Gue harap sih PRX masuk ke Shanghai lagi ya. Lembut banget nih bro, mantep bro anjing. Yang selalu bersinar. Plasma kita butuh nggak ya plasma guys? Guys kalau udah mau mulai bilang ya. Begituan selalu cok, agak lihat gua nih. Belum anjing, bohong tuh kan pasti bohong kalian. Mau mulai mana mau mulai anjing. Gua something kayak waktu champion kemarin. Iya makanya cok. Itu kalau something tadi udah di split nyala sih udah pasti menang sih itu. Yakin gua 100% guys. Waktunya low. Oh. Kalau kemarin PRX nambah tekstur, belum tentu sih guys, beda lah. Mungkin bisa language barrier anjing. Makin banyak coy orang luarnya. Language barrier-nya makin tinggi coy kalau ngambil player luar lagi. Gua sih beli jual pemain tuh sama kayak di bola guys. Kadang-kadang kalian beli pemain bisa cocok sama tim, kadang bisa nggak cocok, atau nggak cocoknya lama. Contohnya kayak MU lah. Katanya kenapa MU bang anjing sih gitu. Ya kan dia beli pemain mahal-mahal banyak anjing. Yang cocok siapa? Cuman dikit cok. Pasti tekstur bakal diincer ini sih tim-tim lain sih. Ambil dulu loadingan, ambil dulu loading dulu. PRX nggak ada yang pakam sih buat maunya ntar main smoker atau main race. Makanya gue nggak tahu sih guys, mereka tuh kayaknya masih kurang jam terbang aja menurut gue guys. Dibilang nggak perform banget sih perform ya, tapi kurang jam terbang aja sih, kurang cocok, kurang serak aja gitu guys. Dan kurang seraknya banyak, lumayan banyak lah, tapi nggak banyak banget ya, nol banget, tapi udah lumayan oke guys untuk early. Ini apaan cok? Is that bro? Soalnya race-nya monyet tuh masih kurang support sih guys. Beda sama Jing ya. Di Jing atau kenapa pas main race tuh kalau di PRX tuh kayak fullnya gila banget cok. Anjing. Aku dikurung ini tuh anjing. Dikurung tolong. Tolong aku dikurung tolong. Nah, PRX suka banyak duel gitu, Bang. Itu kan terserah mereka ya. Playstyle mereka. Cuman banyak yang nggak work saja guys dengan playstyle yang baru ini menurut gue ya. Mungkin kalian juga ngeliat lah, beberapa kayak nggak work gitu guys, keluarin strategi ini nggak keluar, nggak jalan, flashnya nggak masuk, ada beberapa yang nggak masuk lah pokoknya gitu guys ya. Kalian lihat lah, sehingga kayak bisa baca tuh kayak ini kok kayak nggak jalan ya, nggak jalan ini ya. Ada beberapa yang kayak emang nggak keluar aja guys pas pakai strategi gitu. Repair guys. Thanks bang. Thank you bro, thank you udah mampir ya. Kita doakan ntar next game bisa lebih wangi ya guys ya. Gua harap sih ya. Gua harap guys ya next game bisa lebih wangi nembaknya. Udah mulai bang, seriusan guys. Tunggu player datang kan? Tunggu player datang guys ya. Jauh lagi bola, apa lah guys? Gas boleh kalau jauh juga. Udah masuk bang playernya, seriusan udah masuk guys. Baru datang playernya bang, seriusan. Oke, wait, sabar. Ini nggak bisa di-save masalahnya guys. Sabar ya bro. Sentinel bawa bandel, bawa buy Sentinel bandel bang, waduh. Lagi upsell banyak tuh. Upsell buat duit katanya, buat duit. Bang, gua mau jadi sentinel bang. Aduh anjing, kenapa nih gua? Cabut dulu. Wah, ini apa tuh bangsat? Apa sih bangsat? Tiba-tiba nabrak gak jelas gitu, cok. What the hell? Oke, sabar ya. Udah mau mulai bang. Sabar nih, gue mau cabut dulu guys. Sabar. Ini gak nyala coy. Portalnya gak nyala, harus balik guys. Buatnya kempes kenapa kon? Sabar guys ya. Sabar. Anjing nih. Kenapa di sini coy? Ini kena setrum terus bangsat dah. Balik.
Get to the finish line. And quick.
Aduh anjing, kita lagi bangsat. Banyak banget ini ya coy di sini coba babi. Sabar guys, ini balik. Kenapa kena terus listrik sih anjing ya? Ada. Lapar ya? Oh lapar anjing gua guys.
How'd the zone treat you this time?
Oke, save dulu guys. Oke, kita lanjut nobar.
plan coming into this. They got to be ready for a lot of these like pop flash plays.
Let's go.
Minibu's trying to fight aggressively over areas. I know he does that when he's on the defense side and he's fighting for the front of B. They're on the attack side first. Should be helping him out as an advantage here. But yeah, I'm curious what Sentinels might have up their sleeve. They've got to have something planned.
Based also on what we saw yesterday, I'm very looking into Paditech and YongQT. I want to see those Viper walls and if the Odin is going to come into fruition and actually slow players around. Also, as you said, very well, Rian's first time on the stage. Let's see how that synergy is building up with the rest of the team.
This is it, folks. Our last match of the day. You couldn't ask for a better matchup, and we couldn't ask for better casters. On the horn, it's Pansy and HyperX.
Thank you so much, GB. This is truly
Hey guys, Sentinel guys.
To say the least. Such an early meeting of two giants here, Mike.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a clash of two of, at times, what look like the most explosive teams regionally.
Absolutely.
I mean, HyperX coming out looking absolutely formidable on these, and starting here on Lotus
Listen to
as
that.
well.
You can't help but love it. I hope you guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Getting HyperX at home, the sixth man, all of that. I mean, Sentinels are your fan favorites every day of the week until today. This is going to be spectacular, and it will be HyperX to kick off on that attacking side. Sentinels will have to deal with what's brought to them on the defensive side.
We know as well, HyperX have had very good success rate here on the attack, 76% on their attacking side for Lotus. A slow start here, retrieve the orb.
Halo Sigdi, welcome.
The Tens and Zekken who.
Okay. Tens
pakai. Smoke's going to go up.
pakai Omen biasa.
Going to go through as well. This could be a clash here.
Let's see who gets the
Aduh,
drop
nggak
on
dapet,
them.
Cok.
Actually, it's going to be HyperX to draw first. But
Tens dapat dua, anjing.
back and perfectly so.
Whoa!
Welcome back to the international stage, Tens. We bloody missed you. But
No
still,
way!
Oh, he's still going.
What?
This man is out of this world. That's what people were waiting for. That's what they wanted.
First game ace langsung anjing.
Time and time again regionally, Tens and Zekken locking
Gak
down
jelas
this
nih orang,
position.
Cok.
And it kicks off with an ace here. So well done. Swings onto Benji, just catches him sleeping. What a way to kick things off.
What the hell, man?
Return to the international stage, Lauren.
Can't help but love it. The chosen one of Valorant. Back
Ini orang emang god Valorant sih, bro, anjing.
And that's a confidence builder. And for HyperX, that's going to be rough for them. That is going to take the wind out of your sails. They've got to pick themselves back up. Now this round, we've got a Ghost. We've got a Sheriff on Benji Fishy. That's about it. Beyond it, decent enough purchase here for Sen to hopefully.
Gila banget suami
keep it
orang,
arm's
elah.
length. Now where?
Mid, kamu masih nobar, Mid? Udah enggak, Mid? Mid, kita kalah, Mid!
Toy with the idea Tens, the Guardian in hand this time around. Similar hold once again, though. It's only having a Sheriff and a Ghost to work with. It'll be difficult for them to really pin down anybody, but able to create enough pressure and soften this hold, but he comes back through, still finds two. Minibu luckily gets the trade.
Tens, rahimku anget, Tens. Jangan begitu, Tens, rahimku anget. Jangan begitu.
Barring Tens, who seemed to know a little better and had that glance back towards A. Fought them on the way through. Weapon is recovered, and that's in the hands of Minibu. The plant should be in here. I don't think that's going to be denied, no. So a 3v3. Again, weaponry, armor, still favorable towards Sen here. Benji Fishy sitting a little further back, depending on the turret a touch, trying to play.
Kalau kalah sih kasihan ya, Tens yang nembak.
This is the timing that he was waiting on. Perfect play to punish. Next in line, they're coming in one by one, and Minibu's got Celsius. This could be the turn they were waiting for. Sassy in a 1v3, brutal positions, none easy to pry out. He's just got no time. He's got to get in there. HyperX right back in their faces.
Sentinel, masa Tens doang yang nembak,
Exactly how you
tolong.
want to see this map kick off.
7-1, 0-1, 0-1, 0-2,
Trade back
0-2.
and forth, a 1-1 scoreline. And the crowd get behind them after that.
They're up on the feet. I can see them there. And look at this. And I've got to say, credit where it's due after being, as said, pushed, bullied, broken almost by Tens. First round, second round.
Two
does
openers
insane
for
damage.
Tens. Two
Insane
openers.
damage. But that small window of opportunity, there they are. They're the ones we're talking
Yang
about.
lainnya AFK anjing, kita sudah capek-capek bunuh 7 biji anjing.
But now they've got to keep going on this pathing. Can they keep it clean this time? No real investments here coming out from Sen. So any damage like that is pretty decent. Boo though, large and in charge.
Wah, TH kencang juga coba anjing.
It's down to 1.
Eropa lagi naik nih, Eropa nih anjing. Kencang banget Eropa, Cok.
Rifles on the other side of things. John QT actually slipping onto site here. Able to catch one off, but
ini kandangnya tim HyperX kan, HyperX dari Spanyol kan? Iya kan? Oh, baf tuan rumah ya, bener kan? Bener kan?
Very hard to isolate, isn't it? I don't think they're going to give you much. Maybe the first, but beyond that, it's hard to imagine it. But especially with just a classic. And HyperX aren't slouches when it comes to this. Yeah, they're not. Absolutely keeping it in mind. Boo with a belt up. Big round here to keep it calm, keep it controlled. 3 remain. They lose out on a few, but that's fine. They'll take that.
And already showing intention here to try and take control of this rubble area. Try and remove that from Sentinel's arsenal in the early round. See what the response is with weapons back on the board here for Sentinels. Zekken already one away from the showstopper. Do have the TP for 10s after this 7-2 start. Wow. And Odin in the hands of Zelsis as well. Over towards C currently.
Opening gambit. There's the TP taken. So we'll look towards CT. Notes. On QT there, but that's about it. So again.
You may be looking for an indicator there of what the setup is exactly. John QT and Zelsis. We'll hold on to their position for the time being. Zelsis, I was going to say, got to be careful there if he does remain out in the open.
Now here comes the burst. Testing the pacing. Forced away. And actually punished. Zelsis goes down. Now they've got to know there's an additional player. They should have noted John QT early, and I think you can see with Pattytech's utility, they're very aware. Securing the site, getting the plant, but now can Sen try and pressure back. Second, leading the way, looking for the damage, he gets it. Thrash is dealt with. Benji Fishy on the follow-up though. And now down to just 3. Sassy, John QT and Tens trying to disrupt this post-plant, but that angle too good with Boom. Just gonna hold it out, and I think they're running out of time and options here. Sassy gives them a moment of rest. They're still too tucked by that pillar.
Kalau kalah sih.
Difficult, but not impossible. With John
Kitty dong, Johnny Kitty.
There's still a chance here. Boo by time, but it's not enough. Now Benji Fishy is sweating bullets. He's trying. He's got one. He needs another. He's got to run. Benji Fishy can't get there in time. Sentinels steal it from under their nose.
The blink of an eye. It looked like Sentinels were locked out of that retake, Lauren. HyperX blindsided by 2 quick kills here, and unfortunately, Benji Fishy locked out of the site. Takes a gamble, but John QT sticking at the defuse all the way through. What a crazy start to this map already.
Standing.
The Poison Orb just splitting up the teammates here. I mean, I don't even think even there. Right back to this on bubble.
Yeah, Zekken straight away going to deny Boo that early presence towards Rubble that you noted was a high priority. And again, it's just a brawl. They're willing to fight this out. And Pattytech somewhat
Mini-Boo is
the scales. And as right, look at Mini-Boo. But there's still players in between. It's not a safe cross. Spamming the utility and spamming the weaponry. Benji Fishy going to catch one. And this is just mayhem in Madrid. What is going on in this matchup? Mini-Boo is secured enough. They should be able to get that plant in. Zelsis has been that C player. Walking into the unknown here, and 3 players to disrupt.
Bulldog in hand. HyperX going to tuck themselves in here. You see on the X-ray.
Belum minum es Milo.
Stare down. Yet to get on the board either. Will require a 1v3.
Daripada minum es Milo, mending minum Juicy Wantasen dengan 1000 gram vitamin C untuk memulihkan vitamin C setiap hari Anda. Diminum 1 hari sekali akan membuat tubuh Anda sehat segar dan membuat kalian semangat untuk melakukan pekerjaan. Jangan lupa diminum ya adik-adik.
And here comes the exit. How much value does Zelsis get?
Oh.
That's a mouse problem right there.
Yeah, that looked like a mouse disconnect.
Or something. We're going to have to see if there's a timeout after that one, because he was not happy with that in the cam either.
I do smell a tech.
It's either that, or he needs to move that mouse pad a little further over. It literally just like stopped.
I mean, talk about explosive.
Yeah.
Zekken to find the opening here, by the way. Finds the first blood. Already, Miniboo's all the way wrapping back from A site to backstab this setup.
Emang ini orang Fortnite guys, si Benefici itu dari Fortnite dia.
Teams will brawl. They are willing to be explosive, risky plays. I mean, they've got the mechanics to back it up. I think we've seen that. And the other thing you're right about is Pausa Technica.
Sentinel bang, weh kenapa jadi turun lu?
Can you imagine what this pause would be for?
No.
No. Mystery.
If we can just get a replay of Zels's
Tapi dia jago banget, Finn.
Might give us some clues.
Well, see if producer Kevin is on our side or not. You know,
it's unfortunate. I mean, if it did fully disconnect, obviously need to get that sorted before the next, but not in a situation that, I guess, altered the outcome of that round.
Makan apa tuh anjing? Makan, Cok. Lapar jadi kita.
And I still feel like this game hasn't settled into a flow yet, or a rhythm.
Anjir, gila Cok, fansnya Cok.
Very much just kind of high octane, very pressure point plays. See the.
But a few rounds to get the crowd on their feet already.
Oh yeah.
I mean, no surprise to see Miniboo leading in terms of numbers here.
Oh, producer Kevin's on it. I don't think the mouse was doing too well after that one. All good though, the pause has come to conclusion, so hopefully no harm, no foul.
Wah,
the only thing that is really rather harmed here is the economy Sentinels.
Yeah, suffering now.
Yeah, not going to get much for that, and this could be the knock-on effect of a string of rounds here. But I mean, hey, they've turned stranger things, you know, other rounds have gone the way it shouldn't, so, and there's always threat. I don't think anyone's ever going to say that Sentinels isn't a dangerous team no matter what, so let's just kind of keep in mind that there could be problems, but beyond that, HyperX just going to be getting the lay of the land more than anything. Settle into this matchup. Some very young, inexperienced players to this level of stage going to start feeling out the game here.
Sure, and you could almost call it a 50-50 with how the sixth man plays into that, but especially if there are any nerves, if you have the crowd behind you making plays the way Miniboo's certainly kicked this off.
Yeah.
Definitely a positive. The ability to ride that wave. Well, essentially got a bit of a stack set up here. The back of the paranoia potentially. Sassy jump spotting here. Fade the binner might even be the green light to make something happen, but paranoia thrown out.
No one could quite close the gap to that paranoia. That could have been lovely, but able to make as much as they'd want of it. But I like the attempt there, though.
I think they've noted here just how many bodies on the back of that exchange are positioned towards A site. We're going to try and find some space, and he has done that with the pass lane.
Yeah, maybe going for that plant, gets denied, and now it gets a little bit scary, right? They're flying in, but the rifle's going to do what they need to. Zelsis still keeping it close enough.
He's got another one, he's got three!
How the hell is Zelsis still finding this? Investing the ult now, they're actually giving this one. 13 seconds, they need a plant, and look at this positioning off the back of the ult. They don't hear it, but boom! Turns in time, and now it's down to one! I told you they could get scary, no matter the buy, but bloody hell. Zelsis made a damn good go of that one.
Obviously fixed that mouse problem.
Oh, yeah.
Straight into the thick of things here on this B site execute.
Rouse, welcome to Gazokur.
Able to stabilize. And going to feel the pitch too much in terms of the funds on the back of that. Oh, I mean, that was the one. Yeah, Patatech just gets absolutely deleted.
Ini Minibu sama Bu pacaran kah?
That's HyperX now a 2-round
tai.
lead.
Miti tai banget anjing. Cowok bangsat mid.
I'm going to purchase Deltas once again on the Odin.
Dikira ini kali ya, dikira Mobile Legend kali ya. Kira Mobile Legend tai. Kayak tim yang itu tuh, yang ada black-blacknya.
So with the lockdown heroes, well, they might even just force their way onto C site.
I'm looking to see if there was a lurk or something on top of this. I would quite like to see maybe some presence through B, but I mean, why not focus on the task at hand? They've got to make a quick escape here because look at Miniboo, he's on the way. Two players are detained and Miniboo is hot on the heels. He wants to capture this. He's outstanding, and so is Miniboo, and he ain't alone anymore. He's got Boo by his side.
Oh iya, ini kayak kakak deh kayaknya deh. Coba lihat mukanya dah.
Answers back, but by now the plan is in. It's three.
Kayak kakak deh, kayak kakak deh. Gua Miniboo kayak kakak deh.
So much damage done.
Bu itu kakaknya. Oh kakak deh, bener anjir.
Have to fight their way back through this pit now. Plenty of utility still at disposal of HyperX as well.
consider it. I'm not even sure.
Bisa gitu ya, kayak J.
Certainly now with 10s falling, you have to consider the possibility, and looks like that's going to be the decision for Sentinels.
Yep, creeping away.
Poor timing there. Zekken missed that, yeah? I thought he was turning back for a second.
Same. And I wonder if they noted it, because
Zekken lagi turun,
they absolutely saw a pixel, or at least predicted that play kind of falling back through CT. Not a surprise, but Sassy's in danger.
Banyak ya sekarang ya pro player tuh kakaknya, Cok.
Who's barely breathing, but willing to try and opt himself up for the trade, which they get. Clean sweeping Sentinels there. No weapons taken over. And they might start getting a little bit worried now. Is not fully recovering here. They have a couple of ults nearby. That could help them out, but it's 3 on the trot here. Heretics going to be happy with this one.
I mean, this is just so beautiful for Mini Boo and Boo. Said throwing everything into the back lines on the back of the lockdown and rewarded for that aggression as well. I think Sentinel's completely caught off guard by the stuns coming through from Mini Boo.
Oh, the spam. That could be a
Oh iya, Cok, bener, Cok. Bu namanya Ricardas Luka Vicious. Dominicas Luka Sevius, sama kakak aja bener. Tapi duluan Sibu, habis itu baru Mini Bu dia. Mini Bu masuknya telat.
So some intention of Sentinels addressing elsewhere the other extremity, but Heretics, I'll be honest, winning out on both sides. The stars aligning for them this time around. And enough damage done on the way in that Zekken falls. John QT down to 15 HP. I mean, even Sassy tagged up as well.
That spam is just so brutal to try and play against. And they got this done early. That's the scary part as well. Looking like they're trying to feign this.
Anjir, kok menurut bisa flash begitu?
Causing a great deal of reaction.
Apa itu?
4 players in response to this.
I mean, that should be an open A site now.
Absolutely.
With all of this dumped into B. Sassy's not going to be able to get ahead of this either.
And they have no idea how far they've gotten. You can see the TP taken to check back site. They got what they wanted. Perfect fake play towards B. Not able to use the ult as wanted yet for Mini Boo.
Ya, bag yang udah pasti Bu dong.
They've really got that good. Now, ult-wise, Zelsis does have the lockdown. Sassy with a touch of kit left, 10s as well, because he was adjusted over towards that C site on Mound. But if they want this retake, they've got to get it started soon. 10's going to post the paranoia. TP taken back towards Tree and Patatek waiting. Mini Boo turns for a second, but it's Rien's there. There's no threat to this. Sentinels are hitting a brick wall, and it's Heretics putting it there. Sassy again just wants to be able to get out with a gun, and once again denied. Mini Boo is hunting them down. This is a whole new world for Sen to try and deal with. Heretics are the real deal here. John QT, Benji Fishy, he's right there as well. No guns taken over again. Flawless from Heretics.
They're feeling themselves. You can see as well.
Serem, Cok, serem, Cok. Ini Eropa serem banget nih, guys. Lagi serem Eropa, Cok.
On site. 2 members of Heretics tucked under rope. All the way down towards drop as well. Sentinels, unfortunately, need to try and take control of this early, the early round. Take some of this control away from Heretics, because like I said, they have control of both extremities now. They have the run of the map.
I'm surprised I didn't see a timeout, if I'm honest here, because getting a bit worried when it was kind of like 2-3 rounds on the trot with the money where it was.
But now we're seeing it, look.
Yeah. Trying to really commit towards this, but they don't have a great deal to work with. This is with Sheriffs, this is with Buckies, this is with the Spike left in their hands. So, have you ever seen a fight here with this many players?
Nope.
Right, well.
And all I'm saying is Zekken has a Bucky and he's 1 away from Showstopper. If he gets a kill down and dirty in this smoke.
Oh.
Ians finds 1. Going to clear it out with his ult as well, potentially here as well.
They've made a mountain out of a molehill, haven't they? They've really made them work for this one. Now the smoke drops and the problems begin. Paranoia's gonna go. That Bucky doesn't get played in. Mini Boo gonna feel the pressure. It's online. Here it is. The rocket comes out, does not get what they want, but they've been doing damage. Great shot from Boo. Second on his knees. A follow-up not found. Sentinel's getting down and dirty here. They want to make this brutal, but they nabbed the spike. Patatek needs to hold the back line. He's got to be careful. They are so close by, but they backed away. Plant will be coming in now. They've got rifles, they've got all sorts now, Sentinels. What a play from them.
I mean, look at the utility though. Patatek and Benji have everything at their disposal to try and hold this down, but the lockdown's coming through from Zelsis.
Massive timing on these ults coming in. Zekkens, sure, but Bucky was the key part of that, but Zelsis now is going to force the hand of Heretics. Oh, but they go in early. Benji Fishy will get caught, so he plays in Patatek. He has to be the one. Plant not to be touched just yet. They're going to hear this, and that was a bit too far forward from Sassy. Thought they could have worked together, but Zelsis is still alive. Maybe he's the one, but time is not on his side here. A tap on the spike. Vulnerable, yes. He's going to deal with the utility, but he's got to deal with the spike. He's going to be taken down here. Benji Fishy playing forward. He's got it away. The timing.
Sentinel, why?
Sentinels fall.
And a beautiful bait and switch between Benji and Patitek as well. Patitek wraps all the way through spawn. Knows that somebody's going to try and charge down. As Benji dips his toes, finds a kill ahead of
Johnny
that
Kitty,
lockdown.
kenapa Johnny Kitty, Cok?
What a recovery. What an insane round.
Hey, look, I said it was mayhem in Madrid. This is just madness in Madrid now. It's all out the window. This is something different. What a wild matchup we're getting here. Heretics bringing out all the stops. We're seeing crazy plays from Sentinels, some very creative ideas, and it was close. That round was goddamn close, and they had a Bucky and a couple of Sheriffs. Now they go back in with rifles. Still putting a lot of attention on towards this mound control.
A string of rounds unanswered.
Navgaming, welcome to Kasoku ya. Terima kasih tujuh membership.
Maybe on the previous, Sentinels feel as if they need to take some of the map. Zelsis now positioned over here towards A site with his utility. 4 members of Heretics with Benji. Last straggler.
Heretic mainnya rapi banget, Cok.
Who's he dealt with? Gonna have John QT close by. Oh, he does catch a little bit of that spam, but so does Boo on the other side. But he's got to be careful here. He does need to be holding this down as long as possible. Again, still being forced further away. Backside now, it's methodical.
He's got to get out now. The thrash coming through. It's going to clear a ton of space for Heretics. Be able to retrieve that as well. Be a comfortable plant coming through, but a full 5v5.
Oh, that
hang
positioning!
on.
Great work from Zelsis. Stuck around long enough, he might be just walking into his death now, but the value is huge. Now they're going to get in their faces, surely. Maybe not. Oh, second nade's going to do it. And now it's just getting ridiculous. Still no block, but Sen apply the pressure, pouring back towards the site. And that time becomes a problem for Heretics. They can't find stability here. Sentinels turning the round on its head.
Zelsis is repositioned out to drop here as well. Like I said, it should have been a safe plant. I mean, Heretics try and, I guess, capitalize on that much control and that much pressure by planting a little more open, maybe creating some more opportunities. Unfortunately, Miniboo just, it's a little lost in the sauce here with all this utility exchanging.
Nice, boys.
Catches the back end of the paint shell. Sentinels a third on the board here.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Tadi baru kill satu lagi, Cok. Udah berapa round?
Together though, Mike. I'm still waiting with bated breath on that one. Early contact towards B. Pressure towards Mound could mean a quick crunch. And John QT just want to buy time. You can see Miniboo's ahead of it, and look at that pace. The man is absolutely wild, but Tens has answered back. And in kind, 3 for him. Leaving Heretics in ruins. Miniboo barely alive on 16. Boo standing tall, but a tough position to be in with the spike so deep in enemy territory. And Sen shouldn't give up an inch here.
Baru dia ngomongin turu, dia langsung kill 3, Cok.
Much Boo can
Masa
do
S lagi
about
sih?
this, really quite pinned in.
Zekken will be the first.
Kakak adik saya, Cok.
Looking for this flank here. Boo's ready for it. Just can't pin him down. 16 HP now for Miniboo. And Sentinels identifying here as an opportunity to take some control back. And with Zekken and Tens positioned on Mound here, the backstab through the door, perfectly timed ahead of this B-side execute.
Tiba-tiba kill 4, Cok, nih orang.
They're recovering. This is what they needed. A very, very important couple of rounds there, 2 for them to leverage just a little. And there it is, yeah.
I didn't know. I came through with 2 wall bangs through the box.
Take them when you get them, don't you?
Yeah.
This was the final. Yeah, lovely. And no matter how you get them, Sen needed a couple of rounds here. Money's still okay, at least for this round for Heretics, so not much of a problem. Ult-wise, not a great deal online. Patitek, yes, the rest, no. Are they willing to fight this out? Paranoia goes in. It doesn't affect Zekken, so he does get to strike. That's Benji Fishy gone. Post-plan could get a little trickier if they make it through. And Heretics fighting for mound control themselves here.
1 for 1. I think if Heretics a chance to recoup here, Zekken actually has himself an operator to play with now as well. Swing onto this, but almost a setup there for a high-low swing. Miniboo the one to find the headshot. Now man advantage here for Heretics. Sassy ult in hand. Patitech does have a Viper's Pit, so opportunities to really secure a post plant here. Heretics.
Heretics mainnya lumayan rapi sih guys. Untuk juara 2 ini ya, EMEA ya. Pantas sih guys, kita gini sih guys. Pantas sih guys, Fnatic pun bisa sampai kalah. Kenapa? Karena ini cok. Dua tim ini outstanding anjing. Ya nggak sih guys? Fnatic-nya pengen masuk ya udah kayak tahu kenapa lah.
Smoke goes up deep. Pit's already there. That's 4 players to find. Sassy does have his ult. He's got a lot of util left to invest.
Everyone but Rians, actually.
This is big. Can they make the most of it? Yes, Sassy does very well to find Miniboo. That's the first step. Patitech is still in this ult, though, and he's in a lot of danger, actually. You can see this.
You can slow this down still.
There it is. Nice some time, and Boo just waiting. Anything that appears on the screen, he wants to remove it. Oh, he's getting tagged up here. This is so precarious, so dangerous. And Zelsis takes him down, Patitech! That's what they needed, and that's what they get. They finish with a flourish here in the first half. Heretics making a statement here, Mike. 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah, they come out swinging. So any questions about the confidence? Definitely squashed here in this first half. Sentinel's able to make it at least an honest go with things here, but a string of rounds unanswered. Loving that if you're a Heretics fan.
And at this point, I think if you're a Valorant fan, you're probably pretty happy too. This is an explosive game. We all wanted this caliber, this quality is what we've been looking for. The resurgence from Sentinels means they're still in this half. There is still a solid chance for them here, but they have to get off to a banging beginning in the second.
What a terrific start it is for Team Heretics here. And I managed to sneak myself into the streaming booth to join Mixwell. How exciting is it to see your team compete on this stage in Spain, of all places?
I mean, so far we're playing really well and the crowd is insane. Hola a todos! Hey! I love it here. I love it. It's a dream come true. There was talks that maybe VCT was gonna come to Spain, and in the end it was in Berlin. So I'm super happy that finally we have an international event here.
Yeah, it's very special to have a Spanish team make it as well.
I was not expecting it to qualify, but we beat everybody. We played so well during kickoff, and now we're also playing super good. And thank God Rians came yesterday.
Yeah, it's really nice to see him on stage. Now, I want to roll the years back real quick, because you've played against Tens before. You faced Sentinels. How do you stop a player like him?
I think you need to not let him have the space that he needs. He's a super skilled player, and you always have to be aware of what he could do, really aggressive. So as long as we keep him, as long as we trade him, we're good. Because when players are so good as him, you can always die first, but you need to trade him always.
Just take him down. And lastly, any words for the Spanish crowd one more time?
Chicos, lo estáis haciendo genial. Haced mucho ruido, vamos!
Vamos, vamos! And close it out in front of this electric crowd.
Benny Fiji, marry me, I love you, tai anjing cowok padahal itu.
Always is.
You know,
marry me padahal cowok yang ngomong, kesel banget ya.
You'd be forgiven to think it was a bit more one-sided, but how explosive was that?
I mean, I'll be honest, one of the most exciting starts we could have to this series as well, with Sunset to follow up. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we do.
Why have you reminded me?
But this is exactly what you want out of these two teams. See what Sentinels now have to respond in the second half. They maybe caught off guard a little bit in the first.
Santai guys.
You've got to imagine Heretics are going to continue to be proactive, dial into this pace once again.
Sen, market Sen.
Patient beginning though, coming out from
Very,
Sen
yeah.
Very slow, steady. Shown a little, obviously, off the back of that Dizzy, which is going to be drawing 3 players to be posted towards that C site. Already Miniboo may be considering the others, but as it stands, very patient.
Spike this side with Zelsis. 3 players of Sentinels looking to at least show presence towards Rubble, but I mean, the fact that Benji's solo over there, he's not going to be peeking. He's not really going to be looking for any information. Very much looking to absorb any sort of pressure that does come his way, but Miniboo has across to give him some support.
There's the first contact.
That could actually pull the rotation. I think it's about to look at Rins and Patitech right now.
Lovely fake play here from Sentinels. Now, Boo's seen enough that he should be calling someone back. There's been no further contact. There's still the utility there.
Sentinels haven't got in, though, and it's 30 seconds.
Is this a pivot? I mean, they're trying to feign a pivot, but still, they're leaving this very late. Now, fortunately for them, they have got sight. You can already see the respect shown from Boo that it's not worth dying on your own to hold this. So drifted back towards CT. They're grouping up already. Plant is in, but 5v5 post-plant. Who's got Kit? Who's got util? Zekken has the boom bot. You got Sassy. But on the other side, a fair bit still to play with Heretics. They've held on to theirs. So maybe Zekken willing to challenge on this, but he's got to be good for it. And oh, he is. He's bloody great for it. Zekken, good for 2. The answer comes in. Bazelt is still standing. Sassy on the back lines, leaving Boo just the only man standing in a 1v3. And yeah, that one's been handled. Sentinels, lovely composure here on the first and the second.
I feel like Heretics are ahead of that, but I think just too many question marks planted by
Sentinels. Pisau dapat, jadi 68.
Where you can see the pings coming out even after.
Attack-nya lumayan menjanjikan ya. Mainnya slow.
Potentially, I mean, any.
Untuk kalau Sentinel bang, iya seru soal Sentinel guys. Kapan lagi Sentinel masuk ke event lagi? Udah lama.
Backstab, but matter regardless, came down to the gunfights on the way back through, and Sentinel stands strong. Things within 3 rounds now in the second half.
Zekken tapi biasa lebih pedas sih Zekken sih daripada ini.
See if Heretics can get under their skin a little here though. Sen certainly applied the pressure in the first half doing this sort of stuff, but don't know if Heretics have it the same way. But let's see. JongQT very much aware of the possibility, sitting quite deep, just shouldering the angle. While the rest of Sentinels kind of showing a lot of presence, being boisterous around the map.
Ya, Sentinel juga underdog, coy. Dia udah lama nggak masuk internasional, guys.
Pulling in for Patatech, but again, keep in mind this is classic Ghosts, Sheriffs. So take a lot. Go right for Heretics.
Genji lah, boleh lah.
Clean. Coming with a nice bonus potentially. The third round of the second half. Plant should be there. Don't think any disruption to that will be in place. No. So lovely work from Sen again. Keeping 5 standing, navigating well to the C site. And getting the plant in place.
Really about what damage Heretics can do on the way back in here. Seasnade going to go through. Boo, I don't think caught up in that, no. Zekken up close to personal again, but he gets flashed.
Still breathing, still standing, and still got 2 Sentinels. Very nice work. No threats really made from that. Zekken went down, but that's not the end of the world. They are happy enough moving forward. He's one away from his ult already. This is the perfect start for, again, a fantastic second half here.
Heretics can really slam the brakes on. Find a response here. 2 freebies from Zekken. That close up with the stinger. No real old progress for Heretics to fall back on.
Lah, jadi pengusaha Intel juga, Cok. Kira di tuan rumah nggak ada, Cok.
We enter round 3.
Here comes the fun. You got that leftover buy, right? The bonus here for Sen. You've got the purchase coming out for Heretics. And Sen again, so mobile, so agile around this map.
Very active, yeah, very active.
Hard to get your players in the right place. Again, Miniboo trailing behind. He's trying to get over towards C potentially. They've been somewhat conditioned to be believing in this C site hit, which, I mean, looks like it's on the cards.
Wah, tahu nih, C-nya rame, Cok. 3C, Cok. 2-2.
Utility invested here. Fishy going to respect this, backs away wisely, but Patatech might get caught in the corner, and he does. Opener found here by Zekken once again. He's not done just yet. Like he was entertaining the idea of following up on the boom bot there. Open plant, Sentinels can fully reset off this now. Tough egg to crack for Heretics on the way back through once again onto C site.
The C-take has been looking unstoppable, and this would be a bonus conversion. This would be outstanding for Sentinels. Already, though, 10's going to get a little bit of contact here. Outdone by Miniboo, but Sassy then takes the next layer of pressure as they sweep the site, Miniboo again. But how do they break that deeper post?
So much util.
Absolutely, Mike. It's very difficult to even get on the spike itself. And I think Heretics might know that. JongQT, sharp as ever, and Miniboo just puts his life on the line. And this is a dream for Sentinels. Lovely string of rounds now. Upgrade to the rifle.
Ternyata attack-nya Sentinel lebih kuat, guys. Defense-nya tadi kurang ya, tapi attack-nya lumayan lah.
Sentinels placing too many question marks across the map here. Heretics almost forced to kind of play retake on all 3 sites unless they can confirm some sort of information. Need somebody to go hunting here for Heretics. Because much of what we saw in the first half, Sentinels have
juga
free run on the map
Sentinel,
right now.
Yes, they do. No solution yet for that C take or the retake, potentially. Sheriffs aplenty, and a fight to be found. Zekken, again, this guy, his early work has been exceptional. Cracking open sights, being a real nuisance boot.
Good for
Bad,
one, yeah.
but you've got a whole lot more to find. And they are still continuing along this A pathing. Rien's, oh, man, this is not a fun spot to be in now. Oh!
What?
That's a shot! That is a goddamn shot! Any more of those? Tens, though, creeping closer. Rien's did get another one. This is getting way too close for comfort. This shouldn't have been a 2v2, but HyperX have made it nasty. Tap on the spike, calling back in Benji Fishy. They are facing on this. Great heads-up work from Sen, keeping track of the potential. What can Benji Fishy do? A 1v2. It'd be miraculous.
They're pinging out the rifle here, but I think it's been cycled across elsewhere.
He's struggling to find something. Might just have to be that Sheriff until he gets towards sight, maybe back sight even. How does he clear tree on this? The turret, but that's not enough. Look at that setup! Still made a go of it. Still a threat.
Bukan, MM-nya mereka tuh udah beda, guys.
Sentinels, the second half is looking theirs. Lovely beginning. Yes, ult starting to hit, but Heretics pumping
ya,
the
8
brakes.
sama dong, panik dong 8 sama.
Definitely going to want to try and take stock of what's gone wrong in the first few. A banging shot from Rien's to open things up.
That was wild.
Patstek, unfortunately, just forced into a corner here on drop. Unable to provide too much assistance.
Lagi,
Let's see what the switch up is for Heritage coming out. There's 4 rounds unanswered here by Sentinels, and like I said, they have free run of the map. Same way Heretics did in the first as well. Again, without the benefit of the economy, maybe feeling a little apprehensive to put Miniboo kind of in that danger zone and look to brawl with Sentinels. Dare you say it. Team you really want to be brawling with.
Mereka ketemu sudah apa TH Bang Cio? Mendingan
It is so
ketemu.
mirrored, it feels like.
Gak tahu guys, gak tahu. Sama-sama kuat kayaknya dah.
More than anything, but still.
Kayak sekelas deh guys.
I guess a little more, it feels a little more
hitungannya.
controlled from Sen versus what we saw from Heretics. There was a lot more trading, reliance on the fundamentals for Heretics, and Sentinels definitely looking a little cleaner in that regard, I guess is the way to look at it.
Oh, very much so. Couple of ults though for Heretics to bring into effect in this round. Sen on a million miles away from theirs as well. Keep your eyes towards it. That is very much on the horizon for them. But Heretics could try and take back some control with this. But then now the Sentinels just switch something up, right? Just play a little out of pocket here, just coming out of this timeout. Let's see what they go for. They've been determining pace here in the second. Early exchange of util will be towards that B site, but not much intention behind it.
I think Sentinel's anticipating a little bit of a switch up here in terms of aggression from Heretics.
John
QT on a solo mission here to plant the seed, but majority of the stack must be in C site here for Heretics.
Tempered approach. Kalau ke A sih aman sih.
He's got to be careful. Don't want to see him get caught off here as the solo anchor towards A.
He's got to be playing this smart.
Again, his ultimate huge in terms of a retake as well.
They're all coming this way.
Yeah, this is looking a little dangerous for Rien's.
Excellent read from Sentinels, but yeah, Rien's is in a lot of danger. And again, you'd see that Prowler just sent through towards B is keeping both players very present there. Oh man, he's got to have 2 here. Back away with his life if he even wants a chance at this. Now he's got to be worried. He's got to be so worried. He's seen so much. He's actually made it out with his life, which if anything is incredibly impressive, and just has to try and hold towards CT, because Sentinels, you can't stop that roll. There's no way you can hold back these players here. Now has to wait for reinforcement, but this will be a plant for Sen, and once again, a very comfortable post-plant.
Yeah, Zekken and John QT looking to take a ton of space up towards heaven here.
Oh, but diligent work from Heretics. This is nice, but do they get punished? No, they don't. Somehow Zekken's still here. Miniboo's gone ahead of him. This is madness. Zekken finds Rien's. Miniboo still be holding this one. Beautiful work from Zekken. How is he getting away with it still? Miniboo just trying to dodge, trying to live, and he just can't. It's all on Boo now, and it is wild, and he's still kicking. 7 HP in a 1v1 out of nowhere.
Nice, Sentinel.
What's that? But what a ridiculous round.
I mean, how has Zekken survived that long? Again, he gets blinded up. This time, a Vandal in hand. Still finds a kill blind.
Hitungannya sekarang tulang punggung juga, guys.
Just absolutely ridiculous.
Ini duelist tulang punggung, guys ya. Zekken sama Minibu tulang punggung tim ini ya.
What a crazy exchange up on Heaven here.
Standing.
Absolute heroics from Zekken, and Boo comes back, finds these two. Unfortunately, not to get the drop inside the smoke and clutch things out.
Tapi Zekken masih kecil kan? Zekken kayak mukanya kayak bocil anjing. Kayak story anjing mukanya.
Got to say, Zekken is on an absolute heater as well this game. You looked at his value as well of his opening kills coming into this. It looked fantastic for him. But
I mean, when he's playing like this, literally, Sentinels just resort towards let him off the leash.
Yeah, do it.
Pick a side and put him in there.
He's got his ult. He's got 2 potential victims. Let that man go. Let him fly. And he's away. Does he find anyone this time? It looks like he does. He can't stop winning. Finally put down by Benji Fishy, but he's garnered them access to the site again. Ten's in a little bit of danger here, actually. Yeah, can't make it out. And Sassy again, the backbone here. Safe hands to hold on to some of these key kills, these key rounds. And Boo's only got a Sheriff. All the devotion and desire in the world won't get him this round at this point. It actually looks, yeah, I mean, at this point, gotta say it, Sentinels, what an answer, and Boo is just playing safe. He's doing the tactical timeout without calling it just yet.
He's going to take this time, make the most of it here, try and get the team back in line. I don't even know if we're anticipating a timeout as well on top of this.
I wouldn't be surprised.
To try and maximize, but Sentinels have come back swinging in the second half.
Just be looking to just run this round out. There it is. Had his chat. Now, do we see the timeout to follow? Because they have not found a solution here to Sentinels at all.
No, I'll be honest. They've been battered in the second half. They haven't really had an opportunity to really get anything going. Economy aside, and the way that Sentinels are playing, like I said, it feels like a game of control.
Yes.
And the comparison in the second half being, Heretics have been a little apprehensive to dip their toes. Maybe you'd argue losing the first couple and being on the back foot with the economy, but there hasn't been much of a response, and it's looking like the response might be an operator in the hands of Minibu and slowing things down. I'm not sure if that is the answer that Heretics need.
That's not going to help things, though. A missed shot like that, but now they know it's there, right? They've seen one of the cards that Heretics holds, and now what does this do to Sentinels? You've got to see Zellsis really chatting something through.
I mean, you arm somebody like John QT with information like that off the rip in a round. It gives them plenty of options. I mean, look at Sentinels and X right here. They're waiting to see if there's any further aggression. Minibu's already preemptively rotated away.
Maybe expecting
Boo's going to have it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Anticipating. We've shown the operator here. They're going to try and hit towards B or C, but...
No one's rotating either, Mike.
Nope.
They think this is a fake.
Yep.
Sentinels,
well,
why would they show you respect?
Exactly, they've had the run of the map. They've been able to plant these question marks time and time again.
Wah, dia rotate cok, udah bener cok, kece cok, anjing cuma satu.
By hook or by crook, this might work out.
A miracle for Heretics. They're trying to dig out the lurk now.
Yeah, that's what their intent would be. Patatek and Benji Fishy looking for John QT, but now there's going to be a bigger surprise. They found Sassy, and Minibu's in the right place. They've almost stumbled across the solution to what was going on here. Oh, great work from Minibu. 10's trying to get ahead of the curve, and that's a spike lost now. Hard work here for Zellsis and John QT to bring this back. Can they evade the eagle eyes of Minibu?
Got a lockdown to work with as well, so if they can find a kill and feel comfortable enough, they could secure the site for a little longer, but Zellsis goes exploring. Minibu happy to take that one.
1v4? That's a lot. Find a position to work from. Plan's fine for him here, but there's problems. But he's taken down the first one. Benji Fishy falls. He needs another couple. Paranoia evaded. He's still standing. This is good, but he needs to be able to deal with the diffuser, and he can't quite do it just yet. The spam's not landing, and he knows it. Great damage, but it's not enough there. Heretics just about tipping this one back in their hands, and it felt like Sentinels walked into that rather than evading it.
They didn't save across the operator either. I'm not sure if somebody was scrambling to pick it up at the end there, but yeah, I gotta say, it almost feels like the stars aligned for Heretics here to be in a position. Sentinels feel like they've done so much in terms of, I guess, pumping this fake, creating a little bit of pressure.
Habis timeout langsung balik.
Heretics, I guess, stick to their guns in terms of what they commit to.
Tadi timeout di Coron guys ya, timeout tanpa timeout guys. Tadi yang si komennya lakuin tadi guys ya.
And Zekken back on this pace. TP this time is committed to. Tens is there. What a horrible predicament for Heretics. You got Zekken in the front, Tens in the back, and there's nowhere to hide. Zekken on the hunt, you can see a Padatech back to the wall. They're surrounded. They're still trying to fight their way out. VenjiFishy can only stay alive for so long. That was such a well-constructed side take from Sentinels. Again, flexing their capability here. Miniboo has found John QT, so this isn't completely free. It's not completely safe. Ten's the one to be holding them. Deep smoke towards CT to try and secure some of this. Desperate to avoid the stun, but still catches it. Dips away, but this time, can the Rig say,
finally coming down.
I thought he already went down.
No, I was watching for a second there.
Hell?
Sassy waiting out everything. Rian's actually found Tens.
Oh, that's not good. But Zelsis still breathing. Sussy as well. Sussy has been good in these, but it's Miniboo and Rienz. You saw that aim from Rienz. You've seen Miniboo's impact, but these two are nasty. Hard to play against. They're both in that corner. How do you clear this? Miniboo dives on in. Oh, it's lovely work again from Sussy. Finding two. The rock of the team here. Getting them up to 11. Sentinels looking large and back in charge here.
Menurut lu Sennya sekarang atau Sennya dulu? Sennya sekarang lah. Zaman dulu tuh belum banyak meta guys, sekarang udah banyak meta. Kalau dia bisa ngikutin berarti dia jago.
Well, it feels like a decade to get the spike down. So paranoid of maybe a pre-take coming back through from the remaining members of Heretics, but able to course correct here. And Sassy to close things out. That's got to feel like a sigh of relief, though, for Sentinels to get that one across the line.
Got close there, didn't it?
Up to 11 now, Heretics.
Dia nggak sejago dulu bang. Jago, masih jago anjing.
I think that's why we see the second time and a continuation of boot from that previous round. So only one round, a flash in the pan for Heretics in the second half here.
Ini harusnya 1-0 Sentinel sih. Ini bisa 2-0 sih kalau kata gua guys.
Not gonna have the finances here, so looking like they have to almost.
Soalnya tim Heretics ternyata pas defend doang dia menjanjikan, pas Tekken doang dia menjanjikan. Pas defend dia kurang ya.
And Benji all with theirs. Some options here, but again the purchase is not going to be pretty. Throw everything but the kitchen sink into this one.
Wow. I'm looking at that
PRX main lagi sekali lagi guys.
Kitchen sink included. There's just not much to write home about.
I think they're actually dialing it back a little bit.
Yeah, I think they might have to suffer through this
I think that they are going to concede here.
They'll make a go of it. Obviously, it's not going to be a freebie, but it's certainly not going to be everything they'd want me to do. Just okay, that's
how you make your Guardian work.
Yeah, and that's Zekken who has been so paramount. Yeah, he has been paramount to some of the success.
Oh, si Neon itu temannya tuh sama Gecko anjing. Gecko flash dia ngedes anjing, susah coy tembaknya.
Do they continue along this pathing towards B?
It's so late in this half to see Heretics get aggressive like that.
I know. You'd almost wanted them to try it earlier, didn't you? But
I mean, the response is Sentinels have walked in all the way into B, but they found VenjiFishy elsewhere. Sassy will fall.
Mereka punya seri itu kok gila-gila terus ya? Jarang miss anjing.
Down here. No, still a little misdirection here, baiting out potentially anybody from Heretics. John QT able to slow this down with a snake bite.
Very valuable that.
Oh, drops. Boo finds him.
Boo could not have found that at a better time. That unleashes the rest of his side to come on through. He gets forced out. But still, where's the rest of the three? Where are the others coming in from? Now they come through Tens. Can't hold it. And now it's on Zelsis. 1v2. Oh,
Zelsis!
Round with a Red Bull clutch. Even with the finest of margins, Sen don't let them have a moment of rest.
Itu orang Amerika sama Eropa nembak serifnya gila-gila, Cok.
The call to just shift walk up behind that first blood. Ballsy, but VenjiFishy the only one really to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah.
And that kill was ridiculous. I saw Zelsis got caught by the paranoia. I didn't know if it was slightly off time, but finds that first headshot completely blind.
Zelsis di defender malah gacor parah. Tadi kan defender kurang dia, Cok. Taker malah gacor ini.
Very late in the day, plenty of ults to play with, and it looks like Heretics up for the brawl, up for the fight, and Zekken though is normally good for this. It's Tens this time gonna take the headline. Boo goes down, Sentinels in control here. This is their map choice, and they've just suddenly made it look like it on this second half. Rien's, Benji Fishy, and Palitek. I mean, you just had to watch your team get massacred on that little bit of aggression they've been dabbling with, and it's so early in the round.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sentinel's another situation. Benji Fisher going to be the one to try and stop things once again. He's unchecked with a utility. Could play him in here, but there's a ton of bodies on the other side of this. Unfortunately, somebody's going to turn for that alarm bot as well.
Yeah, that almost counterintuitive. Okay, that's helped him out. And the lineup.
Aduh, nge-whiff. Aduh, GG Gaming.
And once again, Sentinel's just taking the tour of the map, hitting just about every site they want to, and this has been their stronghold. This C site has been theirs.
This has been the definition of running rings round a team. This second half from Sentinel, so much misdirection. Heretics unable to find a grasp
guys.
on the plan in time. Just 36 HP now for Rians.
A tough task here. First map is wrapped. Sentinels back on the international stage.
Monyet tadi oke, tapi nggak GG banget lah.
That second half, Mike, is something to be very impressed.
Udah lumayan guys, udah agak improve ya. Dibandingkan di kick off.
Definitely come out swinging, but what a response in kind from Sentinels. Mini Boo and Zekken definitely the headliners here in this map 1.
13-9 is map 1. Who knows where Sunset goes? But do stick around.
Kakaknya nggak mirip, Jo, itu, Jo. Kakaknya nggak mirip, Jo, anjing. PRX malah lawan yang mana? Lawan yang kalah dong. Nap sama Sazar mana bang? Ya udah pindah, Cok. Emang kenapa guys? Dap sama Sazar mah udah agak wise, maksudnya udah menurut gua udah agak kurang sih guys. Udah turun tembakannya dibandingkan zaman dulu ya. Zaman dulu kan belum ada saingan mungkin ya. Saya dulu jago karena pakai duelis kali bang. Iya sih. Dia pasti duelis serem banget guys. Sekarang di smoker pun juga serem guys. Lihat lah. Iya kan? Nggak yang maksudnya dia pindah role juga tetap serem gitu loh. Nggak yang turun banyak gitu guys. Ada kan orang yang pindah role jadi nggak kelihatan bersinar. Tapi kalau si Tes pindah role pun tetap bersinar, Cok. Dua 2-0 Sen nih. Kayaknya iya sih ya. Supposed to be, bro. Supposed to be-nya sih harusnya 2-0 ya, guys ya. Padahal tadi kenapa kalah, Bang? Kurang ini, guys. Kurang apa? Kurang rapih mainnya. Agak berantakan ya sih, teman-teman ya. Cuma Valo yang sponsori Apple. Emang Valo ada sponsor Apple? Mana ada, kocak. Emang ada, guys. Sepi Bancio nggak ada backsound, nggak apa-apa, guys. 2 menit. Oh iya. Maunya di res malah masih kurang sih. Kalau di smoker malah better tadi guys. Lebih kayak smoker aja tadi guys, yang pas main Omen. Tadi ada iklan. Oh iklannya doang mah iya, bukan sponsor dong. Sponsor kan yang atas kiri nih. Ini sponsor nih. Duh, kok pileknya parah banget ya guys ya. Namanya blunder banget bang. Gak tau guys, belum klop aja sih kalau kata gue belum klop banget. Jadi pilak banget begini gue ya, anjing. Gue nggak boleh begadang banget sih berarti nih kalau lagi pilak ini guys. PRX gugur nggak bang? Belum guys, masih ada 1 nyawa lagi aman. Kata mama gue itu gara-gara minum es bang, emang iya guys?
From Sentinels here in Masters Madrid, I'm now joined by their coach Kaplan. Now, your attack side,
Hopium sih, Hopium guys.
Second, 5 first kills, 5 rounds won. How much of your game plan, your strat work was
Hopium apa sih Hopium guys?
he does get those draws?
Kalau nggak main AP terus, emang iya guys?
Look to set him up, but there's plenty of miracles he's pulled out that we definitely can't rely on or predict. So, we never look too hard to enable one guy. We just look at the big picture of the strategy. How do they play? How do we play? What do we need to do to beat them?
Well, you can't stop him if it looks like, but congratulations on the first map and best of luck on the second one.
Thank you very much.
You want that big match feel, you got it right here, folks. A match that certainly, or a map rather, that certainly did not disappoint. Sentinels, they come into this one, Kukuka, in a hostile environment, some might say, but then I also hear the crowd cheering for them too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like, they're feeding off of the energy both teams in the crowd.
Hopium adalah meme yang menyebarkan dari segmen khusus lain ke alam kripto dan menggambarkan harapan irasional untuk harga naik. Oh, kripto.
And I think that it's brilliant, the adaptation that we were seeing from both of the teams, and also a little bit of shaky nerves at some points.
Yeah, I thought Sen were going to be honestly just cooked as well. When they lost in the eco round around 2, round 9 when they had the spike in their possession and they couldn't even keep it.
Bang, iya kali ya.
I mean, Heretics getting into the post plan and actually winning that one out.
Yes.
It was looking pretty much done and dusted, but the attack side was where they all came alive for both of the teams, like we said.
Wih, gelang Etens mahal tuh guys.
The macro call and John QT.
Itu gelang Etens mahal, cowok.
That one, but of course, got to give credit to
ada gelang kirinya Etens deh. Yang gambar yang kayak ada bulu apa itu guys, 100 juta tuh kalau
in terms of their position of trying to be those entry players and being set up to succeed, and they were going toe to toe. But look at that first blood percentage of Zekken. I mean, 31.8%, converting on most of those into round wins as well on their attack side. I mean, this kid is for real. I said one of my hot takes at the beginning of this was that at the end of this tournament, Zekken is going to look like the best player in the world, and I think that
I thought that it was the TenZ was going to improve his.
Well, that too.
That
was another hot take.
Was that
TenZ just says a lot of things.
TenZ is going to break his record,
and one of them might land, right?
Yeah, and then Zekken is going to be the best player in the world. So one of them might land, maybe. But, I mean, we're well on the way for one of those to happen. TenZ started the match with a bloody ace. So, I mean, listen, anything could happen.
I mean, what a way to come out here. But I think, though, for the Heretics, there is, that there certainly wasn't going to be an easy match for them, not by any stretch of the imagination. But to see this team, newly formed, really has proven to me, this squad is the real deal. This isn't like shenanigans over in the NBA. No, this was the real deal. This
Kita lihat map kedua.
Exactly. And it's not that they were completely obliterated. The ideas were still there. Sentinels just came on top. I think that Sassy had very important late rounds. I think that also what we saw in the graphic is that even though Zekken was getting those kills, he wasn't doing that much damage during the round because Minimu was, staying alive for longer because his role, even though it's the same, is a bit different in the macro style from both of them teams. Now, looking into Sunset, things are going to be very similar for the side of Heretics.
Oh, yeah.
Bren, you were saying it, probably the reason why Sentinels wants to go into this maps is because of that neon.
I'm excited for this map. Now, I'm not going to use the same term that I used earlier, but I am very excited for this Sunset map because you're looking at one of the best maps again for both of these teams for similar reasons. And I did point it out in the pre-show.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about this in a second, though. We do want to hear from the coach on the other side of the field for the Heretics.
Zekken tuh keturunan apa sih guys? Ada Asianya kan ya? Kalau TenZ kan ada Vietnamnya kalau nggak salah.
First, I'm joined by their coach Neozinho. Now, map 1 defense a little bit shakier from you guys. Zekken seemed to cause a lot of problems for you. So, how do you think you should be dealing with him going on to map 2?
Honestly, for us, it wasn't about them on their attack. It wasn't even individually. So I'm not even thinking about how we deal with Zekin. Like, we completely threw that defense ourselves. We're not proactive enough. We let them execute on us. So next game, we just need to focus on ourselves. Go in, be more disruptive, because we were taking really good aim jolls on attack. We were sticking to our fundamentals, and that's why we were winning. And
coba lu analisis map
we played a little
1.
bit scared, but that's fine. So that's what we're going to do next game. We're going to play how we want to play and be more proactive. And
kalau map 1 sih attackernya Sentinel agak kurang.
In the first half, so.
Tapi defendingnya Sentinel agak kurang. Tapi pas saat udah first half ganti ini, Sentinel tuh punya strats yang bisa bikin tim HyperX lost tempo, guys. Gak dapet temponya, mereka tuh kena fake rotate. Jadi si Sentinel tuh masuk ke sana dengan gampang banget, teman-teman. Itu kayaknya emang Sentinel tuh sekarang lagi tipenya tipe-tipe yang bisa bikin musuh itu rotate asal-asalan. Infonya tuh bagus banget Sentinel sekarang kalau tag-nya. Atau kalau defense ya guys, defense agak kurang sih kalau gue tadi.
Proactivity being called out by Neilzinho was honestly spot on. I think nail on the head with that one, because it's one of the part of the reasons why HyperX is such a scary team is those aggressive plays. I mean, I pointed it out, you know, before we went into this match, but it's working off with the double flash setups when they play that Gecko and the KO comp as well, and setting up Minibu for success. They weren't doing that on the defense side of Lotus. They were really just letting them have free reign, playing really quite far back, and they allowed Sentinels to get back into the action.
Just a side note real fast, want to let everyone know at home here that after this match is done, we're going to have the Swiss Round 2 draw show immediately after the post-match interview today. So after the interview, make sure you stick around because there's going to be more to talk about. But Kukuka, what you got?
Exactly, because tomorrow we need some matches, right? Exactly, we need some winners tomorrow. Don't time to send anybody home just yet. But yeah, going back and picking up what you were saying, Bren, about those double flashes, probably, and thinking about Sunset now, that is what we're going to get from the side of Sentinels if nothing changes coming into this tournament. We also mentioned the short window of time before coming here to Madrid, and I think that maybe one of the keys for HyperX coming into this Sunset might be tweaking a little bit of those things.
Santai banget, slow, relax.
On almost any map. Like
yeah, I know you're very against the KO Sova, and I
like them separate, you know, but I don't like them together.
It is pretty slow. I mean, when you run that, I think Sentinels, they like to run the comp that we saw earlier today, which PaperX are running on Sunset. I mean, they essentially, I think they stole it from PaperX as well, from scrims when they were playing in Korea. But they play really well. I mean, their retakes with the comp is incredibly strong. They understand this necessity for like fighting over that extremity control, using the double initiator at times for that. And so this is a really good map for both of these teams.
Yes.
I'm just itching now to get into this agent select so I can see, are there going to be any alterations? I don't think there will be. Both of these teams haven't had as much time to really chop and change a lot of their game plans. And both of these teams are very confident on this map, so I can't imagine they would have changed much.
And you heard Neil, I mean, I think you're right, Brent. They're just going to
Kontrol yang bagus itu apa, Bang? Omen.
Everybody says that.
Everyone says it, but I
Omen sama Viper.
It's not that they want.
Kayaknya tuh sekarang pro player tuh selalu main dua kontrol sih, guys. Omen Viper tuh sangat berguna ya. Viper tuh bisa buat lurking, ditambah lagi bisa kontrol map, biar bikin orang tuh pusing gitu loh. Ada lu nggak sih, ada orang nggak sih situ, kayak enak, Cok. Kalau mainnya ada Omen ya, kalau mainnya single control ya Omen aja udah.
Being the Lulu is the Salulu. Right?
But yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot of tension on that stage in a little bit once we get into the matchup. But we are waiting for the agent select, slight delay. So we'll jump into the match, or excuse me, we'll jump into agent select as soon as that is available.
I don't know if I'm being baited there. I mean, I saw Sova maybe getting hovered on one of the monitors.
I mean, if
I don't.
Maybe on the side of HyperX?
Yeah.
Did you recognize the jersey?
I think it was the HyperX players, yeah.
And maybe we're not going to be seeing the changes. You were talking about John Kitty also as well. Boo on the other side. I think that, you know, that head-to-head is something that we need to take into accountability here.
And agent select is through, and you can see once again, HyperX locking in that Sova KO.
Gecko,
Sentinel ya. I think that
main normal guys, main normal ini.
How they set up Boo and how that's going to work. I think that Benji in the past has been very predictable.
Kalau kita bilang ini pick apa sih, pick convert kalau Sentinel ya. Kalau tim HyperX kayaknya dia punya meta mereka sendiri guys. Mereka nggak pakai jet, mereka pakainya si Neon guys ya, meta Neon ya.
Set up Mini Boo for success, how he's going to be taking these fights as well. And whether Sentinels are going to be ready for it. If they've got protocols in mind, they're going to be playing positions in anti-flash, trying to bait out the util, bait out those positions to try and punish them. That's going to be a really important key for Sentinels here.
The tension is on. This is it. You know Heretics don't want to go out 2-0 here after one hell of a run in EMEA kickoff. And for Sentinels, a 2-0 victory here would be a statement for them.
And not only that, going back into the international stage, imagine if they make it again to the finals at least without dropping a single map after the insane kickoff that they had.
That would be absurd, but that is for the future. For now, though, let's live in the present and send it over to your casters. Of course, it's the tag team stylings of Pansy and HyperX.
GB is always so nice to us. He's, you know, he gives us those nice throws there, Mike. What do you make of them?
He missed a Spanish pun, though, up on the...
I think he actively chose
interesting choice.
Although I did like the Delulu comment from Kakuka there. That was pretty solid. And yeah, maybe Niels is a little out of it right now. But I think there was some sort of value in what we were saying, because it kind of went back to us going, I want them to be proactive. We want them to take those fights. But then there is that case of, okay, but just go and diff Sen, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. We can never get away with saying things like that. Like, oh yeah, Heretics through their second half. But
tapi sebenarnya tadi Yoru pun Yoru yang si Polsek tuh udah ngeri banget, cowok. Cuma nanti beberapa temennya nggak step up aja, guys. Monyet sama ini kurang step up.
I guess it does become a confidence issue of then you have to justify, you know, Mini Boo running it down or sending him out on a mission to try and find his opening engagement when Zeken's already, statistically, he's dominating that game from the get-go in the second half.
Here we go, folks.
Samping kalau step up sih harusnya menang.
Lotus was 13-9. Sentinels choice and Sentinels win. And it's a brave pick to come in here. On this map, Sen have looked pretty solid to my eye on this one. Heretics a little less tape, but some decent results. Taking down some big names over in EMEA, but again, Sentinels look very sharp this time, and Benji Fish is in a world of trouble. He's actually re-swung the smoke, though. So happy to challenge, and every time we talk about it, everyone just disrespects those smokes on B market. You need that follow-up presence.
Habis sudah Rai cok kena shot.
Will get the plant. Actually taking a ton of damage through here.
Where was he taking damage?
I don't know, but this paint shell's perfect for Zeka to follow up on.
Yeah, that's not bad, and that's a great bit of damage. Securing the close lines, but Miniboo right back into it, biting back. Now, 3v2, noting only one of the players here.
Look at the HP for Zelsis.
One and done at best, right? Surely, you can see them trying to play together. Love that. Love that push and pull. Miniboo gonna fall for it, but there's the overwhelm. The HP gonna reign supreme here.
Tapi cok.
Defuse coming through for Heretics.
Nggak lolos coy.
Absolutely almost insurmountable amount of
map pertama tadi Sentinel, sekarang mapnya tim Heretics, Sunset.
I mean, the paint shell's perfect, but Miniboo sliding in, unannounced it, finds the response necessary. Sassy, unfortunately, really able to have a say in this.
Oh, mereka nggak pakai ini, guys.
Look at Miniboo's HP as well, just outside the fragment. Zelsis found one before falling, but like you said, the HP almost decided that.
How can you not love Benji Fishy as well?
Yeah, it really hard not to.
Yeah,
let's go.
Great to see him.
Master tinggi, lebih tinggi Master apa Champion? Champion Harona.
But hey,
kalau Master itu MSC kocak. Kalau Champion itu M1.
But there's a buy behind this. Stingers are plenty, Sheriff, and a full sight hit coming in. You can already see they've had to respect this enough. That Shock Dart could have done a bit of chip damage. I think he might have caught a couple on the way, but the
Shock Dart nge-damage mulu anjir, Sentinel kenapa dah?
So yeah, I was going to say, Sentinels sticking to these very, very close proximity positions. Heretics have to wait out these smokes. Drown will come through, but Sentinels now going to approach this after giving up a lot of this site. The second though to open things up.
That was so well played. Between the two of the flashes coming through. Oh, that was outstanding. Making those stingers work and trying to break the backline. It's brutal, but Miniboo let off the leash just a little. Closing it back to this 2v2, but the defuse needs to be the next port of call. You can already see them getting towards halfway. The spray not enough. The reveal!
Nice try.
But John QT, the end diffuse is there. Heretics holding on for a second, but that's deadly.
And that's that sort of post plant that's very difficult to lock down, you know, spamming stingers into smokes and whatnot. It's really tough to try and close things out. Zeka, I mean, gets everything you could want and more, to be honest, from this position.
I love the double flash kind of combinations we're seeing at the moment.
What was this double?
What?
Okay, that seems unreasonable, doesn't it? Oh, have a seat.
That second shot is outrageous.
What the hell, man?
Looking to carry across that momentum from the first half. The Sentinels now Got planned once again towards B site.
But I like this test towards middle at the same time. Haven't seen too much of an exploration. They've mostly kind of cut in through market, which is very reasonable. But kind of like to see what they're doing here. See if Zelsis can maybe provide some information of what this mid hold looks like. How they can maybe exploit a rotation, if they can pressure top mid potentially. As it stands, there hasn't really been much of attention put towards A either. No real challenge on it. Okay, mini boot. Fair enough. And Benji, what? The timing on that. It still gets a kill. Still gets it.
Down to 5 HP though.
Yeah, he's gonna have to depend on the others to kind of pick up the slack, which is exactly what he's doing.
Sentinels unable to find a way in just yet, expected a double satchel with Zekken. Boasting a shorty right now. Look how deep, I was going to say, look how deep Heretics are, though.
Riens could be vulnerable, maybe.
See the pings coming through towards market. Patrick actually catching a shot there as well, so forced off the angle.
I was waiting to see if Zekken was just going to let it rip, just fly in there, but allowed for the plant to come in. Heretics bide their time. Still going to wait for Boo to come back over to an extent as well. Paranoia gets posted, and that's when it's time to strike. Zekken does so well. Takes down Riens, but the trade comes out. Benji Fishy barely alive, but still finding value. 10 still standing, 20 HP. That's a lot to ask for, even for him, but there we go.
Nice try.
It may not be pretty, but it's round 3.
There's a chance for Sentinels to get things done there, but Heretics with a course correction.
Okay.
Out a 3-0 start.
Okay, beli sekarang, beli.
I don't want to talk about that too much of what happened in the first map, but he's off to a good start here on Sunset. With that break in between maps has allowed them to catch their breath, bring their confidence back to this.
Sampai jam berapa? Sampai kelar, guys.
A lot of ultimates coming up here. Key being the showstopper here for Zekken.
Minibu angkat banget sih.
No command away for Patitech. Minibu position well, might even get aggressive here with seeing him up against the spawn barrier.
Zekken juga, Cok.
Yeah, they absolutely are. There's intention behind it, that being Minibu. Pressuring much deeper. Gonna force Sentinels to have to re-clear this with a little bit more kit.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see them do on the previous map. Take some of this space away. Don't give Sentinels the freedom. Sentinels have re-cleared this though very quickly. Decisively as well. Look at the mini-map. Everyone from Heretics has resorted back to a deep position already.
That's scary though. Does Zekken just go? Does he wait? Looks like they want to go for it yet. Does Boo manage to survive? Catching a couple of flashes, the TP taken, and the ult not gonna land completely. Riens keeps his life. Sen have the sight though, and we look for the retake. Minibu already clearing through middle quite quickly, but look at Zekken's position. Just on the other side of that smoke though, left and right, he could be in danger. How much damage can one man do? Zekken checks his corners. Heads up work from him and gets out of danger.
Nice banget, Cok. Zekken, Cok, anjir.
Beautiful work from him. Really disrupting this retake now.
Glimpse of Riens as well here, but down to 27 FC, spammed out. Minibu will find the kill here, but the lineup, Minibu finds second.
He's still going. Tens goes down, it's on John QT. And he can't even see the defuse right now. He can't stop it. There's so many bodies. Surely not. Surely not. He's still going. Halfway achieved. It's not everything. Riens is low. Maybe. Oh, heartbreak. The time. He's absolutely got it. Minibu, the saving grace of Heretics here.
Cok, udah mantai, Cok.
A little touch and go with how confident Heretics swing back onto that retake, but came right down to the wire.
Paperrex sama kalah ketemu Paperrex 0-1 sama 0-1 ntar ketemu.
Minibu able to stabilize, so John QT with a chance at an outrageous clutch.
God, he tried. Look at this one. Beautiful work from John QT. You almost kind of egging him on at that point, but again on the other side.
Look at where Minibu comes off there. Oof. The Sentinels to pump the brakes here, a 4-0 start on Sunset.
And what a disparity to map 1 when they'd never pumped the brakes like that, Mike. Even after that first half, full faith in the second, knowing what was going on. Maybe feeling what they're seeing wasn't what they're expecting, or maybe just wanted to touch base on what's going on.
Kenceng banget di Sunset, bro. Ternyata bener ya, mapiknya si tim Heretic beneran ya.
Timeline very indicative of the game plan here for Heretics. So it was their detriment on the first half, but now where they are conceding space, they are succeeding in the retake. Post plant's not looking as comfortable here for Sentinels. Only really shown presence towards mid once, nothing towards A site whatsoever, really. Well, that's what's being discussed now. Start exploring the map elsewhere. But a concern being now, I guess with the pendulum swinging back in Heretic's favour, they do continue to take the space away, be a little more proactive. Niels did say that was, I guess, kind of their downfall on Lotus.
Kalau kata gua sih, berarti yang kalah itu kemarin Loud. Loud, terus apa lagi guys? Yang kalah apa sih? Cloud, FPX, Paperrex, satu lagi antara ini ya. Itulah antara berarti ya mendingan ketemu antara FPX atau TH sih kalau kata gue. Kalau Loud ngeri sih guys.
Doing quite nicely, being in the right place, right time, not feeling like he's been caught out anywhere. And again, if you are Heretics, you will be predicting that Sentinels are probably going to try at least maybe an A site take, maybe get that proactive beginning again, could be a good look. Let's see if anyone's going to get contact on the knife from either side. Going to get dealt with. Someone else is going to have to peel away from that with a limited amount of info. Yeah, first real test towards A here, Mike.
Interesting though, after the knife. Two members of Heretics creeping up.
Miniboo better rotate now.
Yeah. So it might get played out this round if it did continue with that flank, but just going to leave Benji posted up a little deeper. Sentinels poised outside A. Boo got to be careful as well, he's semi-committed.
Yeah, they're creeping really close. They're ahead of that smoke. And yeah, there we go. Needs to get out of there. Ult on the way. Dealt with in unison, because Heretics are here because of that deep push up from Benji Fishy, holding the entirety of that B space. They have the players here, so do they pull the plug? 50 seconds? Do they continue along this trajectory? The knife going to find nothing, so they know they're not particularly playing site. May need to be a bit careful of site itself.
Udah 4 cok site cok.
They don't have a springboard here. Maybe depending on John QT's space that he's finding.
He's not going to find anything through mid or through the door, so I think Sentinels are committed towards this now. A ton of blinds really coming through here, yeah.
They got to use it though. They got to take that space that was given to him off the back of the flash here. Zekken going to try and make it work, but it's boom. Big deny. 10 still going to be holding on to this though, keeping a little bit of space safe. But look at this, they flooded back towards the site. There's a very limited amount of utility left on Sentinels to make this work. And 13 seconds now, they've still got to clear the 2 boxes. They have no idea about Boo. Cleared out by Zelsis. Good trade from Miniboo. But Sentinels, the last hurdle, can't make it count. Riens is there, sweeping through the site. John QT brought to his knees. Heretics making it up to 5.
Sentinels don't even get the spike down this round. Found success doing it elsewhere in every other round. And this audible coming out of timeout, not working at all. Rien's looking crispy on that 3K. Heretics in total control of the start of map 2.
Mantai banget nih bro.
Asking a similar sort of question once again. Them to dig deep and bounce back here. Managed to recover what, an 8-4 half after an awful start.
Look at this adjustment from Heretics though, checking towards middle. Zelsis. Oh look, oh, Boo's in the right place at the right time, and they've handled middle. This was the adjustment. Heretics weren't just going to run it back every single time. Zelsis leaps into the loving arms of Boo, leaving just Sassy alive in a 1v4. He might get a plant, but beyond that, it would be a miracle. Can this man make it happen? Position spotted. Unable to make use of the util, spots another. Sassy is in danger. And what a bloody round from Heretics that was. The adjustment in middle, Mike, they read it to a T.
Absolutely. Dialed in right now. I blinked, I didn't see what happened.
Is that being dialed in?
Yeah.
Tadi diapain guys?
Yeah, something like that.
Itu tadi diapain guys?
Can't trust him anyway, can you?
I'm curious now, Sentinels feel as if they have any tangibles really. And a little concerning coming into round 7. I mean, it's always concerning to see this, but we're at round 7, both timeouts used by Sentinels. I feel like we're digging pretty deep now in terms of responses, but just haven't seen any success so far. It's a lot more one-sided. So there was an exchange at the start of Lotus. Heretics the ones to really get in control of the pace and the tempo. Well, behind Miniboo, I should say, on their attacking half, but very few positives here for Sentinels.
No, I think, again, the way the tempo's been set, and the kind of ebb and flow of the game, when you're talking about even just that B main control, how it's just been so detrimental for Sentinels. They haven't been able to get those rotations in the right pace. They haven't beaten Heretics to the right side, really. We've seen almost every time Heretics perfectly positioned. We saw it on not the round before, the one prior to that with that A take, that they had, what, I think 4 players there. Benji Fishy was pushed up towards B main, eventually joining them to the middle. They had great reads. So Sentinels unable to really keep much subtlety. Again, you look at the effect of the economy, it's now starting to really weigh heavy. A quiet impact from Tens as well. Not quite able to have some of that form.
Genji juga lagi kuat banget, coy, lihat Genji
as well. But not quite in this half just yet. Let's see if there's any adjustments. What's this timeout given us here for Sentinels?
Not even really having the opportunity to pivot much in the mid-round here. With the previous mid-take, that would have been around. You expect to see it, but feeling a little linear, a little all-in on some of these plays from Sentinels. Even just noticed here, able to string together a purchase, but it's a Guardian and a Bulldog for Sassy and Tens. Try their luck once again towards A, but noted previously, Boo in this position once again. Going to find this information very early on.
It looks like Heretics expecting maybe that top mid presence again, that pressure potentially. But as we can see, that's not the case, so not particularly a long rotation, but Boo does need to play it really quite carefully. Very precarious position here. Willing to stick around, got to be careful. Time to dip, fall away, but he's again costing them a lot of utility. But the one thing I do like is that they've had John QT posted up towards B main the entire time. So this time, Benji Fishy can't be calling that it's completely free and completely safe.
The camera here and 2 trips towards site. Know that nothing's coming through, and actually Miniboo almost controlling the backside of mid here, pushing a little deeper now, but 30 seconds left, and Sentinel's going to have to roll the dice here on the way in. TP's going to come through. It is cancelled.
Did he get pinged by the knife? I don't think he did in the end. Plant is in.
Plant, yeah.
And this is flank on flank. Hello, Miniboo, and goodbye. This is a really good adjustment from Sentinels. What a great call. But can they hold the retake? Benji Fishy does damage on the front line. That's Zelsis. But now breaking the back of this, you've still got Tens, John QT, Zekken, Sassy, all here. That's a very open fight for Sassy. Paranoia gets posted, but getting on that defuse is so tricky. Rien's looking for someone. It's Tens to connect, but oh, what a shot from Rien's! And now just one. Zekken trying to do the dance, and oh, he's still moving. And he's just, surely you've seen him, he's just gonna dive in, he's gonna get in his face!
Ooh.
Beautiful!
Nice!
A Red Bull clutch to
Tapi
seal
habis
it.
duitnya.
But Sentinels played that round perfectly.
No hesitation from Zekken whatsoever. It's up close and personal, but Rien's making a real good go at that.
He's got some sharp aim, that boy, doesn't
crispy
he?
once again. Second time we've seen it this map. Heretics almost pulling off another retake here. A couple of overcommits in my eyes from the Sentinels players. Tucked back in towards B main, but desperate to not give up any control, and maybe just a couple of challenges coming through here to try and run the clock down in that post plant.
I'm looking at the extremity control. Can they? Oh, it feels almost like a gamble stack if they don't get that information early, right? No one's now playing deep towards B main control coming out, at least from the Heretic side. They're not going exploring here, expecting once again this mid presence. Now this time it's, I wouldn't say the right read. They've kind of diverted through tiles back towards A. But it does at least allow for a quick rotation. So Sentinel's kind of running this back again. Now last time around they did this. They left kind of Zekken posted
play tempo guys. Cari info dapat gas
back. But now Boo actually going further on his exploration mission. Got to be careful to not overdo it here, because once again they're being drawn into a very similar fate, but this time with a different commitment of players.
Now Sentinels looking as if they have control of the map here in terms of planting the seeds of doubt. Different setup once again here, yeah. Definitely letting the clock build the suspense in this, but showstopper available now.
30 seconds left.
Zekken potentially to pave the way. Benji Fishy will be tested once again.
Nice angle. Benji Fishy, but that's a problem. There's a rocket.
Oh, he missed.
Wait, how the hell? They line up. Rian's is back here, and he's just doing aim training on him. It's John QT, and it's Zekin.
10 seconds left.
They've got the plant, but this is a lot of work now. 4 players. Miniboo's got kit as well, and the ult.
Barely
no secrets.
I was going to say, barely a 2v4 here with John QT down on 20 HP as well. All the information benefiting HyperX here. Miniboo slides out. Benji Fishy to clean things up.
Nice spacing, nice work between the two of them. They're taking
no
risks almost in that.
How?
They wanted to make sure, because there's always threat with Sentinels individuals. You can't take them lightly, and they didn't. So well played to HyperX there. 7-1 now.
Cari 3 sih.
They've now had the answer
Kalau 2
back
sih
to
berat
a
sih.
degree. Those kind of, the fakes are still, I don't say working, they are pulling players away, but again, HyperX aren't over-committing to this either.
No, they're not. A tough pill to swallow with Zekin's showstopper not finding Benji Fishy on the way in as well.
That's
Rian's looking to solidify his name here in map 2.
Harus cari ini sih guys, lumayan guys.
Coming up
Dari
crucial
3 lah, 3.
in a couple of these rounds now. Sentinels back down to pistols. Sassy and John QT with an ultimate. And the game plan seems a little better here. Almost airtight for HyperX.
Iko lagi, Jing.
Now asking Sentinels to be the ones to find a response. The tables have turned from map 1.
The turns have indeed tabled. Miniboo. Taking a little wander this time, joined by Boo, who has been feeling some pressure, to be fair. We have been seeing that tested more often.
I think they're anticipating it now. The fact that there's Boo and Miniboo here.
Well,
almost playing into Sentinel's hand.
Got to stay patient on it, though. There's that re-smoke, and normally we see Dizzy. There it is. Dealt with. All eyes turn. This has been conditioned. Boo might be the sacrificial lamb, but it's Miniboo to fall. And now Boo's in a bit of a predicament here. He might be screwed. They're flying his way. That's 2 rifles. Panitek quickly makes it over towards sight, but he could get overwhelmed in this scenario.
Yeah!
Suppressing time. QT follows out, then Sentinel's looking to force their way back through here. Benji Fishy and Rian's the last 2 standing. Not concerning HP bars, but it will be a 2v4 nonetheless.
And if they get slowed down, halted, look who's lurking, look who's lingering. It's TenZ with the classic, but it's TenZ nonetheless. Oh no! It's fine. Barely did damage, but that did. John QT can take down Benji Fishy, and Rian's live out the... Oh, can you do some of that beautiful aim before? Once more, not this time. Zekin there, okay. Sentinels. Thrifty. But it's got them another round. And at this point, they'll take them when they get them. But I like the idea from HyperX here, but it just failed on the landing. Really.
Yeah, execution not quite there. Miniboo and Boo getting overwhelmed. See if Sentinels can springboard a little bit off that. Still 5-round deficit.
Tenset turu guys.
See if Sentinels to play off.
Itu pas apa bang? Pas lu nggak
beli
apa-apa, lu menang.
Oh, the flash and the push though. The paranoia could have been good. It was just a bit too deep, and Boo's actually going to lose his life from it. I thought it might have been Miniboo on the plate, but no. And Rian's catches Zekin, so a strike back, but do they re-go mid? Where the hell do Sentinels go now?
They're still locked out here, all the way towards bottom mid. Re-exploring as they go now, but HyperX defaulting back towards this approach. Happy to concede the space. And the concern being HyperX can remain so active, with Benji being the committed anchor.
Miniboo better time this right.
Looks like he's about to.
Oh,
Sassy still holding on to it.
Benji Fishy is screwed here. He's got to find a single fight. And he's got a player to his right here.
Might get it on John QT.
Oh god, this is so rough. He actually might. Yeah, he does. Can he escape in time? There's still so many more players. Sassy still trying to find some value, but it's down to 2v2. He ends up Benji Fishy here. You've got Zelsis towards CT. TenZ now joins him, plants in. They're trying to time this around the world towards market. Plant for CT as well.
Oh, he's just about to trip it.
The timing of that. And Rian's now gets back, but you don't get to beat TenZ like that. They found a window again, Mike. A small opportunity.
Dapat 5 sih, menang sih kayaknya sih.
Benji's just so slippery.
Dapat 5 sih menang kayaknya guys.
Able to do a ton
Dapat 5
of
cukup
damage
sih, cukup.
and keep Heretics in that round, to be honest with you. Just half a second, you can see the cogs turning. You got that trip down, maybe an opportunity to lock Zelsis out of that. Sentinels able to get another on the board though. So they are able to springboard off that second. Zekken 1 away from a showstopper once again. Heretics now to get a little proactive once.
Tembak apa kalian?
Some of these pistols doing a little bit of damage. Zekken tagged up.
Back into this, Benji Fish, he's sticking around. Now, they haven't been really leaving players in this position, so this could be very, very fruitful. He couldn't quite convert the second. Damage on Sasi, but Tens has his number, it feels like. Now, the other danger man is Miniboo, but he was over towards A. Maybe going to catch something top mid, maybe not. Zels is trying to herd Rienz here, and there he is, spotted. Zels is going to try and keep him away, keep him back, but the Spike's on the move.
Miniboo's popped the ult as well. It's looking to go hunting here, but nothing on the side of this now. 45 seconds left. Sentinels stacked up in towards B main. 55 HP for Zekken. He almost wanted to open up with the showstopper. What is this?
Kalau nggak dicek lagi sih tai ya.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be it. There you go. Position done. Oh,
on the
this
way
is
in.
not good. Oh, wait.
He killed Zelsis.
Oh, this is a fumble, and Panatek's got an underhand flash. Couldn't quite convert on it, so fortunately for them, they kind of weathered the storm. But there is still a Miniboo, but a 1v3. Make it a 1v2, but the damage down to 32. Can he find a fair fight here? 10 still sitting pretty.
Zekken's holding this, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Nice.
Too sharp.
Very nice positioning. Sentinels.
Clumsy on the way in there. Body blocked the satchels, and then Zelsis falling to the showstopper. We're seeing them stabilize once more. Be able to recover to an 8-4. No, you're not.
No, you're not. Don't block.
No, you're not. That was the fakest smile I've ever seen.
Kita mah sendiri, Cok. Gara kehalang dia, Cok.
Hey, that's almost 5 in a row. Almost. See if they can keep this up. Heretics before, so maybe now with a buy behind them, they can actually make something of this. Same 3-man pack going hunting over towards B main, but it's middle that Sentinels are eyeing up here. Taking over tiles.
Benji's on this deep position once more. For maybe an audio cue, or at the very least getting that information nice and early. Bodies on the other side of the smoke though for Heretics.
They got a flash. We got anything for the smoke? Well, maybe it's fine for Rienz. Just spams the corner of it. There's going to be Dizzy coming through, so that should be at least one player taken out of this. Rienz in a lot of danger, but it's Miniboo to keep him safe. Top mid. Heretics finding that adjustment, but a quick pivot towards that B site. This now will play in Benji Fishy, whose position hasn't been uncovered. As long as Miniboo can keep their attention on site and make sure they can't filter CT. Can they get that crossfire? Is it Benji Fishy who actually goes for the first contact? Plant's going to come in. And yeah, he swings it. Oh, beautiful shot on Zelsis. There's Miniboo. That's the spacing you're dreaming of. John QT. All work here. And position revealed. Heretics clawing it back.
Another 8-4 first half here. Heretics in the driving seat once more. Sentinels going to have to rely on that recovery factor. 2 maps in a row. Beautiful clearance of the smoke here between Rienz and Miniboo, just ahead of that flash.
That's a much nicer half towards the end there. I like the fight back from Sentinels. I'm glad we got to see a little bit more, you know, pep in the step, right? The timeout worked. They found that adjustment because Heretics, I mean, they dominated that pace. They found so much value with that B main control. They allowed so much freedom on the rotations. That's way more confident. That's what we were waiting for from Heretics. Sentinels with a challenge, right? They've been pushed a little more there. This is exactly what we wanted. Little fight back from Sen, but Heretics in control.
It's another fantastic start for Team Heretics, but I'm joined by two very, very special guests. It is Benji Fishy's family, his mum Anne and brother Charles. Now, you guys have traveled all around the world to support Benji, but how special is it to be in Madrid among the Team Heretics fans, Alberto? I know they're very, very passionate.
Oh, the Heretics guys are unreal. These guys could be losing 10-0.
Anjay.
You see them still cheering for their bucket. I can't swear. If I could swear, I would. They'll be cheering for their lives. It's incredible. I love it.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere is great in here. And also, Anne, you know, not a lot of people expected Heretics to make it here. So how proud are you to see that Benji and his teammates are thriving and defying expectations?
Oh, absolutely. I'm so proud of them. They're a new team formed, and they're proving everything against expectations. And hopefully we'll go on and win.
Oh, I think you will. If there's anything you could say to him right now, what would you say?
Just that I'm very proud, and let's go. I want your dream to come true and to lift that trophy on the stage.
I can't wait to see it. I think we might just see that, Anne. And lastly, can we get a let's go Benji, everyone, as well?
Yeah. Let's go Benji! Come on, boys!
Bapak siapa nih Jambang? Jambang itu bukan bapak, itu brothernya kocak.
Joining me, and thank you Charles as well. I hope you have a great time here in Madrid, and let's see if Team Heretics they can make their dream come true and force a map 3.
That was so adorable. That was really cute.
Have a wholesome halftime.
Yeah, it must be nice. Support.
Back to us.
Pakai 2.000 bang.
Miserable.
Gak kan cheat namanya cowok, itu namanya buff. 2.000 buff.
Back to the game though.
But I was to say, yeah, let's continue that tone. Surely.
PRX kalah bang ya.
You don't lose.
Kamu ngatain ya.
I mean, Niels is going to be livid that this is the scoreline coming out of the first, but I mean, looking a lot more composed, at least this time around. There wasn't, I guess, in terms of rolling the dice and getting aggressive. I thought 10s get run down here.
It could be a bit of pace to this one.
Apa sih ini
It's
orang?
something that Heretics, you know, they kind of fell a little
4
short.
seconds
They
guys,
lost a little bit of that wind in their sail.
Sense
This time
tinggi
they
nih orang
really
nih, Cok.
keep that up. High tempo, confident, plants in. So 5v5 post plant now. This is where it gets interesting. Mini Boo sticking around. He's the only one on site and maybe looking to just be a nuisance, and he got real close to it then. Managing to avoid
a lot
this.
of time, yeah, but able to get out as well.
Enak banget ya kalau main Neon jago begitu ya. Bisa begitu ya.
In one position. Well, they still got shock dart here. No one on it, that should be confirmed. Smoke goes back up another tap. Someone's going to have to start committing on these just in case, but they're willing to risk it. But now the defuse is going to get started, and Heretics will be doing the damage, but the defuse is still going on. Made to halfway, spams there! 10s! You got a miracle for me now. Not this time, Panitek.
Gak ada yang mati 5 orang loh.
Their favor in the end, and a flawless start here in the second half.
Shots not landing initially, but finally able to close things out, and the pistol. It feels a little dicey here for Heretics.
I wouldn't be depending on that, mate.
Smokes like
Si main
this with
full smoke
pistols,
gini
but
semua, Cok.
Bloody hell.
able to get it across the line nonetheless, and that quells any early progress for Sentinels on a comeback.
Okay, what can they do with the classics? Double flash, make some space.
Sunset kok bisa nih, ayo bisa dong bro.
That's a cheeky little camera. But again, even with the information, unless that hunting pack of players was actually able to find someone, that's going to be very tricky. Heretics still cautious though.
Looking to show presence early towards A as well, something Sentinels didn't do for quite a while.
That's true.
Commented on it being very linear, very readable almost from the hand that Sentinels did show Heretics. So to see a very different approach here to the defensive half. Come the buy rounds. So yeah, 3 players, Sentinels up towards mid, and it's only really a camera holding things down. We'll confirm the smoke being placed and the drone coming through. Yeah, fighting back in with just Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
Stacked
That's
up
a
here,
big
classics
paranoia.
in hand. Yeah, that is a huge paranoia.
No, Miniboo eats one on the other side, so you can't quite make anything of it, but it does halt them for a second, but the
What?
Padatech would be pissed. But still, can they make something of this? Not really yet. They're being held at arm's length, which doesn't really allow those classics to get much done. Saucy, okay, fair enough. My bad. I won't. I'll keep my mouth shut.
3 HP left on him. Try and bait on the way forward, but the spacing a little off here. Smoke committed. Rien's going to find that one for free.
And Zelsis, anything for us? They can make it costly. Don't think they can really change the outcome of the round now. No, so that's a rifle.
Costly, actually, yeah.
Yeah, they get out with one, I think. Yep, just Miniboo making away with his. So money, sure, going to keep that from swelling. Beyond that, that's about it.
It'll be pretty clean here from Sentinels in
udah live ya, Bang
in
Winda ya?
round 3.
Berat sih Bang, 5
You
mini
are
Bang.
expecting them to
Agak
string
berat sih,
anything
tapi
together.
let's see. Belum beli rifle soalnya.
Well, Heretics now have the benefit, so they can explore the map a little bit. So the purchase sits just 2 sheriffs to round things out, so not looking awful.
No.
Rien's already with early progress towards the Hunter's Fury as well. That's even Zelsis down on a Bulldog. On the other side.
Ooh, tens. Miniboo was Jones in for that. John QT going to start feeling that pressure now. You can see Tens trying to bail him out a little bit, but they're ahead on pillar. So looking to try and get towards backside here. Need to control CT though, and that's Miniboo's job. Sprays in, shows presence, should allow for plant. Flash goes in, anyone to swing off it. Dizzy there too, and it's going to be Padatech, sends John QT back.
Kalau kalah lagi kau udah beli, Cok.
They're going to be looking to try and fall back towards main. Padatech gets caught on the way, but still. Can they unravel these 3 players here? Sent back on the site, going to start that defuse. Denied on the first attempt. Benji Fishy with a big shot coming through towards Tens. But look at Sussy, up close, personal, finds Benji Fishy, and it's on Rien's now. A 1v2, he's dodging the bullets barely. The spray's good from Sussy. Catching him in the end.
Nice.
His ult comes online. And
Nice. Okay, bisa guys.
Just consider it maybe Heretics slowing things down, exploring the map a little bit. An explosive hit towards B's site here. Bloodied and battered Sentinels come out with a defuse. Again, Heretics really going to feel the heat too much in terms of the purchase. I mean, a Guardian in the hands of Boo, but Hunter's Fury online now. Padatech encroaching on the Null command as well. See the pings here for Heretics. Now they're going to go exploring the map. A ton of pings over towards mid. An early smoke goes through as well. So they have got their sights set to try and take this. Spycam here, I was going to say, going to spot it out, but...
They've been really loud about this too.
They have, yeah. I mean, it's baiting out a lot of utility here.
It's done what you want almost. And a quick spring
wide open A site.
Couldn't ask for a better reaction. They probably wouldn't believe how much luck they had when they watched this back, at least in the early part of the round. And backfilling the space with Benji Fishy. Looking to try and keep control of tiles. The plant is going to be in, but he's got a 3-man stack walking his way. Got to be very careful to play this right. His team are focused towards CT.
Hunter's Fury preemptive here. Try and find a tag. Now Benji did get ahead of the tripwire, but he's going to slow down this flank a little bit. And a tag comes through.
That's got to be ringing the alarm bells. Benji Fishy is screwed here. He needs to get some help. Boo's got to try and bail him out. Zekken closing the gap. He wants to punish on this. Dizzy going to be sent in as well. Padatech going to find Tens. But Zekken's here. Stunned up. Sent back. Boo holds the line.
Boo holds the line.
Struggle to make it towards the side. Rien's is there too. And it's just Sussy this time. And they're bounding towards him. That's
flawless
5 standing. That's flawless. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Kayaknya map 3 guys.
Just looking to close out decisively here.
You can't let Sen in, Mike.
No.
You saw it on map 1. You can't let him in.
Looking so clean here. Everybody from Heretics stepping up, playing their part. Rien's now topping the charts. They looked a little crispy in the first half now, following through.
Ini Miniboo kayak sini sih guys, kayak si texture sih. Miniboo ini lagi
Even
panas
just that
banget.
paranoia earlier on.
Konsisten banget mainnya.
In the round, well, the pressure sent out, forced the rotation so quickly, giving Heretics a wide open sight. Sentinels just unable to find any sort of steady footing here. Purchase packing a little bit of a punch. 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs and a stinger here. Feels a little desperate for Sen to get back into this half.
A little bit of a pause now for Heretics. They've taken over A main. They don't really have much beyond that if you look across the rest of the map. No mid lurk, no late presence towards B. So quite a simplistic hit to an extent, depending a touch on the ults to ferry them forward. And Mini Boo now let off the leash. Oh, that's...
Buset, flashnya gila, bagus banget anjing.
Nothing to do
Oh,
there.
God,
Wah,
it
gila.
is so crystal clear cut. That is gorgeous work from
Rapi
Heretics.
banget, Cok,
I don't
flashnya.
even blame Sentinels for not being able to
Recordnya.
hold that site hit. That was too well made. And the retake is an uphill struggle here. Looking like a different team now, Heretics, after map 1, where Sentinels were large, in charge, in control that second half. Near on flawless. This time, starting to struggle a bit here. Boo with the early challenge, second. Nice, trade, better, trade back, no! John QT, still gonna be trying to fire on all cylinders, leaving it in the hands of Tens. But finding these final 2.
It's not enough time.
Complementary positions as well. Tens knows he's not being given much play here. And you're right, the time has dwindled, and so have Sen's opportunities to try and get a 6th in this round. And it's there. That's Heretics on 12, teeing us up for map 3 on the horizon. Bind looking like it's on the cards.
Almost a guarantee at this point. The investment coming through in the previous Sentinels purchase is not going to be pretty here.
Wah, Teh. Ini cuma map 3, Cok. Kita lagi main map 3 kah, guys, anjing? Kita main map 3 kah, guys?
That's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's wild.
Caught
It's
in
only
4K.
it's only one map, boys. I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I'd relax a little.
But a positive nonetheless. We
need
talked
it.
about the confidence coming into
Yes.
this.
You can't look at them like you're a Sentinels fan. They said it themselves in those early interviews. You know, they have looked up to these players, but in the server, you can't almost see that name. You got to ignore it. You got to treat them as equals, if not less than you. And right now, they're doing very well at that.
Tanggung, Bang.
They still
Tanggung,
need to
guys.
close out the
Guys.
series. Plenty of chances. And obviously that B main control, high priority here.
This is John QT almost forced all the way out of this site. Zekin here, try and give some sort of support. Showstopper in the back pocket as well. Heretics another pump and fake here, to be honest. Draw the rotation now, even potentially looking to backstab it as well. They're going to get into market here.
First time they've really put presence towards market, especially with the spike. And kind of feigning towards top middle. Look at that with the owl drone as well, drawing eyes. Mini Boo's got a great deal of presence now. Boo trying to pressure towards it. Oh, with a turn from Boo. Get out of here. There's still bodies on the side. Zekin still has that ult. He needs to be able to use it and use it well. The plants come in and Rians is taking down Tens.
Rosa mulu dia, Cok.
No, this is looking clear cut. Another flash. It's just a bombardment of utility. Sarsi, yes, he's made it here. Zekin, yes, still around. Lovely pick up towards Mini Boot, but needs a lot more. Tall task, and very few seconds to do it now. Starting to close in, Benji Fishy still standing. Wants this done, wants map 3, and
gila,
they're
Cok.
gonna get it, Heretics,
3, Jing.
taking us the distance, wrapping us for the 3rd. We all wanted it, and we're gonna get
Kenceng
it.
juga tim Heretics, guys.
Could not ask for more.
Kenceng juga, bro.
In a matchup here between two of the teams that have looked the most explosive. We're going the distance, and a response in kind here from Heretics.
This is everything we wanted. Bind is coming up next.
Aduh, Cok. Gimana nih, guys, ya? Oh, Bang Winda lagi main Troublemaker 2, guys, anjing. Emang seru ya, guys, ya? Lagi main PUBG, Troublemaker 2. Ini apa, guys? Udah siapa ya, Cok? PRX GG juga, Cok. Langsung di-upload tadi.
Makin manis dengan tropi panas
Kenapa copy karena slim? Saya kasih neon aja next. Itu kalau neonnya mainnya kayak dia sih GG cuy ya. Tapi maksudnya neonnya kalau kurang, kalau misalnya nggak kayak dia mah kurang guys.
PaperreX. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón.
Tung, teng.
Real litmus test for both of these squads, and kicking it off with a bit of pace. We expect this from the side of PaperX as they're quickly taking control over this A site, and it looks like that control is going to be given up. EDG content to play a retake. There's going to be a wall to break on the way through, but they are set up with their 5v5 as the spike goes down.
Yeah, one of the few teams that is still going to be running a Sage pretty much anywhere, but especially in pistol rounds, it's definitely going to be more of an irritation. Now, EDG have held on to a lot of utility as they now look to set back into this retake.
Yeah, a lot of stuff still to work with. That nade already going out to clear an angle. It's allowed them to focus towards the site. But Munyet does well to still grab one. The Paranoia a little deep. EDG already bypassed it, now catching multiple kills on nobody. It's left all down to Divai, emerging from the smoke. He's only good for one. That pistol round win goes to EDG. They'll play the retake. Obviously, they've got some very well-drilled retakes lined up for us, and I think here's where we're going to get to see, you know, this is nasty for Munyet. It's expecting to see something from EDG, but they might not have much of a chance. If they expect this one, I will be flabbergasted. A free kill for sure, maybe even a second now. They know his tricks. It's time to fade down.
Oh, they're going to have to look for that every single round. In the meantime, though, the rest of the team has started to get a bit more aggressive. Divai up close already doubles up their advantage, not allowing this retake to even really begin. Leaving just a couple remaining, and while the potential might be gone, but it is damn clean from the side of PaperX.
On A, they got a bit aggressive, haven't seen anyone, and in fact, Thrash is coming in on the exact other side of the map. As we can see, I like this idea to try and punish. Actually caught one tag onto something, but that's all they're going to get for it. With the res in, they might want to get aggressive, but Munyet being up close, he couldn't decide on his weapon. He'll only get the one, but at least he got the one.
Yeah,
Hola.
At least it's not the worst scenario. It looked like it
Sabar ya, lagi ini guys, ininya lagi ini guys.
Has been able to find another. Kankan looking to try and wrap back in, but the timing couldn't be any worse, and now Smoggy is all that remains.
That's not enough to really make a move. Divai is disgusting. He's making a lot of dangerous plays, but in this round, that might not have been the right call.
No, if they can get the rifle back especially, that would be an extra pain that they have to deal with. Also, every player being revealed, no hidden lurks can really be happening. Paranoia is good, but nobody's actually able to capitalize off their counter flashes just a little bit too late, and they are being picked apart. Just a couple remaining. Mindfreak has been able to bring back the deficit a little bit. Another, as he's just popping head after head, but it gets a little bit shaky. Leaves it onto something in the 1 versus 1, and they'll be able to hold on in that 2 versus 4.
Take on the B site is decent, especially when you've got a Viper's Pit online. They can't afford to give this ground up. Behind the wall, and as they play in front of the util on A, price is paid. Smoggy down, and a null command used for PaperX as they claim control of this site, presumably unchecked. Remember, also a Viper's Pit for post-plant, and this op is still lurking around. There's a lot of red flags flying for EDG.
He might find the space, though. They don't even realize he's here because he was already past the angle initially. Chichu at least finds a slight gap. Already, though, Thrash thrown out will give an awful lot of information. They're going to spot at least one player in that back line. And look at Divai, slowly on the wraparound. He was following it, but the shots might have just given his position away. The operator going to hold the gap in a wall. You'd expect something to hit this shot all day long, and he won't miss. 3 kills already to his name. Little bro going to be sent out just to try and claim some extra space, but for now, still a lot that EDG need to do, and not a lot of time to play with. Kankan, the last man standing, and he will meet the same fate as the rest. They've switched up. There's been so much presence on that A side that they gambled in that direction, and PaperX, they've had solid reads so far. One defender, Chichu, he has been the point of contact in almost every single round, but an afterplant, even
welcome to my
you mentioned
world.
That some of these rounds got close. Well, PaperX don't want to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, with Divai finding a kill, popping a heal on his teammate as well, everyone's sitting pretty, and there's still some util to play with. Going through that Viper's Pit, being on low HP with the Sheriff is the only thing worse than having to take that fight out in the open when there's this many rifles on the other side. They're trying to play the RNG, but the wall is helping, blocking, absorbing some of those shots, even though there's a gap in it that EDG are now going to use as they make their way through. There's a TP out of Aldon, and a third kill, a real chance for EDG.
Guys, belum ya.
It's something left, low HP on Smoggy with the decay. And it's an op to work with for something. Now the heals come through. That op needs to land its shot. The time already running. Can something even save the rifle at this point? He's got to run fast, and looks like he'll just about be caught.
Jam berapa yuk? Abis ini kelar lah.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's whether or not they're able to now capitalize on it. Because they have done that a couple of times, where they've made things a little bit more costly.
No, from the shadows.
Ini Dave lagi lemas itu guys. Dave kayak lagi puasa dia lemas
the
itu dia.
Shot doesn't land either. And Can sprays and finds bullets coming back at him from Mindfreak, who was dropped moments earlier. This is a disaster for EDG. They're losing players, but nobody. He doesn't want to lose this round. Holding strong in the flank from Smoggy's good. It's only Munyet left. He's made it to A. He'll find a plant, but he doesn't know where these last two players are.
Forsaken, unfortunately, won't be able to join him. Both players meeting back up, the time starting to tick down. They really need to get a move on. Paranoia through, TP'd now to get into a much stronger after plan. Munyet, though, getting tagged further and further. They need to get someone on this, and he's just buying that time ever further. I think this one's going to be desperately close. In fact, I don't think he might have this at all. I think it's going to go off. It's going to be the clutch again, and they just can't find themselves around. Just looks to take those fights.
Map 3, Sentinel.
Well, nobody again. This time, Mindfreak is waiting.
Looking for the best music for your videos? Then you should check out Artist.
Artist.com.
These battles have not been going their way, and something roaming with that operator. Ready to clear. And while the Paranoia will catch him, but no chance for a trade.
It's not even an ability that gets him out of there. It's literally just the straight up take your knife out and run. Now, Can's gone through mid. There is a lurk waiting around here, but it's waiting for the B main aggression, not for the mid push. They weren't expecting this. The timing a little off, and the shots didn't land initially. But
Let's go.
Recovered it nicely.
Oh, he paranoid from just moments ago. The initial fight needed to be cleaner. Completely left out on his own. He's had a couple of amazing moments so far, but this would have to be the best of them. Munyet, no respect, straight through, leaves it all up to one, and it is dominant. A 9-3 half for Paperrex coming in onto Sunset.
Awalnya udah bagus guys, menang jauh ya kan.
This time Paperrex are leaving A open, looking more so to fight into middle, and that's exactly where they're going to find that scrap. Already good stuff as the heal comes through. That initial fight almost negated if Forsaken hadn't fallen, and if Haodong didn't find the kill on something. Now the numbers are thin slightly.
Those real issues.
It slowed them down, but they found Mindfreak. And they know that Munyet's around here. They've got to deal with him. They want to get this spike planted, and Munyet with a beautiful shot, and now a crossfire angle. ZOWIE easily closes that out. His flank saving the round. Oh, wall up right away. Interesting angle for Forsaken, and he's already got one. No reload, he wants another. Oh, I love to see the Outlaw thrive, and Forsaken looking beautiful doing it. This is the perfect round. They don't have shields. It's an easy kill. If you're rocking into a no-shield fight, and obviously Haodong had no chance, blinded up in the corner and taken down. He expanded to run that clock down. Guys. As we're going to see, even a deep flash thrown through. They're really trying to stop this squad. I guess send them back to A, or at least make.
Unknown, it feels like.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a little more concerning for Sentinels, but I mean, a laboured victory for HyperX over foot as well makes this a bit of a question mark. The composition change, sure, we'll have to see it in execution really to judge this, but it's definitely a curveball. HyperX are going to be well equipped for this.
I can't believe we're here.
I mean, I'm so glad we've got a third map from this.
Same.
Okay, bind. Gecko 10.
Didn't feel like the first half was not necessarily like a blowout, but you know, it was scrappy on that first half. So second half, Sen just full control. Map 2, honestly, Heretics, full control. It felt like.
I mean, yeah, but we come out Sunset left wanting more, and we're gonna get it.
Oh, I'm so excited. I hope this is just a good game of Valorant, right? That's what we're all here for. Early presence towards B long. See Zekin getting want to check there by Padatek. Knife not going to connect, but it's certainly quite indicative. But do they pull any rotations? Not yet. They're still committing to the 3-on-8.
Apa anjing Yoru cok, single duel sih single apa? Single duel sih Yoru anjing kayak juga nih. Minimu bisa banyak agent ya berarti ya, bener ya?
Yeah, not cause too many problems and look as if Sentinels might collapse towards B here. So we'll have the favourable numbers, obviously. 2 members of Heretics over here. See if Benji Fishy can do enough damage on the way in here.
Well,
wow, there you go.
That's a tick in the box, and Sasi's on the hunt. You can see him trying to chase him down, but he's got to be careful. He's backpedaled quite far here. Benji Fishy is really making him work for the space. Yes, they get the site, but look at the wrap. Look at the presence on the rest of the map here. Hookah is just flooded with Heretics bodies. The plant is not safe. Yeah, they can't get it down yet. They are screwed here. Here comes the counterplay coming back in. Benji Fishy and Miniboo eviscerating Sen. Oh my god.
Kalah kan Sentinel nih guys.
Caught completely off guard by the TP through. It's Miniboo to open things
Pokoknya
up.
kurang strong gitu guys. Attack-nya.
That flank paying off massively. So now Patsik actually, got the kill first.
Yeah.
Here's the TP through. From Rians and Miniboo.
Miniboo jago banget anjing cok. Ini jago sih Miniboo sih.
On the board for Heretics to kick things off here.
Menurut gue Miniboo tuh kayak si ini sih, kayak si Texture sih.
Struggling to get the plant down as well. Whether or not
ya nggak sih guys?
Any sort of difference on the outcome, but
there's just so little safety there. There's so few places maybe they could have backpedaled to long or elbow. I mean,
well, I mean, you lose Hookah there from the TP. You have to take something towards spawn or have some sort of comfort to really stop that rotation or the flank coming through. It just wasn't there.
Again, you can see Sen just trying to get those ults where available, gather a couple of orbs.
Kalau di headshot sih di one tap sih gila sih ya.
Looking like a test towards A, and you can really see Benji Fishy on the adjustment. Fortunately enough, none of that damage really connecting heavily towards Riens. He could have been in a spot of bother, but Sen actually going to get the sight on this one. So it should be the plant, but they haven't cleared out everything. Yeah, that was a little bit labored on that one. Plant now going to be coming down, but you can already see the counter pressure coming in. They're not going to sit back idly and let this happen. Riens is quite close, and that's going to be a perfect punish. This is huge work, yeah. Heretics fully in control of that.
Tinggal kurang disiplin nih cok ya cok.
To retain all the weapons purchased as well. Rians, I believe, working. Oh, actually, sorry, Miniboo. Up towards his ultimate. Well, Sentinels have planned for the first buy round here. It's old progress, really building. 10's the one we've got our eye on here. Confident start here from Heretics.
Speaking of confidence, Mike, I mean, sadly, Zelsis, John QT, and Sasi yet to really draw blood here, which makes you feel coming in cold. You just lost on Sunset. If you're talking about momentum, obviously, externally, 1-1 is 1-1.
I mean, yeah, you talk about the momentum of this series. You never want to be the ones, the team that gets slapped about on map 2. I have to dig deep.
Tahunnya Eropa kah ini?
A little bit of proactivity.
Ini gila sih ini cok anjir. Kayak si ini bener sih guys, kayak Texture. Si Texture kan lagi gila ya. Sama percis menurut gue
further forwards. Sentinels anticipating that somebody's posted up a little deeper here. Maybe it gets the hell out of dodge though.
How many of them did that catch? Just second maybe? I'm not sure if that got some more. It kind of looks like it's just him. Burst going to come through, but no quick pressure towards Showers. So Heretics still have safety to fall back to. Got a corner of the site for themselves. John QT's presence could be massive. Zekin's actually caught Paditek there. I thought he'd stay a little safer. Boo now going to give away the game because John QT then uses that as his time to get into the fight. They've got full control here. The back of the site, yes, is Heretics, but still, they've got the time on their side. They've got Showers. They've got everything they need, apart from Zekin's just been cleared. John QT going to return the favor a little. And Sassy overrun. Tense, though, can't be the one to set up fully. It's now a 1v1. Rien still has util, but John QT with the reposition is just so heads up. Rien has no idea. John QT, masterful his work there.
Nice Sen, tapi berdarah-darah ya menang satu ya.
Comes down to just one member though. It'll be costly. Get their first
menang satunya tuh berdarah-darah guys. Sentinel nih anjing.
Zekin and Tens now. Well, Zekin 2 away, sorry, from the showstopper, but Tens ultimate available here. Perfectly timed the pinch here into Showers. A little bit chaotic here. Tens actually managed to pin down the second kill there. Very impressive.
Nice!
Good job. I'm actually feeling a little flat in terms of the vibes here on the stage.
Not the same energy
No,
for the first
definitely
one,
not.
You know. Obviously for Heretics, yeah, I hate being the caster who harps on about the 6th man, but it's hard to feel down when that crowd is behind you anyway.
When they cheer for everything, yeah.
Literally, it does kind of keep that energy up a little bit. And again, for younger players who aren't as comfortable, who might start feeling a little, you know, heavy-hearted.
That's one of the biggest things to counterbalance that is to have the crowd cheering in your favor. I mean, instead of Minibu, he's had a blinded series.
True. Ult's going to come in there. Clear path. Rinse and repeat somewhat, but look at the adjustment from Heretics down towards long. John QT again, worth his weight in gold in the last couple of rounds. He has been finding value. Plant is there, not stopping. Now Heretics need to bring value to this very late wrap around the map. Yeah, Minibu on the way, that's going to be checked on by Zekken potentially. Sasi as well going to keep Boo in check. Can they draw the attention elsewhere? Still buying time with the util. 10's going to give away a little bit of the game here. Minibu trying to test him, and there's the late catch. Boo finally makes it around the corner. The defuse is going to be halfway through. That's not bad. Sen finally kicking. Oh, Panatek turns on a dime and takes down 2. But time is everything. He is running low on it. How do they get this across the line? And that might be out. Put your body on the line. Oh my God, they're out of time. Surely. No way, he's got the defuse. Boo is there.
What the hell?
Fantastic work in the end. But Patitek, your highlight player there, Mike. How the hell did he get both of them?
A moment of magic for Patitek.
Run it back for me, please, because how?
And the first half defuse as well, coming through so early here. He'll be coming back here, Boo. 2 crucial kills to close out the 3K. Secure the 3rd as well.
So close on that.
Looking comfortable once again in the retakes here. Sentinels will throw a few stingers in the mix. Might get something going here in round 5.
Show me something here, Sen. Let's have a little look. Oh yeah, Zekken, okay, on the close down. Oh, yeah, he got it, he got it.
Anjing, dikejar gitu guys, anjing.
Get it done. Zekken gonna remove the presence from the site. Should allow for a plant this time. Remember last time there was very little safety. They were over towards Hookah. They had presence towards CT. This time not the case. Oh,
what?
Where did that come from? Where the hell did that just come from? Heretics sweeping the site at Celsius. Trying to dig deep here. Show me some magic, Celsius. Make this count somehow. Molly goes in, but Patitek. Oh,
doesn't land.
No!
Hand off the mouse.
He's already given it. Celsius, you gave it a go, but it wasn't going to be enough.
Show me that shock dart. You see, Boo's utility is so on point here. As Rians to find 2 with a shock dart.
Where'd he get it?
I mean, there's just so much util. Absolute blender from Heretics here. And this is something, you know, plays towards their strengths. We've seen already in this series. They have some of these
kena ini guys, kena Viper dia, kena Viper, kena sedot.
Sentinels unfortunately going to have to see a few of them before they can learn from them. And only a couple of stingers to come in here, so Sentinels not necessarily too upset about losing that one. Pit on short here. Patitek has taken a ton of damage.
Yeah, John QT's been a real threat in showers. He has been nasty with his work over there. But this is still, you know, trying to draw eyes towards A, but that Spike is quite committed up here. Ten's got to be a little cautious. Trying to get that ult back, but Rien's fancying his odds. TP taken. They're looking towards A. Can they chase down Benji Fishy? No! They
what the hell?
The timing on that was absolutely unreal. Benji Fishy played in off the back of it, and it's just stopped Sen in their tracks. What do they have outside of that? That was meant to be their goer.
Really takes the wind out of Sentinels here, left scrambling. 30 seconds left now.
30 seconds left. They got to run.
There'll be no secrets about this on the way in. You've got to question the utility as well here.
It's the one bonus is Boo's only got a judge, but it is still Rien's here.
The TP's come through, yep.
Yeah, not alone anymore.
Oh, no!
Rien's blind, wall in place. It's a massacre. Sentinels left in pieces! Stopped at every entrance point. They need a timeout, and they need it now, Mike.
Sentinel
Beautifully
turun kan
constructed
nemenin
round the no
PRX.
command, completely shutting down any sort of pressure towards this Viper's pit. And Rian's, man, we talked about him firing up in the previous map, but looking so pivotal to HyperX's success here. Once again, top of the leaderboard.
Oh, look at him. There we go. Weber and Neil starting to really feel it out too. Because you know the boys are going to get confident. You know they're going to start feeling themselves. As long as they don't make any silly choices, if they can keep this up. Sen not calling a timeout here as well, Mike. They feel as though they've still got the right idea, potentially.
I mean, they have ults coming online here. Maybe some of these initial plans will come to fruition. One off the pit, Sassy. I was going to say one off the Seekers, but Miniboo, he's thread the needle. He's found his way in the back lines.
And now the reclear is devastating because they're not close enough to see where he slipped back to if he's still around there. He's trying to come back this way. Benji Fishy gets that contact, knowing that's a whole new stack of players coming on down. Can he buy the time? Rotation's going to come in. That's going to be Patatek making it over. Smoke's going to be invested. So they follow up on this. Zelsis, yes, he absolutely does. Slicing through them. Try to take towards the side, but the spike is left loose. There's Rienz again joining in. This is rough to watch. Zekken trying to claw this back, but still no plant and still no security.
Got a ton of time here for Miniboo as well. In the ultimate, he's trying to find the second member. Oh, it just comes out. Zekken can't pin him down though.
He might be dead here now. Yeah, there it is, pain shelling combination, leaving it in a fair 2v2. Ult back online, gonna try and give him the information and maybe play in Zekken, who's following it, but look at Boo's position! Oh, Boo around the back! And now Zekken, was he spotted by Rienz? I think he might have been, maybe red, but now comes back through, notes Rienz, but he's in the wrong position now. Boo's got his number, surely gonna try and take him off that defuse, but it's not stopping! Oh, God, not again!
Sentinel, kenapa, Cok?
HyperX are untouchable right
Sen,
now.
kenapa you begini you?
Sentinels without an
Pasti belum
answer.
nge-kill,
Where
anjing.
is this timeout? They need to pump the brakes.
I mean, Zekken and Tens make a scrambled call here to get aggressive on the back of the Thrash, but the flank from Boo completely unconsidered. Rienz again putting in support from the other side of the map. Oh my God. The satchel just out of range. See the frustration starting to show on the faces of some of the Sentinels players.
He's loving it.
Yeah, loving life.
Iya sih. Kayak si Jason nih sebenarnya.
Test to the metal here for Sentinels.
Jason juga
Isn't it?
bisa
Go
main
through the
banyak
region
sebenarnya.
looking, you know, revitalized, renewed. Some of the return of the old players. Tens coming back in. Everyone's loving it. Welcome to the international stage again. It's a different beast out here. You could overlook HyperX. You could have looked at that roster and gone, you know, maybe a good run, maybe some decent results, but hey, they didn't even win their region. But you can't doubt this now. 6-1 has been a very good performance. Show me the depth, Sentinels. Show me what you've been working on. Show me what first place in Americas actually looks like here. This was their timeout. They've got ults. They've got the showstopper, they've got the pit, they've got Seekers. A little bit of a shoddy buy, but they've got something, Mike. And they need more than one round.
Have a little bit behind this, because only really Celsius. Any sort of cash. Obviously max loss bonus anyway, but HyperX looking so well drilled. Especially in some of these retakes, the coordination around ultimates, utility. We've seen it all so far. Now a totally different setup.
Okay.
Celsius will find the opener. Zekken to double down.
Love that. Love that. Punchy, aggressive. Now if they can at least get the plant, they get the time on their side. That's like a 6v3.
Boo actually will show his hand on the flank.
I mean, it's not the first time he's done it, but still I'm surprised that he's willing to give it away here, drawing 3 players this side. Can't handle him. Good work from Sentinels. They need a clean round as well. Be worth all those upgrades they could take on through. Rienz unable to connect. This is much better. There's Zekken again.
Nice.
This is punchy. This might be enough to at least open up a little bit of an opportunity, and it looks like a save from Miniboo. It's a second here for Sentinels. Mike, After a drought,
momentum comeback, Sentinel yuk.
Like they found the oasis here, just getting that second round.
Definitely, yeah, and not relying on two of the key ultimates here
yes.
that were available, the Orbital Strike and the Viper's Pip. Still got that to lean back on. Want to try and remove this operator from the hands of Minibu. I believe he was noted throughout the round.
Disiplin banget, iya ini disiplin banget Salim, sumpah nih. Ini tim Eropa disiplinnya gila sih anjir. Line up-nya juga mantap anjir.
Sentinel's able to break that streak now. That's Zelsis' opener.
Yeah.
Second great pathing here. Get over the top of the truck. Absolute clothesline on Patitek.
Any more where that came from though? Minibu still with that operator, this time on the A site though. Gonna be checked on by the dog. Oh, towards showers, so it's gonna be he's forced to commit for at least now. Flash goes behind, flash. But yeah, still good value. Zekken with an excellent trade, finding Benji fishy, maybe making a little bit more space. You can still see the flash, so they know that Patitek's nearby. They saw him early, and now they're gonna see him again. Zekken hunting him down though.
One off the showstopper as well for Zekken, could really turn things around. Pit will go down, Plant comes in from tens.
Pop flash in the smoke, and Minibu making no secrets of this one. Trying to clear towards Shower, they want some safety, and they ain't gonna get it. Zekken holding on here. Starting to heat up a little bit.
She goes nade out the showstopper now.
Oh, that's massive from Zelsis as well, cutting off the back lines.
Nice.
Tens holding the plant itself, leaving just Rienz in a 1v3 now. Oh my god, hold on. Surely not. The drop, he's gonna hear it. Oh my god, Rienz! Relax! There's no way you do this, right? Oh, Zekken! Keeping Sentinels
4 lawan 1 anjing.
safe.
But a
4 lawan
big
1.
picture-wise, a big win to draw out the showstopper.
Oh,
in
yeah,
that
you're right.
situation, a pit down, Rienz comes through, finds what, 2 or 3? I can't even remember how many. So to draw out such a pivotal ultimate here, the best of a bad situation to concede Sentinel's third.
Barrel just showing there on John QT. Oh! He's really making a name for himself, even in the loss there. The brave Sentinels fan. But HyperX taking a timeout here. 2 consecutive rounds for Sentinels. Enough to bring a couple of questions and take away some of that money as well.
You still have the orbital strike for Sentinels. Whether or not Niels has spotted anything that needs reining in so far.
Kayaknya kalau misalnya momentum dapat bisa 6 sama sih harusnya.
Sentinel seemingly getting a grip now. Able to squeeze 2 rounds out. 3 remaining here for the first half. Zekken, no surprises. The driving force here for Sentinels.
I've got to say, for me, though, Zelsis is right up there too. He's been playing some very it may even be just like a kill around he's been getting, but some of them have been so
Bisa sih guys, ini nyari
He found the entry on a couple of these sites. Sorry, hits towards A site. Curious if we see much of a switch up here.
Tapi
actually, we do, yeah. Previously, Minibu the solo anchor towards B now. One in towards Hookah. Obviously, lesser purchase here. 2 Sheriffs and a Guardian to round this out. Yeah, conscious that Minibu's going to be playing up close here on short. Forced out early, but Sentinels anticipating some aggression here.
I quite like them sending Zekken here.
Okay.
Test a little.
Main slowly, kali lagi kita lihat utilnya
presence towards A, keeping in mind that the
satu Iko ya, Patitek Iko guys, secara miskin dia.
And Rienz.
2 Iko, 3 buy. Ini harusnya menang Sentinel lagi sih, 6-4 sih harusnya.
Test their patience.
Kenapa sih itu kenapa sih bikin kayak salib gitu guys? Crosshair-nya guys emang enak ya?
But you can see where Senna coming back to. There's contact. They've got to be ready for this. Underhand flash doesn't really crest the corner. Now can they do the damage on the way in? They've stalled them out here, Mike.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Sentinel's considering resetting. No, just gonna wait out this poison orb.
Yeah, not that time.
Halted in his tracks though.
Yeah. But can they get further ahead? Patitek good for 1, but not good for any more. Rienz needs to play his life, gonna dip away. Now keep your eyes towards the plant. Do they get it? Do they get it for free? Couple of shot darks to be sent in, and careful, Tens is a bit lower here, and he's going to be caught on the way out. Rien's getting a whole lot of information too. John QT though, catching Mini Boo.
Be huge.
That's massive. Boo! He's got the shot. Zelsis has to clutch up here. A 1v2, and he's noted. Boo knows it. He wants that fight. 2 bullets, and Zelsis holds on.
It gives Rien space though. He's got himself. He's got the half defuse already, Lauren.
He absolutely has, and Zelsis!
Whoa! Zelsis nih, bos!
Keeping hope alive for Sentinels, that's what you want from Zelsis. That's the impact he can have with a clutch there.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Udah kaya guys, saya kan udah duitnya 9.000 anjing.
Touch and go for a moment. But the Red Bull clutch nonetheless. Rien's Hunter's Fury opens things up here. And Boo.
Saksi masih kill, no Saksi guys.
Draws Zelsis so far down short. Gives Rien's a ton of space to work with. Zelsis able to close things out.
Sentinels clawing this back. Not dead, not out of it. It looked dreary in those first couple of rounds for them, but they've got the resolve. But now do they have the sight hit they need here? Boo's going to make a quick dash for it. Fall back a little deeper. He's got to be careful, actually. That ult is coming! It's
nice banget, cok.
Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Mini Boo's got to respect it as well. He took enough damage that he's been forced away here.
So get themselves onto site pretty comfortably. Obviously lacking Boo's utility here for the retake. Shopdar won't land this time around.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And finding Benji Fishy wasn't the play you're expecting. Second just goes and eviscerates them, and TT flies in, trying to give it large. And Mini Boo is found. Sentinels right back in the matchup. 5 rounds now. It feels like a lifetime ago they will be.
Saksi masih 0 guys. What
Birch is going to struggle here. The Heretics in the final, but we'll obviously see everything spent up, and nobody there to challenge the Thrash. Has total freedom to come through, clear all of this space. Again, the second use as well. Shut down Rien's on the drone.
What the hell, Mini Boo tapi konsistensi guys. Lagi jelek-jeleknya aja tuh. Second frag, top frag, jarang dia bottom frag, cok. Duelis yang sangat perform ya.
To the final round now. Ultimate's available. Boo off the divide, but
they're walking. Hello. And bye-bye, Zelsis teed up for 2.
Apa nggak dapat 3? Ya.
Heretics are still fighting back. Second shot though, good spray. Trying to hope to connect. Probably enough towards Rien's. Yeah, lovely from second.
6 sama kan?
And now it's Boo a mile away, and Sentinels with what can only be said is a new lease of life. Whatever was said during that timeout is just incredible. He's got 1 HP.
1 HP. Ini kalau clutch gila sih.
Michael, he's got 1 HP. He's
Stop
got
the plant.
1 HP. It's fine, Tens is there. We're tied up. This is why we wanted a third mic, though. This is what we were after. A close affair between these two.
Sentinels clawing 5 rounds in a row to keep this level pegging coming into the second half. Having to dig so deep here.
Gila guys, Sasio bisa ya, Sasio.
But we'll see everybody firing on all cylinders for the next half.
Oh, doggy. This is what you like to see, people. This is what we like to call in the pro wrestling biz an instant classic. That's what's happening here. This matchup has been stupendous. And yes, I had to fit a wrestling reference in there some way, somehow. This match deserves it. Guys, what a game we are seeing here between 2 teams that want it so bad.
I think it's brilliant what we're seeing coming in from Heretics, what Boo is doing every single round, preventing the plan, everybody playing to the best of their ability. Rien's, like the entirety of Heretics going crazy for it, and also the way that Sentinels has managed to turn this around. Also, I believe this is probably the first time or so for Tens on the get-go, and I think that he's doing amazing. Probably that last round and the way that they close it, even round 11, it's a perfect showing of it.
His agent pool's always been impressive.
So far, I think what we're watching right now is the 2 teams that have shown the best Valorant. I think out of all the teams that kick off.
Yeah.
I think they're reacting so well to each other. They always have protocols, plans in mind for any play. You think back to that showstopper play play that, you know, Zekken was throwing into the pit to clear it, and they had a null command ready and waiting instantly there. But it's the adaptations as well. Timeout was taken by Sen. Immediately, they're more aware of the boo flanks. They're making the right calls and adjustments all throughout to bring it 6-2-6. You are seeing two teams at the top of their game right now clash between them. And just from the reactions, man, they want it, man. Both of these teams, they want to be going 1-0 up towards that in that Swiss stage.
My eyes are going to be turning, Kukuka, to the vibes merchant on that stage, Zelsis, because he's got to keep that team mentally in it. And on the other side, I'm looking at Benji to be that guy for this team because he's been quite vocal for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in every camera shot, we know how important it is for both of these teams to make it, for Team Heretics to achieve and get their first win at an international event, and for Sentinels to fulfill that promise of that they could be and they want to be in 2024.
I think it's safe to say that we've just been treated to some brilliant Valorant, and the fun don't stop here. Let's send it back over to you, casters.
Oh man, 6-6 on the half. You could not ask for a better scoreline. Sentinels prying themselves out of the grave here in that last half, really, of that first half. It is just, wait, look at this brawl down long. Hold on, I'm just gonna have to pause this. Zelsis just taking a wonder what's going on.
That's actually Tens and Zekken to find these kills here. Rians will respond, but Sentinels coming out on top.
They're trying to send a message.
A response. It's got another one.
10 HP in a dream. Oh, but it ain't coming true.
Nice, Sachi got kill, Sachi got kill.
After what was a disastrous half for him. What can Boo do?
Wah, Genzi KC seru sih.
Ton of time to work with.
Tapi belum tahu sih, besok masih TBD guys. Belum tahu, belum diacak siapa yang lawan siapa guys. Belum tentu soalnya.
Show me what you can do here, Boo. Not much with that timing.
Nice, saatnya comeback Sentinel.
With it, aren't you? Just go take a challenge down long and win it out.
It's almost what you want to see coming out the second half as well. The death touch.
Gila, Zekken hyper carry coy anjing. Zekken ini, Zekken, texture, Mini Bu ini gua rasa duelis yang lagi top perform sih guys. Yang sangat konsisten tiap matchnya guys. Jarang banget dia nge-weave. Dia lagi nge-choke gitu jarang.
Send a message, set the precedent early here. Find themselves leading now, albeit one round.
Starting to liven up now. Oh, Zekken. Nice shot on the first, but Benji Fishy is there for at least a little bit of damage on the way back through. But Boo's in trouble. You can see Tens getting a little interested, but that corner's not bad. Nah, not going to work out. Penitech still with a bit of chip damage too. Again, just a couple reminders of threat here. Now, do they go for the individual? Do they try and attempt towards Tens?
Low, dua orang low sini.
I mean, what weapon was dropped on short here? I just saw a ping on the minimap.
Not sure. But the timing's going to be interesting, isn't it? You look at where Sasi and John QT are.
I mean, this flank is slow.
I mean, but Mini Boo and Patatech aren't moving. So, wait, I think...
No way they get behind this flank.
Oh, no. John QT turns around, hello. And now Boo.
CP'd ahead of it.
All right, Mini Boo, show me what you got here. You got at least one noted player behind you, and this is horrible. Oh, it's horrible to win this Mini Boo, just getting bullied from both sides.
Okay, okay.
Trying to get that defused. That's 8 carved on the board here. They might be going back to retrieve that weapon. What was dropped down there? Let's see what John.
Oke, kita berharap guys PRX next match-nya somethingnya menyala bangku. PRX-nya monyet dan Forsaken menyala bangku deh pasti menang guys. Kalau 3 orang nyala itu udah pasti menang guys.
Responses here from Heretics. Obviously drawn blood in the previous, but Tens already. Ultimate online.
Anjing, itu line up apa, Cok? Bangsat.
Next closest being Patatech on the other side.
The fuck is that, bro?
See what the approach is here on the defense. Obviously, Sentinels already showing they're happy to show their hand very early on. See, riding the wave.
Anjing, line up, Cok. Itu Cok. Keren juga line up ya, guys.
Close out the first half. Yeah, Heretics looking to
bisa jaga 2 aset anjing.
Into A side pretty quickly here. Zelsis is tagged up, and Mini Boo going to take the space immediately.
Yeah, there's a bit of trouble though. Zekken on the other side.
Zekken's got to be so careful, yeah.
Oh, that's an issue though. Zelsis crest the corner at the right time, and you can see Patatech instantly on the
molly bounce back.
That's ridiculous. But they still don't have a plan here. They still don't have the time on their side, right?
And look at the flank coming through from John QT. Boo's holding it.
That could be huge. Patatech gonna find Zelsis. Now John QT's flank might run out of steam if they don't have the presence on the other side. Sasi's been having a bit of a nightmare series, if I'm honest, at least in this map. Not what you're after. John QT down a little low, and he can't be subtle. Maybe trying to lock him in, make it costly. It might be the silver lining they're aiming for, because they're not going to get much else now.
Sassy Bulldog in hand. Try and find something on the way back through, do some damage, but that's what all but wraps. The first, the second, though, Rians stands his ground. HyperX finding an early response here.
It's okay, it's okay.
Sentinels in check. All on the back of Miniboo once again. Beautiful response as well to the thrash coming through. I believe Benji gets detained as well just behind that. Like I said, I'm not sure who the molly bounced off, but almost the saving grace here really for HyperX to slow things down.
Yeah,
I don't even know if it bounced off anyone. I think it just bounced off the wall.
Pardon?
Saved him.
Jangan bilang gua minimal ada kakak. Bener ada kakak dia. That's true, guys.
7-8. First answer back, but that was the buy against the bonus, right? So now we got to see what the buy looks like with Sentinels now, and it looks a lot like the
down
pistol.
B long again.
Yeah, pop flash through. Miniboo's position's good though, and he's got Boo to back him up. Yeah, they've read that. They're very well prepared for it now. Fortunately, Sassy does at least take one with him, but you can see the damage is done. John QT was on the other side of the map. That's pretty reasonable, but his aggression was handled perfectly.
That swagger, that bravado of Sentinel starting to rear its head here on map 3. You get aggressive and punished for it. Great awareness from HyperX, yeah.
This isn't bad from Sen. I'd like the idea at least. They might...
They might catch Rians. Oh no, the drone's cancelled already.
Yep. That's rough. That's really rough. Does Sassy's position get read? Yet re-enters on the case. It doesn't win the fight, but they know both players. Safe plant.
Yeah.
Good plan. Palisec's got to be careful. Very low on HP. Could be spammed potentially.
Yeah, still be out of the box, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for him, Snakebite goes to the wrong direction, so he gets to live another day. I don't know if the dog actually crested the corner enough to be able to see his position. It's not going to be one of a surprise, but the pop flash to the swing. Yeah, Miniboo going to make that one his. And now it's down to Sassy with 11 HP. Not going to get it done. HyperX getting a grip on Sentinels now, reading that B-long aggression, predicting it well.
Is that enough to keep it in check now? Force Sentinels back under the safety of deeper positions here. I mean, to say, they're even ready for the third and fourth swings on this.
They know they commit to it. There's no,
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels have to. You can't go half in on a play like that.
Yes.
Sentinels will continue to do so. Sassy now one away from the Seekers. Zek 2 off the showstopper, and actually HyperX now looking to switch up the pace.
Second is so mechanically just filthy. Look at him go! Miniboo had no idea this guy is just giving him hell. It's a treat to watch him play. And HyperX, hello? Okay, they got back to kind of handling it in the end. Zekken with a third this round. And HyperX left down the 2. Patatek and Benji Fishy, especially with those Seekers coming through, nothing is left unchecked on here. Careful though, Zelsis.
Spammed out through the box.
Taking a lot of damage. Gonna know both. Actually can drawing out 2 ults in this round. Doubling down on this. And it goes right in between them. Benji Fishy's reposition is quite nice here. Yes, it leaves Patatek vulnerable, but it's an unexpected angle potentially.
To the flank.
This is looking rotten for Benji Fishy. Flank is on the way.
Guys.
A shower, knowing that's the case. Sentinels playing safe, playing smart. Benji Fishy starting to feel that. There's like, okay, no one's challenging me. Why is that? What's going on here? Let's get a read on this. Walk into the unknown. Could challenge what he knows, but that's Zelsis, who's had a hot hand in this game. Creeping closer, but 2 players. Not gonna happen. Zelsis there. Putting Sen back into the lead now. Just barely.
Maintain 3 rifles as well, so
okay, let's
something going in terms of the backup funds here, but Zekken,
man, what a superstar.
Yeah. I mean, the first Miniboo gives up the second for free. Not noting the reposition here, I guess, amid the chaos.
Jadi kan ngeri banget sih anjing.
Nice. Zelsis building towards the orbital strike. On the other side of things, Riens and
22 kill second, bro.
With their ultimates at play.
Kill, anjir.
Flash noting presence, but no follow-up behind this here for Sentinels this time around. Actually, the double stack in Hookah drifting deeper and deeper here. Might even get punished by Boo. No. Miniboo will sniff it out with his ultimate.
There we go. Should see this. Yeah. Both players. And a clear sight.
Yeah, they should know that they have a very open B site here on the back of that.
But the crunch, that's what I'm waiting on, is the rest of Sentinels on the way, all around on the flank. But then keep in mind Benji Fishy, right? His position could still be so pivotal because they feel nothing CT, right? There is no presence in CT. They've not felt anything from that side. So do they start reading this? Benji Fishy already turning around, and Senna here. They've made it here. This is going to be a 3-2 play back in as it stands. Benji Fishy with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he will be actually noted and outdone. Tens cracks it open. Now the problems begin as the retake fully starts. Boo going to try and slip back towards the corner of elbow. You can see how much this is suffocating them, but the slow. They've tried to hold them back, buy some time. Underhand flash to the swing, but the pressure on the side is mounting. Tens and Zelsis in unison, down to a 2v3. Tens barely alive, but still standing, as is second. Diffuse started and Riens. How much can one man do? Not enough!
Gila bro, Tens bro, panas bro!
What a crazy retake that is from Sentinels. Miniboo rolling the dice, trying to TP back in behind it. Zekken now starting to light up the server. It's unfortunate for Benji Fishy, but diligent on the approach here. Unfortunately, Heretic's not able to slow this down at all.
Botak lagi takut guys, Botak lagi takut M-nya.
Double digits now.
Kalah, langsung pulang bang, enggak guys,
leading
ada
by
kesempatan
2.
kedua ya kalau kalah. Ada lower bracket, lower playoff bilang.
Things starting to look worrying for Heretics here when you see those double digits next to Sen's name, and for Sentinels, after what was a rotten start, they've clawed it back. They're looking good. And Tens starting to warm up as well, not just Zelsis, not just Zekken. He's finding his form. And he's got some targets. Saucy quick with it too, and he has not been having that fantastic map here, but still more than able to handle Heretics trying to play up towards
Di sini mereka miskin, enggak sih, masih ada duit.
And a quick escape for Benji Fishy. And Riens, excuse me, all the way back around.
Kayaknya masuk mulu nih A-nya nih guys.
John QT playing up towards heaven here, so happy to concede. Allow Heretics to potentially find this plant on A.
Nah gini guys, menurut gua tuh kalau nggak main Sentinel guys,
range,
kalau emang nggak mau dijaga, di-retake aja betul Seta, Cok. Iya nggak sih?
As the clock continues to tick, Sentinel's probably aware of what's going on here. Everybody coming back around. One comes through. Heretics need to find a couple of kills quick here. Ahead of Sentinels taking control of the site once again, but Thrash comes through. Gonna pave the way for this retake.
I don't see too many threats yet with Riens falling. They are handling everything step by step. It's clinical. Sen, you can see Zekken. Hello? Oh, wait. Wow. Easy, Tiger. Easy. That's 11 Sentinels now.
Oke, 2 lagi bro. Sentinel, let's go.
Touching distance to that first win here.
Tiba-tiba turu guys, tim Heretic.
Heretics, I guess, just starting to lose control a little bit of some of these rounds. Able to find much success here in the second half. This timeout going to be crucial. A pivotal round here.
Timeout
the purchase available.
Info skor Paperrex tadi bang 2-1.
The other side of things, Zelsis is still holding on to the orbital strike. Second, 25 for 15.
He is absolutely lighting up this game. Very, very impressive work from him. And again, I was curious about this change with Tens coming in on this. Looks good.
He's looked very robust.
Yep, yeah, very solid. Can't doubt it. Not going to say a bad word about it. He is looking on the money here. And at 8-11, this timeout.
Comeback Gon. Mending PRX ketemu tim abang di lower bracket ketemu FPX.
Because that momentum is firmly in the
Tapi
hands
kita kan harus menang 2 kali guys baru bisa masuk playoff
guys. This is their
guys.
game now to lose. It feels like with the 3 rounds consecutively.
Ini pun kalau di lower bracket ketemunya yang oke juga, yang nanti keduanya nih beratnya.
Right, 12 is everything to them.
It will almost feel like you seal the deal. Deny info off the flash. Does Sassy come forward for the orb? Diligent here. Actually, the dog goes through the TP. So yeah, Sentinel's desperately trying to get a grip on where Heretics are positioned. I think Sassy now considering the possibility that information was denied.
Very close by though, they've got to make a quick run for this. This will mean that they have to give up the site. They get a little bit of stall, so maybe they want to stick around? That's an option now. John QT, how does he decide to call it? Checking back towards, clearing backside. Making sure no one can slip through CT.
Oh, the spam!
Jesus, the damage. Should be able to get the plant here. Boo! Gonna make a run for it. Gets out of danger for now. But you can see, Benchy Fishy is low, Patatek is low, and the rest of Sentinels are now on the site. They are here, they are close by. That spike peeled away far. Oh, the counter spam Rienz! Not letting Zekken get into this round. That could be a difference maker. He's been the headliner. Rienz keep more players back. Can he hold back this Sentinel squad? 3 of them towards elbow here. Boo by his side potentially.
5-4 guys, lihat guys.
This is tense now. Rienz waiting for that first player. The double flash going to come through. They look to try and pressure this now. Boo took safety, took Sanctuary in the smoke, and now it's on Celsius. A 1v3 would be a miracle, and it ain't happening now.
Ayo Sentinel.
Closing down the round,
Fokus.
Heretics in this series.
A must-win coming out of the timeout.
Gila, Zekken udah mau 30 kill, Jing.
Paying dividends. Rienz. Pretty swift with the counter spam there to find Zekken to slow things down for Sentinels on that retake. And a lifeline delivered here. Take another round or 2 to break the funds of Sentinels. This one will get them close, to be honest. B might be the focal point here. Minibu, a chance to get his ultimate online here with this orb.
All right.
Some crucial information once again. Careful, considerate here on the way in.
That's the 3rd man they've seen now brought over, right? Noting that
ulti, Orunya
Celsius is
dari
here.
ulti guys, bisa TP sih.
Body.
Mereka bisa fake B terus ke A.
Waiting to see.
Cuma balik lagi ke B lagi.
Boo's
Bisa mereka
eventual plan is as well.
Oru.
I mean, there's no presence at all towards Ace. There's no reason for Sentinels to give up this 3-man hold. Now the divide almost going to confirm that.
Very deep divide too. Sen gonna decide to stick in front of the site, and that's a mistake because Miniboo is right here!
What?
And he makes him know it's a mistake! Can he find the 3rd, or does he get to keep his life? Catching the cross would be Sassy, and he doesn't have much room to play with, but can he punish it? Miniboo still delivering value! Still cutting them down to size!
Ini wall apa anjing?
Sassy's fallen, it's on 10s now. A 1v5 even for this man is too much. He's backing
pinter
away,
banget wallnya bangsat.
and Miniboo absolutely eviscerated them.
It's all set in motion. Surgical precision from Boo's divide to give Miniboo a little pocket to play out of on site here. There'll be Heretics finding double digits in response. They're hunting 10s now. Trying to squeeze every penny out of the bank.
Absolutely right. 10's trying to just hunker down, right? Like just wants to keep that rifle. Ew. He makes up for the first couple of shots going astray. Boo's gone down. How much more do they want to hunt on this? I think that calls it. That calls off the chase. But one execute. That was the kind of plays I was hoping
Iya, Cok.
We did get a glimpse of it here. This
Oh iya, dia udah pernah pakai di split nggak sih, guys? Lu lihat nggak sih di split Minibu?
From Rienz.
God.
And then double dipped inside.
Iya, Cok, dia udah pernah pakai di split, guys. Ingat gak guys, split yang di pojokan kanan tuh? Dia pakai juga kayak gitu casualnya, guys. Gua nggak banget, gue inget banget, Cok.
Yeah, for sure.
There was a couple of others, and we hadn't seen them depending on that. We hadn't really seen it come out yet. We hadn't seen obviously.
Iya, yang di split tuh gue liat dia yang momentum. Wallnya tuh di pojok banget, guys. Dia ulti keluar dapat 4, dapat 3 anjing.
You can't run it again. You can't.
Pinter banget anjing main instansinya anjing, gila, Cok.
You do. They've got themselves back. Okay, so there was a timeout in that 19th round. After that 19th round, they pumped.
Kan caranya guys, kalau kalian penasaran kan cari guys. Mini bu, split, yoru, wall, apa gitu lah pokoknya ada lah.
Again, Sentinels realize that there's something changing. They don't want to let this slip.
3 akhir kalau nggak salah dapet dia, Cok.
Tactical timeout called here in the 22nd or coming into. Can they reactivate some of these players? Zekken again, he's on 25 kills. He's having a huge series and one off the showstopper.
Don't ignore this, yeah. Sentinels on the brink of some huge ults. Problem being, Heretics have closed the gap. So not going to be able to, Sentinels aren't going to be able to sit back and wait for these to build up for that snowball round to come around.
Oke, ini round terakhir sih kalau misalnya kalah Sentinel bisa comeback sih.
Concerning the scoreline itself. The other side of things, Heretics getting closer and closer to the Hunter's Fury. Maybe the null command in this round or the next.
It just seems like they just want to keep bullying Sassy and John QT. They found what they feel is the weak point, and they're just hitting it over and over again. This time, it looks far more defaulty. Again, not a bad plan considering there's just been a timeout. You want to temper if there was any aggression, any fact finders, anything untoward that Sen wanted to do. This is what you pause for. Also, they burn a little bit of utility. So again, you're not going to be unhappy with a slower start if you're Heretics. The Sentinels, you want to try and get a little bit of a guess as to where they are. And it looks like an early rotation of 10s is the adjustment.
They're almost going to try and fake a little bit off the knife here. That wall up short, a little bit more utility invested towards lamps here. And it's drawing 10s for a moment there, considering. 10s does commit back towards B site, yeah.
Right place, 3 players. Double stack towards.
John QT and Sassy have to stand their ground here.
Sedikit sih, cuman
nggak tapi. Down long, right? So you'd say 10s is good for 1 here. Right? I feel like he is. Yeah, okay, contact. There it is. Should be ringing the alarm bells. They don't know the extent, but they know something's up. John QT. Feeling that. And they've noted 10s, so they know it's him on this site. They know the John QT is still here. Sassy will be noted too. Miniboo does find 10s, but it's John QT to hold them back. Not the easy site hit, but they've done well enough to secure a slice of safety for probably the plant here. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, the chip damage is good, but they had to get the plant down. There's only 12 seconds. Now we look at where Sentinels are. They have some
boost spot on the flank.
Oh my God.
The flash is perfect from Sassy. The awareness is there now. They have to dig their heels in.
But you can see the response over towards Elbow as well. They're looking for a little bit further of a fight down towards CT. They've got them pinned here. Oh, and the flash!
Oh my God!
Kenapa dua mati ya?
The timing of that, taking down the heavy hitters. Zelsis down, Zekken down, and now they know where the final 2 are. That was exceptional from Heretics there. Good read in the post plant, leaving these 2 just trying to play their life. Sassy gives them an exit. They've got to take it. They've got to make a run for this. Keep those weapons where they are, because we're going all even here.
So well constructed and so well read by Heretics. The flash comes through at the perfect timing. You can see immediately the coordination towards Elbow.
Yeah.
And a perfect flash.
You couldn't ask for a better flash there, could you? Bloody hell.
There's your G2 Patitech impact.
What a throwback. What a throwback.
Oke, ada ulti. Jack ada ulti, guys.
This is the game we wanted. A lot of people saying, you know,
ada ulti juga Patitechnya, Cok.
Overall.
Ini kayaknya ngerem. Kayaknya serem banget anjing.
A couple of believers putting Heretics up in that top 3-2. This is the level of matchup we were wanting. Both teams giving us a fantastic showing here. And it looks like a pacey hit, at least to start with. Yeah, absolutely. 3 players dedicated towards B early this time, 10s being one of them. Turning the flash, Patitech is in. Leading the way with the ult, but they don't check on 10s. They don't check on Joe QT. What do you think you're doing? You still got to respect Sentinels like this. Left in ruins on the site. There's still players to clear. Look at John QT's position. Bo is a centimeter away. Are you serious? He wants that res. He's not going to get it. John QT just living his life out in this smoke. Finally trying to get away to safety. They have no idea of this. Surely not. And Boo's left on his own on site, spots the player on long. Now they know. You've heard the show start.
Wait!
No! Not like this! Not like this at all! It's down to 2v2 and you know you're shaking. Celsius, can you make up for it? It's Boo on the other side now in a 1v2, 59 seconds. Can he play it out?
Nice!
Oh my god!
Makes up for almost misery.
Zekin kenapa ya? 2 kali ngebunuh sini, Cok. Ngebunuh temen 2 kali, Cok.
Nearly an absolute fumble here. But Sentinels get themselves to the finish line. Not across just yet. Tens. What an absolute hero. Look at his screen right now. There's so much posted his direction.
Oh, God.
Zelsis, a crucial kill on Zorians as well.
Oh.
Sentinels cling to life here. And they find that point first.
2 kali anjing dia ngebunuh teman anjing.
Oh, is it? Come on, give us OT. I want this to go the distance.
OT, tas mo OT.
Fair play after that round. Oh man, this is wild. So many ults for Sentinels too. One away from Mini Boo, but he can't really have much access to it here. They burnt so much. Down to a Bulldog for Boo, but it's pacey. It's gonna be 2, Zekin and Zelsis, the big hitters. And Zekin's always up for the fight, always up to the challenge. That's Mini Boo down.
But detain as well. They're gonna fall off. Here, Bench is gonna fall.
Nice.
Hungry for it, Zelsis. Oh,
Nice, let's go.
And now Rien's and Boo. So far back, the Seekers hunting them down. This might have just slipped through their fingertips. This might be it for them. How much can these 2 players achieve right now?
5 lawan 3, 2 nggak mungkin kalah nih.
A 2v5 here to keep
Tens nggak ngambil ultinya ya?
map 3 alive. Yeah, the crowd getting involved now.
I mean, Rien's exceptional mechanic capability, good performance here. But this is going to take... I mean, we've seen some strange things, Mike.
We have.
But this is a lot.
Cok, ini B-nya dikosongin gitu aja, bro. Yakin, bro.
John QT does have his pit available, but completely disconnected from B site here. Not going to get anything in terms of extra utility here off the plant. All 5 members now of Sentinels. The penny has dropped. A 2v5 post plant here.
They split up. 1 towards elbow and Boo towards hookah. Rienz is going to give away somewhat of his position here with that utility. He needs to be good for minimum 2. Spray, oh, the spray's not going to get it. Here it is, down to 1. What can Rienz do? They know the position. He's down to 31 HP. They've got 5 standing. Surely it's done. Sassy grabs the last one. 13 to 11. Sentinels on their international debut with pure success.
Nice one, gila Cok anjing.
Series. And what a final map to close
Zekin goatnya sih, Zekin the goat guys.
Sentinels demonstrating resilience.
Zekin the goat, bro.
Today.
Oh yeah.
The Heretics man stepping up to the plate. See a tough loss.
Bless him.
But again, no reason to walk away from this series feeling anything but, well, absolutely amazed.
Alright guys, thank you guys yang udah nonton, makasih yang udah like, share, subscribe. Makasih guys, sampai jumpa besok jam 10 lagi watch party-nya guys, oke? Thank you, jangan lupa istirahat semua, jangan lupa sahur yang belum sahur. Sampai jumpa di guys.
Give credit where it's due.
Bye bye, aku istirahat dulu ya guys, makasih. Bye bye.